Okay, great.
Hey fam, welcome. It's Fromaholic Friday, everybody. Thanks for coming. Scarlett and I are a bit late, but oh gosh, my
We had to
tab
have
is open in
what's
the
called a little tete-a-tete. Can you hear me?
yeah, I hear you.
Tete-a-tete.
Yeah. Yes. Welcome. We're gonna talk some From theories tonight, and so tonight is just gonna be like we'll start off just kind of talking to you guys about whatever we can talk theories. We'll talk to you guys in the chat, and then we're starting a new segment for our From Fridays. It's gonna be called From Academy, and Doc Kaiju Labs is going to be joining us. We're going to dive into a different topic every week to try to keep us engaged in the off season, and just really kind of collaborate together on this, put our heads together, and we can look into things on our own and then bring our knowledge to the table and discuss every week. So that's kind of the plan, and I think it's a good idea because we can dive into the rewatch so much and dissect the hell out of it in the first live, but the second live, we kind of needed a direction. I think this is a good plan. So we're going to have a different theme, a different topic to deep dive into related to From. And we're going to take a look at the From creator later tonight when Doc joins us. And John Griffin is the creator of From. He is like the head writer. And so there's a whole lot to explore that can give us insight into the show, looking at him, because it's his brainchild. So I'm excited to get into that. I'm excited to have Doc joining us, and I think it's gonna be fun going forward. And I'm gonna try my best not to make everyone a marathon though, because it's getting to be a lot.
Taking a toll.
It's taking a toll, and we're gonna try to keep our sanity and to protect our health a bit more, and not do a marathon every time. I know people love the marathons, and I'll still do them, but maybe not every time. I'm gonna try to have some self-control. But yeah. Hey Dieter, good morning. So happy to be here. I really enjoyed the past few weeks of my vacation. You all made it so much better. I'm so glad, Dieter. I'm so glad. Sorry your vacation has to end. It's been awesome to have you here. You've had more time than ever to be here with us, and and that's been awesome. So I'm glad that it's been enjoyable for you. So glad. Thank you for everything you're doing. Thank you so much for your support. I appreciate it. And people who are coming in, yes, like Dieter said, if you could like the stream, that would be much appreciated. Help people find me. Hey, Trace, welcome. Nice to see you. Hey, Debbie Bobebby, nice to see you. Hey, Gothic Chick. Almost time. Yeah, it was like half hour late again. Actually, not half hour. I was like maybe 16, 17 minutes late. It's not that bad, I guess. Hey, Zaptin Kaboom. Nice to see you. And Shadow Skull. Hey, haven't seen you in a bit. Hi, beautiful people. Nice. Thanks for popping in, Debbie. Debbie doesn't have from insomnia like us. She sleeps at night like a normal person. I always appreciate when she stops in. Sometimes it'll be stopping. She's usually stopping in as she's an early riser, so she's there when we pull an all-nighter. She'll come in and say hi.
Well, maybe when we start talking at 10 p.m. she can show up.
Yeah, that might work, So hopefully, that's when Jeremy starts his lives at 10 p.m. Sorry, did you say something?
No, I just saw Golden Child's comment. I predict this will be Julie's longest live to date. He's trying to curse us, Julie.
Oh no. I know, because I say I'm not doing a marathon, and then the next thing I know, I'm on for 9 hours, and then I sound ridiculous on the replay. But I really am going to try to cut it back. The operative word being try. I can never say it for sure, but
well, you got a trilogy of videos to make, or more. Is it more than a trilogy now?
No, actually, it's going to be. I have 4 of them waiting in the wings. Yes, so it's even more than a trilogy. So I've been so busy doing lives, I haven't had a chance to release anything. But like all I do is sleep, prepare for the live, go live, sleep.
Just wake up and just hit the button.
Pretty much, yeah. It's like a way of life
then
now.
You shut off the button and you just go to sleep. And then you wake up and you hit the button. It's kind of like you're in and out. Kind of...
Pretty much, yeah. Oh my god, it sounds insane now that I think about it, but it's pretty much been my life.
Keep some water and some food by your launching spot at all times.
Right. I do have water with me tonight. I haven't eaten anything yet though. But I'll do that during the stream at some point. Yeah, so I might as well just not even like I could just stay live all the time. It could be like the Truman Show, just I'm live this much. I might as well just leave it going.
Yeah, you just turn on the treadmill and you're like, I'm on the treadmill now. So what else?
Yeah, you can all like
real life.
Yeah, people can just come in and come out as I'm doing different things with my day, and I'm just live all the time. Go to the store. I can, you can be live anywhere. You can go live on your phones. I could just, if I'm driving to the store, be live.
Charge up my iPad and walk outside and like be scared of a tree that's about ready to fall on me. I heard this tree today that sounded like it was seriously going to like fall into the forest.
Yes. Oh my God. Wow.
Right. The wilderness is frightening. I'm just gonna say.
Yeah, the forest can be scary. Yeah.
Well, I've been rewatching Yellow Jackets, so I'm getting more of that. Like we hear the wilderness, and the wilderness hears us, kind of a feeling.
Oh, interesting.
The River of Blood. You haven't watched it, but there's like a River of Blood.
Wow. I gotta.
You didn't quite get to the supernatural part of the deal.
I gotta. Maybe I could get myself to watch it, because now the more you tell me, you tease these things, the more I'm intrigued and I want to see what you're talking about. That sounds like up my alley. I like the supernatural stuff.
And plus, there's like kind of a naysayer in the group that says it can all be explained by science. So there's like a team that's kind of more science related, could explain everything, like the River of Blood has iron in it instead of being a river of blood, stuff like that. Could explain it away, but is it really explained away? Question mark. Who knows?
Right. It's kind of like with From, is it science fiction? Is it fantasy? Is it, something supernatural, mystical, magical? I think it's pretty clear now when you have people being turned into monsters so they can become immortal, and you have a place that with trees. I mean, yeah, you could say that the trees are teleportation devices, but I personally think at this point, people being turned into monsters equals magic. It's mystical. It's, there's some being that promised people that Fatima's quote was, they sacrificed their children because it promised them they could live forever. To me, that's mystical. Yeah, you could say science fiction. You could say maybe it's an alien being that did that, or
the Matrix.
You could say, you could say the whole thing is a simulation, so it's still up for debate. My personal opinion is that it's mystical, magical, that kind of thing. But yeah.
Well, I always have a little spot in my heart for folk horror. That's why I love the Yellow Jackets thing. Anyway,
yeah. I like when shows are ambiguous like this. Like we're still debating like what is even going on here. What is the correct genre of this show, and how do you explain From? So I love that. I really enjoy that. That's one of the reasons I love the Twilight Zone, because you're often wondering, is this all in the people's heads in the episode, or is this actually happening? Is it real? Is it not? Is it fantasy? and this show has Twilight Zone vibes. That's why I picked it. That's why I started watching it. So, anyway.
Let's see, like Yellow Jackets, people still don't know who Pit Girl is, and you've seen that scene.
Yep.
Have no idea.
Still don't know. Yeah.
And they make it a way where all the girls exchange clothing too, so you can't say that's somebody's shoes because like teenage girls will all exchange clothes.
Yeah. Okay.
Keeps you on your toes. Kind of like Colony House. Colony House people change clothes.
Kind of, yeah, they do.
Yeah. So if you had anybody do anything and from in a certain a certain shirt or something, like they could do that really good with like Clara. Have somebody in a blue shirt do something, and you're like, oh, it's got to be Clara, and it's not because somebody took her shirt and somebody's wearing her shirt now.
They should do that. And also, now we're trying to figure out who that body is in the secret room of the cellar based on his clothes. But the problem is, like, it doesn't look like what they could have done which would have been interesting, would be put something on the body that looks a lot like what two different characters have worn or something. But instead, it does kind of look like Jade's shirt, but then you look at it closer and it's not. And you look at Ellis's shirt in the well with Boyd, fake Ellis. That's not it either. But so man, it would be cool if they did something like that.
Or had a piece of jewelry or like the lucky handkerchief or something.
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, this is like, not to sound egotistical, but honestly, I think a lot of From fans, this is an example of why they should hire some From fans to contribute some ideas. Like, I feel like we spent so much time thinking about this show that we could write for the show. We could.
Yeah, because a handkerchief became what you call a nothing burger, the popular terminology.
Right. Yeah. Honestly, when that came up, I thought, I really didn't think anything into it. I was surprised that people were focusing on it, but I mean, that's just me. I was also surprised people were focusing on the man in yellow painting, but that turned out to be a big burger, like a big real life burger, not a nothing burger.
I think there's a good amount of the From fan base that's looking for the King in Yellow because they were disappointed from True Detective.
Yeah.
They're always looking out for the King in Yellow. They're hoping somebody will do it right.
Yeah, so it's a little bit of, it could be some confirmation bias going on here where people really want it to be King in Yellow. I'm not saying it's not. I know that the show is not going to plagiarize a character from other work, but there could be some inspiration.
It's public domain, so anybody can plagiarize it.
Oh, okay. I mean, it would be.
I found a website that a steampunk website that listed everything from 1929 that you can use now, and songs too. So maybe I'll start singing those songs because they're public domain now.
Okay, yeah, nice. Gotta love it when you don't have to worry about the copyright police.
Yeah.
Because I can't play clips anymore, which sucks. Dieter made me all these really great clips. Now I'm afraid to even play. Although these clips Dieter made me, I've never had copyright issues with those. It's only when I play from the MGM website. But I'm still afraid now. I don't want to get my streams pulled.
Yeah.
I don't. But yeah, like, sometimes you fixate on certain things in the show and it turns into nothing, and it's a nothing burger. But the man in yellow, that was something. All right, so I love how we dive into these minute things like this as a fandom and the things that we focus on, and it's okay. Sometimes things turn out to be nothing burgers, but it's still fun. The process and the journey is still fun. So that's what matters to me.
And there's still people doing Team Red Cthulhu. And I respect that, but I just don't think, I think it's already been told, but I respect it.
Right. I mean, they wouldn't confirm it. I rewatched the interview earlier with E-Man's interview with John Griffin and Jeff Pinkner, and he asked them specifically, is this Smiley rebirth thing, is this Red Cthulhu on the cave wall? And they would not confirm or deny. So, damn. I'm convinced that's what it is. It's too uncanny. It looks exactly like it. So
the way Jamie was holding everything with the folds and everything, it's hard for me not to think that that's what it means. And I think it's bigger. I think it's bigger on the cave painting, so like somebody can watch it. You know, that doesn't have a huge TV like I do. I mean, I don't even have that huge a TV, but you know, so people can actually see it.
Right, right. And you caught that. I didn't catch that. You pointed that out, and I was like, oh my God, that's it. That's the Cthulhu thing on the cave wall. I'm convinced of it, and I know that Family Theory Channel also caught it, and nobody can convince me that's not what it is. This is something I just think is undeniable, but I know some people still want Red Cthulhu Monster to show up, and who knows? Maybe it will. Maybe this is just a red herring, and it's not going to be what it actually means, because they wouldn't say. And I think it's because they do follow fan theories, and they didn't want to. I mean, this is it. I mean, come on. Come on now. Look, I'm going to enhance it so you can see it even better. Like, I've never thought that it would make sense to have a red squid monster on the show. Like, it just doesn't. Okay, why did it get dark? Oh, I accidentally.
You put it into darkness.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if that's why Jamie had to like use like 7 or 8 of those membrane things. He was talking about those membrane sheets to get that perfect fold.
Yeah. You see how? Yeah. Yeah. I think that's why they did that. They worked really hard to, to create.
Because it looks like it. It's got like the little eyes and the little tentacles.
It does. When you enhance the image, you brighten it up, because they shoot everything really dark. Everything is shot dark. When I make my thumbnails, I have to enhance the color because they look terrible. It's too dark. On the show, it works because it creates this creepy vibe of darkness. But when you're trying to make thumbnails that people are going to want to click on, you need color. You need it to be bright. So I've just brightened.
The red looks nice like this. I like how the red pops.
Yeah, it does. It does pop, and I wish I had the side by side so I could show it, but yeah, it just never made sense to me that we're gonna see a red Cthulhu monster on the show. Like, it doesn't seem to fit with what we have already seen. I think if we were gonna get something like that, we would have gotten it already.
Well, I would want something like that, but I also know the budget of the show, the budgetary restraints.
Right.
I don't know if we're going to have too many. I mean, maybe they're putting some money into that giant spider, maybe. Just maybe.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe there's going to be a giant spider. But yeah, like, we got to be realistic about this at this point, and trying to find a
characters.
It's about the characters. Yeah, that's another thing that John and Jeff talk about. At the end of the day, it's about the character drama to them more than anything. It's about that. And okay, I found a picture of it. It's like, I did feel better, though. I listened to some of their interviews this week, and when you listen to some of their quotes, it's unnerving as a theorist of the show to hear random quotes taken out of context. Like, it's not about the mystery and things like that, or there's not going to be a big reveal at the end. But when you actually listen to the whole interview, you get that in context, and you realize, no, they do care about it. They care about it. They have built a mythology that was planned from the start, a mythology for the show. And the character drama, the point of it is, like, if you don't care about the characters, then the mystery doesn't even matter, and the mythology doesn't matter. They want you to care about the characters. They want to explore how the characters experience trauma, how human beings experience trauma. And then the mystery is still important. It's not their only focus. So I feel better.
See, when you tell me about trauma, then it makes me just want you to watch Yellow Jackets, because those girls have to deal with a lot of trauma.
Yeah. I mean, that kind of stuff I can relate to a lot. I tend to be drawn to shows where people are
they do these really
experiencing
cool,
trauma.
they do these really cool shots where they take the older actress, and when she's thinking about her younger self, she becomes her younger self. And it's kind of seamless, and it's really
Right.
cool. Like when
That's
when
cool.
Shaw's freaked out,
Yeah.
she becomes her younger self. When she
Right,
thinks somebody's
right.
attacking
Well,
her,
that's
you'll see her younger version and her older version, back and forth.
interesting. Yeah, that's very artistic. I like that. I like that. Like dissociating. That's something that people actually do.
Yeah.
Like in response to trauma, just the brain trying to protect itself. Sometimes people do that. That's interesting. But
I can't wait to have you see their waffle party. They kind of have
the
their own
what?
version of the it said their own version of the waffle party.
Oh, okay.
Well, I
I'm
mean, not
curious to know.
Doomcoming. They have a homecoming they call Doomcoming, but that's not even what I'm talking about when it comes to their waffle party.
I'm curious to know about that. And we love our waffle party on Severance. It's it's a highlight of the season. So I'm curious about that one. See, look at this thing. Come on, like if you compare this, one of these days I am gonna make a side by side. But if you look at this, and then you look at Smiley, like that we were just looking at, it's it looks like the same thing to me.
Well, people
It's
say
got
the proportions are off, but there's a huge symbol on the other side, and there's little tiny people around it, and that isn't as big as what it is.
right. The proportions don't need to be accurate at all.
Yeah.
This could just be there because it represents the immortality curse that the monsters got. Like that's the symbol of their immortality curse. So that I can see why they would put it there. It's like no matter what happens, if they die, they're going to come back like this. This is that's what that represents. So I personally like that. I know some people might be disappointed and wanted a literal monster, but like there's Smiley, and it's there's his head. You could see his shoulders, and what looked like it could be tentacles or these vertical creases that go down here with shadows of black in between. That could be what were the so-called tentacles. It's the same type of shape. And then you look at my Chromebook is a little bit slow now because I have too many tabs open. But if you look at Red Cthulhu, there's what looks like it could be a head right there. This would be the shoulder. And then going down, there's an arm. Notice this one is shorter than the others. That's one of his arms. That's another one of his arms. And then down here are the creases of the pod that were hanging off of him. It just fits. It fits. So anyway, people are free. All theories are welcome. People are free to think anything differently. That's my opinion. That's Scarlett's opinion, but it's not something where we're preaching it. Yes, we're right and you're wrong. It's still up for debate. John and Jeff wouldn't confirm or deny that that's what it is. So who knows? Maybe it's a red
thinking, oh, red monster might be a good idea.
Yeah.
Red jellyfish monster.
Yeah. And they talk a lot about happy accidents, things that they just kind of fell into that weren't planned from the start, but fit in to the mythos they planned. I wonder if this was one of them. I wonder if they weren't really sure what they wanted this to be in the beginning, and then they decided Smiley was going to be reborn, and they thought, let's make this look exactly like that, and that's what this will represent. Who knows?
Yeah, I still don't know the Yellow Jackets. People know what that Yellow Jacket symbol means.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they haven't explained it.
Yeah.
People have been doing video upon video about what that symbol means, and You know,
I love that
no,
kind of thing. Sorry, what?
oh, I'm just laughing at myself.
Oh, I love that though. I love that, I love how there's a symbol in From, like the blood symbol that we got to analyze. And I think I have a pretty good grasp on what I think it means now. I love that we can theorize about things like that. Dark has a symbol that you can analyze and try to figure out. I think the From symbol represents, to me, it's just very clear now. I thought this before season 3 too. Like the circle represents their endless cycle that they're in, of course. Like the circle is their endless cycle happening again and again. And I think the 3 lines represent potentially past, present, and future intersecting. And then when I found out that there was time travel happening in the show, then I was even more convinced of that. I already was thinking that, but now I'm like, it just fits because now, past, present, and future are all kind of colliding here. It's not linear. Time travel is now a thing. Story walking, it's the same thing. It's basically, to me, it's their own way of branding time travel, and
Yeah.
That's what I think. But yeah, it's fun to dive into these things. And let's create some more of the chat here. Let's see. Fashionably late. Yes, Big Hack, as always. Fashionably late. That's me. Thanks for coming, Big Hack. David Israel says, so happy I'm not working today. Nice. I'm glad. Nice you could be here. Always love to hear your thoughts, David. Really fascinating stuff as I highlight my own comments.
Yeah, all right.
I just click on
that sexy lady.
I don't even, sometimes I click on things and I don't look at it first. I gotta be careful with that because you never know. Like someone could say something crazy in the chat and I'm like, oh no, I don't want to highlight that.
Yeah.
Like a few times it's actually happened that I've clicked on something and regretted it, because someone said something. Most of the time people are great here, but once in a while, maybe someone insults somebody and I accidentally
Whoops.
Oops. I gotta be careful. Hey, Golden Child. Thanks for coming. Hey, Doc. Looking forward to having you on. Home and getting ready. Nice.
Oh, I forgot to get my outfit together.
Oh, yeah, you should dress up too. I don't know if Doc's always trying to dress up, but he did.
I'm waiting with anticipation.
Yeah, well, let's see, will he or won't he come in costume tonight? Just stay tuned. Yeah, his first appearance was quite memorable. Tony Teflon asked me, who was that? Who was that on your live?
Who was that masked man?
Who was that masked man? Yes, Tony wanted to know. He was wondering that. So yeah, it's cool. I love that Tony watches sometimes. So that's awesome to me. I love his streams, and to think he's watching mine sometimes, that's an awesome thing. Although he's not a vampire, he's a normal person who actually goes to sleep at night, so I'm sure he only catches a little bit. And then we're still on when he's up in the morning, which he thinks is hilarious. But I like that he doesn't judge, though. He says a lot of streamers do this when they first start. You catch the bug and then you can't seem to stop yourself. So I don't feel like such a freak anymore. But
yeah, but I want to make them a little shorter so you can get that quadrilogy, not a trilogy.
I was trying to think of what it could be too, and I guess there's no word for that. It's a series, I guess. It's just a series.
A series.
Yeah, I got to get my series, my 4-video series out. It's going to be on the man in yellow and then the boy in white, the two of them, how they connect, connecting them to like a game of chess going on here. And then another video on who the identity of the man in yellow could be. Maybe Ethan.
No way.
No, not Ethan. Yeah, it could be Ethan. And then another video on what I think happened to Eloise and potentially Yeah, I'm gonna leave that one. I'm not gonna ruin that one. I've already basically spoiled all the other stuff that I'm gonna say in the videos, but well, not everything. I've held some of it back. Hey, with Alice, thanks for coming. Julie is wrapping up her waffle party. Yeah.
Oh.
How'd you know? Oh my god.
That
Yeah.
Nightingale's hurt, Julie.
Oh god, yeah.
Smarted.
I
Especially
bet.
nimbleness, you got me right with the nimbleness.
Nimbleness. Yeah. Oh,
Snapped
ouch.
me right.
Yeah. I'm
Got
freaky like
what's
that.
going on?
Yeah.
Kier, praise Kier.
Kier, chosen one Kier. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that Kier. It's kind of like some kind of old Scottish chant. Kier, chosen one Kier.
Right? Yeah, anybody listening who's confused, watch Severance. You won't be confused. Well, you'll still be confused like we are. We don't know what the hell's going on with certain things, but you'll understand the references, and it's an amazing show. Highly, highly recommend. And I'm going to be covering it. We're going to cover it on our lives. I'm going to make videos. So watch Severance. That's my little commercial for that. It's one of the best shows on TV. Second favorite after From, for sure. Golden Child says we've officially crossed from Severance universes. That's what I'm trying to do. That's the goal. So
they walk down a hallway, they turn, and Fromville's there.
Yes.
It's just inside Lumen.
Yes. Yeah. That would be amazing. Yeah.
Or they get out of From and they're Lumen, and they're like, why are we here? How we get here?
Yes. The Severance From crossover. Yeah. You turn a corner and boom, yeah. There's a fallen tree somehow in the building, and yeah, it just crashes through the Lumen building, and they're at the tree. Yeah. I love it. I love it. I'm trying to recruit as many of the Fromily and the Fromaholics and the Fromilia as possible to watch Severance. It's amazing. It's an amazing show. I love to talk to you awesome people. And so the more we can get into the fold, the more we can keep talking to this amazing group of people. So, and you won't regret it. Everybody that so far that I've introduced the show to has loved it. Maybe one person said they liked it and they loved the finale, but it was a little hard for them to get to. But everyone else has loved it. So I think that's a pretty good track record so far. We're trying to build a fan base from the bottom up, because I can't find all the Severance fans for this genius show. I don't know where they're all hiding. So we're gonna build it. No context. Hey, I have not seen Counterpart actually. Somebody DM'd me about that, and I just remembered now. I forgot to message them back. I feel bad. I got a little overwhelmed this week, but I haven't seen Counterpart, and someone messaged me. I don't know if it was you or if it was somebody else, but saying that I should really.
I don't know what Counterpart is. What is Counterpart?
It's a show about parallel universes, and I've heard it's fantastic. Yeah. So I've heard it's fantastic. It's got a really famous actor in it. I can't remember his name at the moment, but he's so good. He's been in movies.
Is it like Fringe? Like with the alternate universes, or different?
It's kind of, but it's more, instead of being like it's not a case of the week type of thing like Fringe, but it's following specific characters, and they're alternates in the different universes.
All right.
Who's the guy? J.K. Simmons.
Okay.
J.K. Simmons is the star. Yeah. He's like dealing with his alternate self. He discovers that there's a parallel universe, and it's actually a little like Severance in that he's working at a job where he doesn't even know what exactly his job is. Mm-hmm. He's not allowed to know. And so he's doing these things, but he doesn't know why. So it's kind of like if Severance and Fringe met and had a baby, like from what I've seen so far. Yeah. I've seen like one episode. I got to get back to watching it, but I've heard it's amazing. It's amazing so far after episode 1. Anyway, hey LP Punk, school me. Yeah. yeah, we're gonna do From Academy. So yeah, we can all educate ourselves here so that we can try to become From experts by the time the next season comes. We've got a long wait, so we've got plenty of time. I predict this will be Julie's longest live to date. Oh man. Yeah, trying not to. Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. Hey, Football Infinity. Nice to see you. Always nice to see you. David says the tangent universe from Donnie Darko is quite similar to From, with Frank being the man in yellow, the cellar door, the quest of individuation, the philosophy of time travel, and the surplus joy in the end. Oh, I'll have to watch that.
You haven't seen Donnie Darko, I'm assuming.
No.
Put it on your list.
It's going on the list. Yeah.
Put it on the list.
This endless list. I don't know when I'll ever get to all of it.
You like giant rabbits?
Giant rabbits. Oh,
there's a giant rabbit in it.
Interesting. Okay, yeah. That's going on the list. Let me see. Put it on my list right now so I don't forget. I will forget later. I have this really growing list that I've been making ever since I joined the fandom of recommendations, and I never seem to get to any of them, but I'm gonna try.
Well, this one would be special because it does have time travel in it, or a loop.
Oh, okay. I like that. I didn't know that.
It would have a familiar. It would have a From adjacent.
Okay. Let me see. Where's my watch list? Oh, here it is. Yeah, I've heard of it, but I know nothing about what it's about. So, like I've never seen so many different things. Obviously I've never seen like famous movies like Star Wars, and I just watched Gremlins for the first time. That was really good.
That's good. Around Christmas?
Yeah, around Christmas.
And PBK's with her father in the chimney thing?
Yeah, that was great.
It's horribly misplaced and kind of funny in a really kind of dark gallows kind of way that they just put that in there. Awkward.
Yeah, it was. It was.
But they parodied it in Gremlins 2, so you gotta watch Gremlins 2 because she says a dialogue about Lincoln's birthday, like something bad happened to her on Lincoln's birthday. But she's parodying the first thing she said in Gremlins because Gremlins 2 is a complete parody satire.
Right. Yeah,
so Gremlins satirized the first movie, and I think it's almost better than the first Gremlins.
Yeah, I just watched that one too, and that was off the wall.
You watched Gremlins too?
Yeah, I did.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm catching up a little bit. It was good.
You know about her PB Cates' thing about Lincoln's birthday, bad things that happened to her on Lincoln's birthday.
Yeah. I like that. I liked it. And it did feel like a satire, like it was completely over the top, off the wall. Now they're taking over New York. They're in like a building, completely taking over everything. Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was like the absurdity of it. Yeah, that was good. I can't believe I never watched those movies until now.
Classic.
Yeah, I just thought like, wow, where have I been?
The music's great in them too.
Yeah, I couldn't believe I had never seen them before. I was like, what the hell took me so long? I'll probably feel that way about a lot of these things when I get to them. But like this too, I want to watch Dr. Mabuse. Doc says we can do From Academy segments on King in Yellow and Dr. Mabuse.
We could do a watch party. We could do a Dr. Mabuse watch party. No, it's so easily accessible.
Yeah, that we should do it. I want to do a watch party for that. I've been hearing it so much. I'm so curious. I want to make time for that. Here is the man in yellow. Nice. That's Cthulhu Smiley. Hey, Susie Greenberg. Nice to see you. Smiley is the squid. Yeah, I think so. David says the magic of the rebirth scene is how it coincides with everything else happening. Victor letting go, Tabitha remembering, the emergence of the man in yellow, all simultaneously with the abyss and revelations. Oh, I love that, David. Yeah. And the way they spliced the scene together, they edited it together with all of that happening at once. it did feel like it was so fitting. Like this ritual that was always meant to happen, this immortality curse, it was happening at the same time as everything else, and that immortality curse is what started all of this. It's what started the entire process of everything that's happening now. All of this other stuff, Tabitha and Jade remembering their reincarnation, and the man in yellow emerging, because I do think that he probably has a role in the origin story somewhere, maybe through time travel. And yeah, so I love that, David. That's so good. That's so good. Susie said, I'm so glad my ex Smiley is not in this chat. But, what? But he did do it.
Smiley?
You dated Smiley? Really? But he did do a tangled up in blue costume once that could have totally been taken as a squid creature. Oh, interesting stuff. I mean, MGM is old AF. Oh yeah, MGM is really old. That's the Metro Golden. It's Metro Golden Myers. That's what it stands for. It's very, very old. They made movies way back, like in the day, with the roaring lion. It's always their trademark. Now it's a CGI lion.
Yeah, now I don't like it as much.
I don't either. Bring back the real
lion.
lion.
Go sideways, and I'm like, can't we just have Leo the lion like it used to be?
Right. I liked the original, the classic. And now it's like this big, fancy, sparkly CGI lion that's like turning sideways, and everything is all overdone now. That just because we have the ability to do all this stuff with CGI doesn't mean you have to use it for everything.
Yeah.
No, it kind of takes the character out of it. It's too perfect looking for me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just old school. CGI is awesome. It's amazing what they can do with it. It's amazing. But sometimes I look back and like things like Gremlins, something that I noticed about Gremlins that I really loved is that they didn't have CGI to work with yet. They didn't have the technology. So they did amazing things with practical effects to make these creatures. I loved that. I loved the look of it. It gave it character. The same thing with The Thing, by the way, the classic movie, The Thing. That was all. They did all this stuff with practical effects, making these incredible...
I'm glad you've seen The Thing.
Yes, I have seen The Thing.
It's one of my favorites. Glad you saw it.
One of my all-time favorite films. I think one of the greatest of all time, hands down. And they did amazing things. I watched a behind-the-scenes featurette. What they did to create these creatures, these alien, hybrid aliens, connecting with the people that they were victims, and it was amazing what they were able to do without computer technology doing that. I love it. You do that today, it would all be computer generated, and to me, it doesn't have as much character, I think. But yeah.
Well, it can come off flat sometimes.
It can, too perfect. I didn't like when cartoons changed from hand-drawn animation to too much animated by computers. Everything looks too perfect. Where's the character? Where's the, everything ends up looking the same because it's all generated by computers. I like
I think the same thing about AI, but
right.
AI definitely has a style, and it's not the style of like 1,000 people. It's a style of maybe 5.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. You look at cartoons from the 90s, like, like the way Nickelodeon cartoons were drawn. You start out at the beginning with like Rugrats and Ren and Stimpy and Rocco. They all were hand drawn. They had character. When you fast forward a few years later, things started to be drawn with computers, and you see it start with SpongeBob. It was hand drawn in like season 1, and then within a couple years, it started to become too perfect looking, and it's not as good, in my opinion. I mean, I still liked the show, but now we are way off topic. But well, what the hell?
That's fine. It's Friday.
It's Friday. We can be off topic a little bit.
Yeah.
But Doc says I would love for there to be a giant, a Dai Kaiju giant monster in From, but I don't think there will be. I agree. Zulinator says,
not enough budget to do it good.
What did you say?
There's not enough budget to do it properly.
Yeah, I don't think there is either. I don't know how it would fit in. Unless there's a giant monster that's the thing that granted the immortality, like it's possible. Like we don't know what granted them immortality. What is this it? Fatima said it granted them. It promised them they would live forever. So
it depends if you think the man in yellow is a it or a he.
Right. It depends.
I don't know if he's a big boss or not. There could be a, all-encompassing. Just for some reason, I think it's like the blob.
Right. Yeah, like the blob.
You get the blob offerings, and it just consumes it in itself and grants immortality.
Yeah. It could be. Could you? My mom's calling me. I just got to mute myself for a minute, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll just talk about the monsters. I'll go through the chat. Let's see. And Susie said, and I still can't highlight things. The monsters in the barn made me laugh. Not gonna lie. And oh yeah. See, that's a mixture of things. You have the cowboy, who I feel is such a parody of I guess it'd be like that song. I can't remember the song. It's an ELO song about a Wild West hero. He's like a Wild West hero, and he's such kind of a parody. It's almost kind of funny to watch him. What he really reminds me of is the cowboy in Mulholland Drive. And then you see this cowboy guy, and then you see the horror of Kenny's mom being killed. So I'm totally with you on that. Let's see here. Let's see. You don't think there's anything paranormal in Yellow Jackets? Yeah, there was a lot of this is our comment from Susie. Sorry, I can't bring them up, and I will get my email going so I actually can bring them up. But she says, I don't think there's anything paranormal in Yellow Jackets. I think it's a legal abandoned mine and trauma. And I think so. I mean, I watched No Compass today. It's I can't remember which number that is in the first season, but there is kind of when Lottie has the dream of, I figure I could say this because Julie's not around, of the red cloud and then the river of blood. But then Ty's this could be iron. The compass going around and around could be, a magnetic thing. And I can explain it all away. So there's always been the two teams of Team Science and Team Supernatural. But then again, there's supernatural things when they have the seance and the camera almost comes through the window like it's an entity. And when Snow was dropping on Jackie in the beginning of season 2, that's kind of the same thing. It's this kind of almost supernatural folklore force that's coming down and exerting its energy. So it could be one way or the other. And I don't know if they'll ever say. I don't know if they'll just leave it to a turn of the screw thing where it's is this psychologically, in the heads of people. And I remember Shauna saying oh, this wasn't real. And then Lottie's saying, well, does it matter? And, does it matter? Or does it matter? Are they going to reveal it? Or are they just going to leave it for the watcher to decide, which I like, but a lot of people don't. So let's see here. You also said, Susie, Doom coming might be less weird than Waffle Party. I don't know. People chasing her, when they thought Travis was a deer and was chasing him around, that was almost as weird as a Waffle Party. Bacchanalia, almost as weird as a Waffle Party. Except in the Bacchanalia, they didn't have goats in that scene. But, it's weird. Both of them are equally kind of weird. I mean, the Waffle Party was a little bit more sensual, I guess. Well, I don't know. I can see the Bacchanalia being sensual, too. They're about the same. Let's see. Chris Mull says that's a spider that's going to come down that Ethan told us about. What, the Red Cthulhu? Is that what you're talking about, Chris? I'm going to go. Let me see. What else is in the chat here? Football Affinity said, I've said in this Discord for a while, been posting that, the rebirth painting, yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people are really pro Red Cthulhu, so they just don't. They want it so badly, even if it was really shown to them, this is what it is. They in the back of their heads, they would still be wanting that. Okay, let's see here. Susie said, that is a literal monster. He just grew out of home girl like in the 2 days out of rotten eggplants. It might be. And David said, the real dragon is within us. The mythology is the allegory. The inner deities and the character's journey to discover the original source of who they are is understanding shadow work and letting go. Yeah, I think so. Like the dragon, yeah, I can totally understand that. Let's see here. Oh, Zulinator. That's a comment from you. The 3, Ethan, Elgin, and Sarah, all had seizures. They have a big role to play in the end game. On a side note, the one-eyed man Jade saw drinking blood from a kid's skull. Elgin? You think so? Maybe reincarnation of Elgin? I mean, I'd like to know a little bit more what you think about this. Because I never really thought the skull guy was Jade, because a lot of people think that the Civil War soldier, the guy under the boulder, and the guy drinking out of the skull are all Jade. But I'm not really sure about that, because I thought he saw more than one Civil War soldier, and he saw a bunch of them in a tree. And I was wondering if that was... I mean, I thought one of them might be Elgin reincarnated, but I'm not 100%. But I was just, I didn't really think the skull guy that was drinking out of skull and offering it to him was Jade offering a blood skull to himself. But maybe he was. So I'm not really sure. I guess now that everything's open, with reincarnation and story walking, there might be a really large pool of somebody could be reincarnated or not. So I'm not 100% sure. Let's see. Okay, with Alice. Hi, with Alice. You said, could that be what is happening to all the human women in From? Are they used to bring monsters back to life? I mean, we don't see as many young girls like in the first season. Yeah, me and Julie commented on this, because especially in the pilot, they almost made it seem kind of like a cult with the younger women. Like a lot of them are dressed, I mean, not exactly in prairie dresses, but they are dressed a little bit old school, like really simple 1950s type dresses, like kind of stuff sister wives would wear. if I can say that, like very I mean, there were a lot of young people, especially the 2 girls with the bicycle, the pilot, and it's like, where did they all go? So I'm very curious about that. So let's see. I got a message from Julie, so I was looking at that. Let's see. Oh, okay. Now I just messed up where I was. Okay, let's see. I just flipped it up. So I'm going to start reading from where I just ended. I just landed on David's comment that said the map in Severance and the map of the town and forest and From look like the same image of the mind. The town and colony house are like the pituitary gland and the pineal gland. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that in the map of the Severance, the map of From. I could totally see that. Katie Joe. Hello, Katie Joe. I'm going to read your comment now, and it says, I know there's some nods to Stephen King and From. Anyone notice that in his series Mr. Mercedes Season 3, the character Alma's paintings look a lot like Miranda's paintings? There is a lot, because I remember watching, there's a channel called TV Theories where they were taking all the characters from, I can't remember the King book. It was like... It's something like 11/22/63. I got the date totally wrong. But she was taking all the monster characters, like the milkman and the guy in the suit and everything, comparing them to the characters that were in a miniseries that came from that novella. I think it's a novella. And the milkman looked almost the same. The guy in the suit looked almost exactly the same. So I think he was definitely drawing from that. And I only watched a little bit of Mr. Mercedes, but I can understand what you're talking about there as well. So we can go back to the pituitary gland with David here, because he says the pituitary gland secretes a number of hormones controlling various organs of the body, but pineal glands secrete only one hormone. Maybe that's a clue to the different mindsets in the choosing ceremony. That would be really cool if it was like kind of like a brain where you could predict where everything where the brain was going from and what characters would meet up because of that. And that'd be really cool. And you also said, with Colony House living the moment and the town always looking for a way home before they join together. Yeah, I can get that. That goes with the first one. I'm sorry, I didn't read them all together. Big Hecky and T says Red Blob looks like my ex. That's really funny. Yeah. And Susie is going back to Yellow Jackets, saying iron and an iron hallucination from carbon emissions and why there's no snow around the trees with markings. Yeah, and vents. Yeah. Yeah. And he also okay, whoa. Now I understand why she says the chat jumps, because the chat totally jumped up. Okay, Susie, you also said, I think Frodo is gonna bring my girl Misty fucking Queenling back to investigate in his private jet. I don't really know what's gonna go on with Elijah Wood's character, quite honestly. Because at the end of season 2, I mean, Julie's still not here, but they all kind of tried to tie it up with him being an evil mastermind and everything being tied up with a big bow. And then they were thinking that maybe Hilary Swank's character or Joe McHale's character coming the season 3 might be an FBI agent, because you think with everything that happened at Lolly's compound at the end of season 2, like I would say like Nat dying. These are major spoilers. If you watch Yellow Jackets and you're not done, pause it and then just go forward like a couple minutes. But everything that happened at the compound. We have Callie shooting Lottie. We have Nat dying. We have a policeman that totally got I guess took a deal, but it was weird how Elijah Wood's character couldn't he could use the same emails and everything against Kevin Tan that he could have used against Sarah Souza. And I don't really understand how that could even work at all. He's just some crazy genius. And then he's got Adam and Jessica and all that connected to it. And it's how is that even possible? So there's got to be something going on in the next season with an FBI agent or some kind of investigating it. I always wanted Joe McHale to be Adam's brother, who was the doctor in Ann Arbor who wrote the table book Anus, because I thought that would be perfect for Joe McHale, because Joe McHale could be a doctor, wrote a book called Anus. He could go to book signings and sign his book Anus, and it'd be hilarious. It'd be comedy gold to write itself. And then he could also investigate what went on with Adam. So I think I'm going on a tangent here, but that's everything in my head that goes on with Yellow Jackets, and I can't wait for it to come back. Okay, David said Yellow Jackets is all about the mind, trauma creating fantasies. Yes. Let's see here. Susie said, why was Tabitha there as a child if she was the mom? You know what, Susie? I think that... Okay, this jumped again. Okay. Why was Tabitha there as a child if she was the mom? I think that might be Tabitha Prime. I think Tabitha Prime came to the cannibal village as a child, and maybe she was raised... That was the first incarnation of her, and she grew up to be a woman, and then that they had that ritual, even way back then. Okay, let's see here. Oh, yeah, Oh, looking for my channel. Zulinator, looking forward to my channel. My channel will be a wealth of really confusing things, because I was originally going to put old videos from the 90s that I took of bands, and underground stuff, goth and industrial stuff. And I have everything. They were all in 3/4 tapes. I put them on DVD. I was gonna put them up, but now with YouTube, I'm not sure if I want that to be my thing, because I guess on YouTube now you have to, if you're doing only like long lives, you have to only do long lives of like deep dives about TV shows. You can't do like little 10-minute puppet shows. You know, I would be doing like an hour long show of some band in the 90s that I recorded, you know, way back when cameras were really heavy and you had to put them on your shoulders, and it wasn't the easiest thing in the world. And then I wanted to do little puppet show things, like I want to do my interpretation of Yellow Jackets or From with finger puppets, and that would be fun, but those would be shorter. So I don't know if YouTube would accept all that in one area. Who knows? But yeah, I could get it done. And once we get the lives a little shorter, I'll have the time to get it done. Julie will have the time to do the videos, and I'll have the time to do the finger puppet shows.
I need the finger puppet shows.
I don't know if YouTube will let me all do all the things I want to do on a channel. You know,
right?
I feel like you had to pick a flavor and stay with it.
True. That's true. Yeah. We were warned by somebody. Who was it that told us that if you make your channel full of shorts, then you're stuck like that, and the algorithm it's like wrecks your channel if you want to do something else. So I forget who told us that. Well, I think it was Mr. Grant Gregory. Yeah. So I need to learn how to make shorts, though. I'd like to make some.
You're probably going to go over some of the things I covered because I don't highlight them.
Yeah. I'll just quickly breeze through here.
I did a whole bunch of Yellow Jacket spoilers while you were gone, so you shouldn't rewind it.
Good to know. Yeah,
because Julie's not here. Let me tell you all about season 2 and what I think about this and that.
Okay. Well, thank you for the warning, just in case I do go back to it, because sometimes I rewatch portions of my lives to see things like I can improve on, or, you know, an idea that came up that I want to highlight more. Oh, we've got Doc here. You know, so I'll go back and I'll look at replays sometimes, but yeah, I won't watch that portion. Good to know. Good to know.
I warn you way ahead of time. I say I'm going to do some Yellow Jacket spoilers.
Yes, thank you for that. And we're going to add Doc here. Good timing. Hey,
greetings,
Doc.
dear denizens of planet Dirt. This is your future alien overlord, Doc Kaiju here. Sadly, my doctorate is not valid on Earth. None of my degrees are, unfortunately, according to your academies. But I'm here, and I'm ready to bring you a show, I guess.
Nice. I love it. Coming in character. That's fantastic. And I just saw your comment now. I gotta watch this. You made a video on Victor and trauma. Cool.
Yeah, I thought that you were, I thought maybe you had seen it. I don't know, because you were talking about trauma in the show. But then again, it's just a running theme in the show. So it just makes sense anyway that you were talking about it.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Now I've got to go watch that. I want to watch everything that you've put out, because like at this point I need to try and make time for other things besides just live streams and more live streams. And so like I get to the point where I don't even have enough time to watch anything or do anything other than work on the channel and do live streams, and then I miss out on awesome content, you know, from other creators. There's a lot I want to catch up on. So yeah, I will check out your video.
Well, I noticed that you take extensive notes and you take extensive screenshots. So you put a lot of work into your show. So no worries. I understand.
Yeah.
And it's stuff that particular video is one that I put together the documents and a lot of the stuff, but it's an AI made podcast. So it's a little weird, but it's interesting.
Cool. Well, I'm interested to check that out, you know, and yeah, trauma is a huge theme in the show, and it's one of the things that I was thinking about a lot because I was listening to different interviews that John Griffin has done, you know, it's so that I could prepare for the live tonight, and he talks a lot about the way people deal with trauma, and has his interest in exploring that as like the central core of the show. It's really about the way people are dealing with an immense trauma that completely upends their lives. So I'm excited to get into this new segment, this new, theme with you, from Academy. I love it. I'm excited to start doing this.
Right, so I guess we should formally welcome everyone to From Academy. This is a segment on Julie B. Deep Dive's awesome show, where we'll be diving into a particular topic each time, and hopefully becoming From experts by the time the next season rolls out, because it's going to be a little bit. So we gotta fan the flames of the fandom here.
Yeah, it's going to be a long wait. We need things to keep the fandom engaged. So I love this idea. And doing deep dives into different specific topics fits perfectly with my channel. And, there's only so much deep diving you can do into the rewatch. I mean, we analyze the hell out of it on Wednesdays. So I think we needed another focus and honestly, Scarlett needs some time off too. Like, Friday nights are not the best. So it's like, it's good to have you join us. So we have like some new energy, like a different kind of avenue to go down other than just the rewatch, because we don't really need 2 lives on the rewatch. And then Scarlett can get a break, because she's like, this is like an unpaid job for her. This is an unpaid second job. She can kind of hang back if she wants to, take breaks, be here for whatever amount that she wants. And so it works out for everybody.
Well, she's amazing, and I think a lot of us appreciate her.
She's terrific. I needed a co-host, and she came in and stepped in when I lost my first one after one live, and we kind of just fell into it. It wasn't really planned, and it wound up being a perfect fit. But then I dragged her into these marathon lives, and she's been a trooper doing it. I never would expect her to stay. I'm saying her as if she's not here, but she is here. I never would expect you to stay, Scarlett, for all that time, but I appreciate what you do and how much effort and time and dedication that you put into it. And I think we're really a great fit. But yeah, we do a lot. We're covering Severance. We're doing the rewatch. So this way, Fridays, you can be here for whatever amount of time she wants. And yeah, it works out great that way. So let's see. William Waddy's here. Hey, William. Nice to see you. And Dieter dropped the link to your channel. Thank you, Dieter. That's Doc Kaiju Lab.
Thank you.
Everyone, make sure to subscribe to that for his content. I'm going to check it out myself. I got to start making time. I'm missing so much great stuff. And maybe if I try and cut the length of my lives a bit, I can actually have time for other things. That would be good. Let's see. Oh, hey, Katie Joe. Nice to see you. And let's see. And I saw Chris Smalls in here too somewhere. Oh, and Joan R. Nice to see you, Joan. Yeah, Katie, there are a lot of nods to Stephen King and From. Yeah.
Yep, I've noticed that too.
Yeah, he's definitely an influence on the show, and he's a fan of the show too. I was hoping he'd make a little cameo when they were in Maine, because Stephen King is from Maine. We all know a lot of his shows are set in Maine, but it wasn't to be.
That'd be cool. I've actually been reading Stephen King lately. I finished The Shining, and I've started the one connected to it, Dr. Sleep.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've heard that's really good. I gotta watch that. Yeah.
The movie's really good.
The movie's really good, and I've heard the book is excellent. I gotta read that too. Like, I tend to I like to listen to audiobooks sometimes when I'm on the treadmill. It's a little easier to fit in if I listen to audiobooks.
I do that work.
Yeah, then driving too. Hey AAMM, nice to see you. And with Alice, I don't know if I greeted you, but the tree root symbol looks like the letters Aleph and Tav, Hebrew letters. Oh, that's interesting. The from symbol is similar to that pattern, but that the solar eclipse is made over America. Cool. Very cool. Oh, and Chris Smalls. Yeah, Chris Smalls. Nice to see you. So yeah. Yeah, so we're so I found this stuff so interesting listening to I listened to the podcast that you posted in my Discord about it was an interview with John Griffin and hearing
that was fascinating.
It was so good hearing about his background and his thought process, the way that he approaches writing, the show and how he got into it in the first place. It was really illuminating. Just, you know, knowing all of that, it can help us understand the show better and what we can expect from it in the future. It's really helpful, I think, to have that insight.
So should we wait for Scarlet or?
Well, let's see. Oh yeah, Scarlet. No, we don't need. I mean, Scarlet will pop back in whenever
right.
she feels like it. We can get started.
So yeah, today we're deep diving on the creator of the show From, John Griffin. He is the creator, one of the main writers and executive producer. He considers himself to be one of the three heads, one of the three creators, one of the three J's of the three-headed monster. On our planet, we have a three-headed monster. It's called King Ghidorah. And we had to actually move underground because, well, you know what birds do to your cars, right? Imagine if the bird's over 300 feet tall, standing up, and then longer with its tail. So we had to move everything underground. And I've been wondering because with the whole King Ghidorah thing, there's this meme, that there's a derpy head, Kevin. And so I'm hoping that by the end of this, we can figure out which one of the three heads is the goofier head. And maybe that'll be a fun thing for us to vote on at the end of this.
Yeah. The three J's. I like that. That description of them too. It's like the three-headed monster. John, Jeff, and Jack. They're one hell of a team. I love it.
Yep, Jack Bender and Jeff Pinkner.
Yep. I wasn't really sure until I listened to that podcast, or like what their role was in relation to John and how, the show was his brainchild originally, but he considers them all equals. The three of them are a team, that he had this vision, it was John Griffin's vision for the show that he had in mind, and he had planned the start and the end of the journey and ideas for, major developments and milestones along the way. But then, he doesn't just stick with his own rigid ideas in a vacuum. Like, no, this is all about me. This is my show. No, he looks at it as, it's a collaborative effort always with the three of them, and that makes it better. And his ideas evolve. I liked that. He's not driven by ego. He was talking about how none of them
right
by ego.
No egos, no assholes was the motto that Jeff Pinkner offered, or the policy, the one rule. I loved that.
I love that too. No egos, no assholes, and he said that's why they work so well together, because all three of them approach their work that way without being driven by ego, and really being collaborative and open to each other's ideas, evolving their own ideas and just working together, because that's not easy. I've worked I've had to work on something in college as a team, like write something together. It's not such an easy thing to come to agreement and collaborate on something versus doing it on your own. You really have to find the right balance when you're working together like that. And yeah.
At least it seems like they have fewer hands in the pot than there were on Lost. Lost apparently had a lot of them. But yeah, the show's created by John Griffin, executive produced by Griffin, with also showrunner Jeff Pinkner, and directed by and also director Jack Bender. So that seems to be their credits. And so you listened to that interview too. So yeah, it was fascinating. We listened to an interview from one of John Griffin's colleagues from college, and it was about his career since then, and it gave a lot of information about the creation of the show, where he came from and stuff. So I'm trying to pull up. It was a college in Manhattan. I'm trying to pull up the name of it here while I find it in my notes. I have
Wasn't it
way too many
Marymount?
notes right now. That was it. Marymount Manhattan College, right?
Yeah, Marymount. Yep. And they acted in some theater productions together there. The interviewer and John, which is cool.
Yeah, the interviewer was surprised that John had gotten into writing because he was mainly a stage actor at the time.
Yeah.
But John, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
John Griffin actually, the person interviewing the old friend actually didn't realize, but John Griffin had actually won the Nichols Academy Award from, which is an award for, it's basically a Film Academy Award for film writers. It's part of, what do they call it? Fellowship. And so as a result, he won a $35,000 fellowship, and it also connected him with a community of writers that he says he's been in touch with since then, and has been really helpful for him.
Right.
And then from it, he's actually been working on for quite some time. He was very affected by 9/11, which was very tragic here. I was a bit younger than him when it happened. I was a high school senior, but it kind of shook things up, and he started to wonder, what would it be like for people to actually live through like a nightmare, like a real like nightmare, like life scenario, like world, and how would they deal with it? And that was kind of, it seemed, how he came up with the idea for From.
Right. It was interesting to hear how he drew the connection, like how that gave him inspiration for the show, like, because he talked about how you're going through your life, and there's certain rules that you follow, and like you think that everything's just going to stay the same, and it's never going to change. This is just the way the world works, and then all of a sudden, something can happen to just completely upend your entire world, and like the plane hitting the towers. So much can change, and then he also talked about how interesting it was that this happened right as they were going into production for From. The COVID pandemic happened, and it was similar type of thing. All the rules suddenly changed. There was a new normal, and you have to kind of like reassess things. But like after 9/11, it was the kind of event that it made him even like question like who am I after all this? Like if you strip away like the way your life was before, and you have to like start wondering, okay, what do I do going forward? Who am I? And that's what these people in From have to deal with. Like, they've had their lives completely upended. The rules have completely changed, and it's like, okay, who are they now? Like, how do they deal with this? How do they cope with the trauma of it, and move forward, and find a way to move forward and make something out of their lives? So it's a lot deeper than just it's just monsters coming out at night. And I love that. There's so much depth to it, and I think that's probably why it resonated so much with me, and why I got so obsessed with it. It's cathartic to watch this show and be going through massive trauma and struggle in your own life. You watch this show and you see how these people are coping with it, and it gives you that sense of catharsis and insight into like ways you can even apply it to your own life, and how to look at things. you can make the best of even the absolute worst situation, and I love that kind of world that John created through the show. It's been so inspiring to me personally. It's amazing. I love that he had that vision for the show. I never would have expected that he had inspiration from something like 9/11, but when he explained it in the interview, it makes perfect sense. I can understand how that inspired this concept. So
I think too, his background in theater gives us a little bit more explanation of some of the things in the show. There was another interview. I can't remember if it was on E-Man or Sci-Fi Vision, or there was another one for the Comic-Con one. But he talked about with someone else, I think it might have been Jack, that they have this love for monologues. And so I think that sometimes we get when we feel like we're getting too much exposition, it might be because of their love for monologues, especially from stage productions. And I think we're trying to interpret it being television viewers.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, too much exposition. That's never a good thing in storytelling. So I don't think they do too much of that. I like that there's not too much exposition in From. There's it's more showing than telling, which is like much more effective. But then in terms of like character monologues, like those are amazingly done in the show. Like it's rather than like telling us through exposition, this is how the show works. They're using the monologues to, like in a theatrical way, express insight into the characters. Like we just rewatched episode 5 this week, and Fatima gave a really deep and powerful monologue about her past. And it's not like she's giving exposition into how this show works. She's giving background on like what shaped her into who she is now and why she's able to be so positive, how she lost her father right in front of her in Iran, getting gunned down as a young girl, and how she decided that she would never let, there would always be monsters in the world, but she would never let them scare the life out of her. This show does a brilliant job with monologues. That makes total sense that he has a theatrical background, because you can see that reflected in the show. Like we're always quoting it all the time. Scarlett and I reading long quotes.
I do think that there were 2 awkward moments, though. I feel like Henry's monologue when he talks about Miranda in the beginning of season 3, that monologue came across a little bit awkward. And Victor's when he's explaining that Jasper was really the boy in white talking. I feel like those 2 were a little bit awkward, but other than that, yeah, they've all been amazing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, sometimes there's a little bit too much. Henry gave quite a long speech explaining Miranda's past and whatnot. But in general, yeah, I love what they're doing with that. There's so many great monologues in the show. One of my favorites is Kenny in season 1, where he's explaining to Jade, well, if you don't adapt, then you're going to lose your mind.
Yes,
it's so good. He talks about how it's not the monsters that are the worst part of this place. Everyone thinks that's the worst part, but it's what it does to your mind. It makes you question everything that you think you know. It's so good. Like it's really encapsulates a lot of what the show is about, and like the true terror of the show, and it's delivered in this beautiful monologue. Jade has monologues that are great, so many. But yeah.
One of the things that I thought was interesting from that interview was when John Griffin explained the whole like flashbulb moment or whatever you want to call it, that he decided he was going to go from auditioning, because all right, so let me backpedal a little bit. So after college, after John Griffin graduated from college, and he won his the acclaimed award there and got the fellowship, and he decided, okay, I'm going to basically put all my life into a backpack, and I'm going to take a train to LA. And he wanted to take a train, not a plane, because he wanted to experience the journey more. And he wanted to see everything as he was passing. He explained it a lot better in the interview than I'm doing right now.
It was his Jack Kerouac moment, he said, right?
Yeah. And then he stayed he lived at youth hostels for quite some time. And also motels. And there was a moment when he was auditioning. He kept auditioning for different roles, and he found himself auditioning for, I think it was, he said, a Pepsi commercial. And
Burger King. He said
Burger King. That's right, Burger King. Yeah. And he decided this wasn't really his dream to be acting in Burger King commercials. And he said something about he was auditioning with a sock, and I guess there was a sock puppet, was it?
Yep.
And the sock puppet had lines, and he said that he thought it was hilarious that a sock puppet had a guaranteed role, but he didn't.
Mm-hmm. That would be a turning point for me. Like, he said, what am I doing? What am I doing here? He realized that he wanted to do the writing. When you're an actor, he respects actors immensely. It's not an easy job. You have to just fight for every role, go role by role, and you're at the mercy of the people that are kind of creating this playground that you're playing on, that they're doing the writing for you. And when he was acting, he said his escape would be to write, and then he would feel in control, and he would get to explore the themes and questions that he wanted to explore. And so eventually, he did that commercial and audition, and he just decided, no, I'm just going to put my all into writing. I'm just going to go all in and just see where it takes me. And I loved how he described that. It was just like, what did he say? It was stubborn. I put a quote down here somewhere. Like stupid, stubborn faith, I think he said, something like that.
Yes, I loved that.
Yeah, because it's a huge risk to take. It's very difficult to make it in that field, screenwriting. And so, he just decided, he would just write and have that blind, stupid, stubborn faith that his career would find him when he was ready. That's what he said. I loved that quote. That was cool.
He wrote a screenplay while he was at the youth hostel. And I think that was like his turning point right there, where he decided, okay, yeah, I like this. I'm going to focus on writing. But he had been writing before then, I believe he had said, even when he was in college, he was just known, people knew about him acting, I think he said, right? Because he said that his parents bought him a word processor that he kept, that he turned a walk-in closet in an apartment that he had with a roommate into a writing nook, and he kept his word processor in there, and he would go in there and write. And I thought that was really cute. I remember my mom bought me a word processor when I was younger too. I didn't use it so much though. But
yeah.
And so he has worked on a couple of other things, but I feel like From is pretty much his maiden voyage. He wrote an episode of The Twilight Zone, the reboot.
Yep.
I haven't seen the episode. I haven't seen anything else he's made. I tried finding Crater. I think I had to pay money to rent it, so I haven't seen it yet. But Crater is another sci-fi film. I think I believe it's a family film, coming of age movie, and involves, I believe, going into outer space, or something like that.
Right.
And then he also wrote an unaired episode for the unreleased Magic the Gathering series that is coming out on Netflix.
And I loved that episode of The Twilight Zone, by the way. And he wrote It was, I mean, Jordan Peele's Twilight Zone reboot. You can't ever try to compare it to the original because it's always going to pale in comparison. But there's just no way that you can equal it. But I thought it was a really strong show overall. Yes, they had different writers, so it's going to be uneven. It's an anthology series, but I remember that episode. There are a lot of episodes I don't even remember, to be honest, but that one that he wrote, I actually have a vivid memory of because it was a really interesting premise, and I liked the twist. It was Point of Origin. It was about a housewife who, like, I mean, I won't spoil the twist. I would recommend going to watch it, but she realizes,
Yeah, I want to see it.
She just realizes that, like, her life is not what she thought it was. Things are not what they seemed at all, and so, like, it's interesting because it's called Point of Origin. You could kind of connect it to From, and From is called Origins in other countries too. You know, in certain other countries. So it's interesting, like, yeah, the parallels, you know, the different kinds of themes that he likes to explore. Having your reality upended. Her reality was upended in that episode. Like, things were just kind of turned upside down, and this is what happens to the characters in From, just in a different way. So he definitely has a certain like theme, certain sets of themes and questions that he likes to explore in his work, which is interesting. It's a very different concept, believe me, but like the underlying theme, I can see the parallel between them. So I can definitely, it makes total sense to me now that I know he wrote it. I can see his stamp on it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd recommend watching it for sure. I forget where it's available now. It used to be on this app that it was like no one wanted to subscribe to it. It was like CBS. CBS had its own paid app, and eventually it did so poorly that I think they just like combined it with some other company's app or something. It doesn't even exist anymore because no one wanted to subscribe to it. I subscribed just to watch that because I'm such a Twilight Zone fan and a Jordan Peele fan, and overall I liked it. It was good, but anyway. Yeah.
Didn't something like that happen to From too? I mean, it was originally on Epix,
Yeah.
which was actually the second time Epix picked it up. The first time it was greenlit for Epix was 5 years before it actually they actually really went forward with it. It was greenlit and then didn't go forward, and then it did, and then something happened with Epix. I imagine I'm expecting that it didn't succeed as well as streaming service, and then it combined more with MGM or something along those lines.
Yes,
Do you know a little bit?
I think MGM bought it.
Okay.
Bought it and rebranded it, you know, just under the MGM umbrella. And yeah, and in that interview that you posted, he talked about how it was hard to get From picked up. He said it took 5 years to get it finally greenlit, and part of the problem was the instability of the Epix and MGM situation that was happening at the time, and so he had to like really keep on pushing and trying again, and at one point he almost got close, and then they said no. They didn't pick it up, but then he finally got it done. Sometimes that's what it takes. Many times you hear about that. It takes a lot of persistence to get something picked up. It takes years, and he kept on going. Thankfully, it was he found the right home for it, and thank God let me just say that he didn't get picked up by something like Netflix, because I don't think we'd even be here talking about it anymore. I think it would be gone.
I agree.
Because they cancel everything. Everything good after one season, all the good mysteries.
Also, too, can you imagine this show as like the whole season goes out in at once? I don't think it would be what it is.
Oh no, it would have been a disaster if it were just one season. But I'm so glad that it found the home that it did. I think it's perfect. It's their flagship show, and John, he didn't give up. You know, he was determined since he had that aha moment. I think you know, he decided he was going to commit to writing, and he was hell bent on getting it done. So yeah,
Originally, it was put out on YouTube Red, but then they wanted to switch. They didn't want to do that kind of content anymore, really, or something like
Yeah.
that.
I remember
Um,
YouTube Red. Forgot about that. Yeah.
and now it's on MGM, but apparently, I guess MGM was always somehow connected to the show anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think so. But so he finally got it greenlit, and you know, I definitely think that it found the home that it needed. He said that they're MGM has been nothing but supportive, and he had nothing but good things to say about it, really. And yeah, so and then he found the perfect team.
Yep.
The perfect team, the way he described it, that they all have the same vision, and they all work together as a partnership among the three of them, Jack Bender and Jeff Pinkner, and
Yep. When they started working together on it, it seems like that's when it really took off and everything came together.
right. And then after all that work, they finally get picked up, and COVID happened. I
Hmm.
just can't even imagine that, how frustrating that must have been too, to try to put this into motion now with the COVID issues. So they all just, but the thing is, they all had to live on set anyway, where they film in Nova Scotia. So they all just isolated together there, and so it was kind of like a microcosm of, like, was like a microcosm of what was happening in the rest of the world anyway. Like everyone was kind of isolated, stuck at home. They were stuck on set, or stuck near the set anyway, and living near there. Which is interesting to think about. Like life imitating art, imitating life. What, pretty wild. Yeah, William Waddy. It was CBS All Access, which is now gone. That's what the Twilight Zone was on. Yeah, highly underrated. The problem is people compare it to the original, and if you look at them side by side, you're never going to be able to compete. But if you judge it on its own merits, I thought it was really good. I liked it. Yeah. Twilight Zone on VHS. I used to have a million Twilight Zone tapes, Susie. I tried to record every episode there was on VHS, and thinking, oh, I'm going to keep these forever and watch them forever. Like, how silly I feel now. You can hit a button now and watch any episode you want online. It's
Well,
crazy.
I'm actually glad I have some of my old Godzilla VHSs because some of those were actually limited release for their particular dubbed version
Mm.
or particular subtitle version and stuff. So sometimes holding on to those VHS tapes is worthwhile.
Yeah, I wish I still had mine. I don't have them anymore. I had a huge amount of VHS tapes, and there are certain ones that I wish I still had. But yeah, you never know. Like, the way technology has advanced, I never could have predicted it. I mean, it's crazy. You know, when I think of the amount of time I wasted as a kid recording stuff on VHS, it's hilarious though. But yeah.
Yeah,
So yeah.
oh,
No,
go
go
ahead.
ahead. No, you go ahead. What were you gonna say?
All right, so when they marketed the show, and I'm not sure if they still do it, but they marketed it as from the creators of Lost, which I find kind of interesting now, knowing like a bit more about like the show's creators and such, because John Griffin had nothing to do with Lost, and he's the main creator.
Yep.
He actually finds it very flattering to be associated with the show because the show Lost was a huge success. And whether you like the ending or you don't, I mean, it was still a hugely successful show, and it kept people to watching it through to the end. A lot of people. So I mean, it's still flattering to be compared to it. But Lost had 68 producers, and only two of them were on From. Jack
Mhm.
Bender directed only a few episodes, and not all of them for sure. Jeff Pinkner was a producer on 23 of the 121 Lost episodes. So you can't actually blame everything on them because there were a lot of hands in that pot, and which kind of might explain why things went a little weird with that show and we're a little bit all over the place. We don't really have that problem with from. And I think that John Griffin had a great way of describing it. He said it's like going on a road trip, and like a lot of the destinations that you want to go to, and you know where you're going. You know like the highway that you're taking, but and where you're stopping along the way, at least the main stops. But you're gonna want to go and digress and explore a little bit too along the way and have some fun. Um, and
Right.
that they do have a show Bible for the show. It came after writing the screenplay for the pilot, and they were also originally when they were writing the first season, following a sort of hard blueprint slash map that they called a format document. But they end up later setting it aside and then going back to it and pulling out different things from it. And it just seems like it is served as like a prototype. So they do know where the show is going. Um, there is a plan for it, but they're having a lot of fun along the way. And I actually really like that idea and format, that kind of method.
Oh, I love that. I love how he described it, and I felt relieved listening to it, just knowing that he definitely does have a plan um, for where this is going. And oh, hey, Infinite Umbra, nice to see you.
Hey,
Um,
Umbra.
Nice to see you. I forgot to send you a link. If you want to join, you're always welcome, Umbra. I forgot to send Scarlett a link till the last minute earlier, and she's my co-host. I was gonna say, what was I gonna say? Now I lost my train of thought, but they, oh God. The road trip idea, yeah, I liked how he described it like a road trip. He approached it like that. You know your starting point, you know your destination, you know the main stops along the way, the attractions that you want to visit. Those are like the milestones in the show. That would be equated to that on the road trip, like the stops that you want to make. So I love hearing that because it gave me more confidence in the direction of where he's going with this. He knows what he's doing. He had a plan from the start. And it's funny, like, yeah, it's marketed. I think it's just a marketing decision. From the creators of Lost. When I heard that, I always assumed like they all worked on Lost. All the showrunners did. And then you find out, no, this show was originally John's brainchild. And then he brought in the two of the creators of Lost, or the showrunners of Lost, and they work as a team. But I mean, it started with John, and it was his idea. It was his concept, and he's the one who kind of plotted the original blueprint for where the show was going. But yeah, it's like it could be a blessing and a curse to be associated with Lost, because some people were not happy with the ending, but I guess they kind of banked on, well, it was a very popular show, so we're going to market it that way. But yeah, it was illuminating to really to look into this, because I didn't know. I up until now, I had been assuming John Griffin worked on Lost, and he didn't have anything to do with it actually at all.
I have a
Yeah,
couple of good quotes from him about
yeah.
one is the direct quote about the whole road trip thing, where he says, we know, and this one was actually in a magazine. It says, we know exactly where the show is going. We have always known. It was very important. It's hard to start a road trip without knowing where your destination is. It's fine to take unexpected or unintended stops along the way and allow yourself to be surprised. But a show like this is very much a contract with the audience. You guys are investing your time. We're all fans of TV. It's one of the wonderful things about the community that sprung up around the show. We feel the same way about the show as you guys do. What I will say is that when all is ultimately revealed, no one is going to have the feeling that they had when you walk in and Patrick Duffy is in the shower and the whole last season of Dallas was just a dream.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I love that, because none of us want that. If we don't, we're investing our time and our energy, especially this fandom. The amount of time we devote to theorizing and talking about this as a group, it is like, we're putting our trust in them. and they made a compact with us. We're putting our trust that they know what they're doing, and we're along for the ride. They're steering the car on this road trip, and I love that. I feel more confident in that, and even after just watching season 3 and the way that it was unfolding, I definitely get the sense now that they absolutely know where they're going, and they always knew. Oh, Scarlett is back.
Yeah. Oh, frack. Scarlett's been sending us comments for us to read for her while she's having issues.
I found a fun fact.
Oh,
I was
okay.
looking up crater reviews. That's interesting.
Oh, cool.
Oh, okay.
Tell us.
Cool. What's up?
That basically a review of Crater said initially this reminded me of one of those stories that might have been written by Enid Blyton and made by the Children's Film Foundation. You know what she wrote?
What?
No.
The Magic Faraway Tree.
Oh, holy smokes.
We have concrete proof.
Wait. Wow.
That's an influence. Concrete proof.
Okay, so wait. So
okay.
So what else?
You might have to read that.
She wrote the Magic Faraway Tree, and then what was the other connection?
Because a person who wrote a review of Crater, the John Griffin film, said it reminded them of the work of this author.
Oh,
so
wow.
It's an influence. You know how sometimes we don't know their influences or not? Well, this is an influence.
Wow, interesting.
Because if people are getting that vibe, then that's gotta be an influence.
I agree.
On his work in whole. Faraway Tree.
That's awesome. Now I've got to check out Crater. I had never even heard of it. Interesting. Yeah. He has certain see this is the thing about John Griffin too. He has certain themes that recur in his work. And one of them is actually the man in the yellow suit. He's written short stories about the man in the yellow suit. That I wish that they were available to find somewhere, but I don't think they were published. I would go read them immediately. But I mean, they're not, literally the character from, but he's written stories with the concept of the man in the yellow suit, which is based on what he saw on the street, as we heard in that interview. I like how he has. You can kind of understand a bit if you understand how his mind works and the themes that he explores in his work that he's most interested in, then you can kind of get a sense for where this could be going and what the show is actually about. So yeah, I would have to agree though that makes it even more convincing that this isn't just a coincidence. I was thinking, could it be a coincidence? There's a book called The Magic Faraway Tree. That sounds highly likely now that was an influence for sure.
Yeah, I got it from the library, so maybe I should read that and then watch Crater and then make my own notes.
I think so. Yeah,
about themes and the like.
I gotta watch that show. I gotta find where it's available and watch it now.
It was on Disney Plus. Apparently, it was only on Disney Plus for a month.
Oh, wow. That's crazy. Well, he doesn't have a lot of credits too. I looked on IMDb. He has there's nothing else.
Yeah, he doesn't have a Wikipedia page. That's amazing.
Wow. Yeah, Doc, you were saying that it's not that easy to find information about John Griffin.
Yeah.
And I found the same thing when I was looking. There's not much out there. So
the thing about IMDb is I have more credits on IMDb than John Griffin has.
Wow.
This is his maiden voyage.
What?
This is his maiden voyage when it comes to television and film.
Well, he's got that Magic the Gathering show that's taken forever to get on the air.
Yeah, and they changed up writers too, so I'm not sure if we're going to get to see the episode that he wrote.
Yeah.
I'm wondering about that. Yeah. They changed creators, I think, or something like that. And before John started doing screenwriting, he was writing. He said he wrote comic books and plays. The plays definitely make sense. The comic books actually surprised me a little bit, but I don't think it should. And also, apparently, he's a big fan of comic book movies.
Yeah.
Or
was back in the 90s, anyway.
Right. I know there was a play that he wrote. It was the play that won that award from the Academy. It was called Dream Before Waking, and We know how prevalent the theme of dreams is in the show From, so he definitely has certain recurring themes in his work, and he said that he is working on doing something with that play, that screenplay of Dream Before Waking. And I'd be really curious to see if he manages to get that made into a movie or whatever it is he's planning on doing with it. I would
I
want to
wonder if
see
it's
it.
connected. I wonder if it's connected. He talks a lot about he's always referring to the place as like a nightmare town. They're living in a nightmare. It's a nightmare. He's always referring to it as a nightmare. And it brings me back to there was in one of the interviews when he's asked if the monsters could run, or if they could only walk, or if they could always run. Him and I think it was Jeff, they flat out say the monsters could always run. They tell you that right in the beginning, or Kenny tells you that right in the beginning, that they just stopped running. They just walk because they know that they don't need to run. That
Right.
there's no point. You're trapped there. You're there. You're the plaything, basically. So
Yeah.
so
Yeah, the interviews that they recently gave were illuminating in a lot of ways. You know, he was very forthright, and normally John Griffin is tight-lipped. He's been known for that in interviews. Like the cast members have joked about it, that when they ask him anything about what's going to happen, what's going on in the show, it's like, nope,
almost pointless.
I'll tell him. Yeah, they can't get anything out of him.
He says, "Okay."
Yeah, that's it. But he's let some stuff slip. You know, I mean, deliberately. Not he's very careful about what he reveals and what he doesn't reveal. But in recent interviews, he's given insight into like inspiration behind things, like the Man in Yellow. You know, he did debunk, you know, two theories flat out. Which is, it's, you know, the dream and the purgatory. It's not either of those things. It's not a literal dream.
Right.
They're not
I
asleep.
think Tony Teflon might have it right, that it's a nightmare world. Like it's an actual physical world that is somehow connected to nightmares or dream world of some sort. But it's an actual world that they're in. They're not just like
Yes.
dreaming.
I agree. Yeah, I've thought that for a while myself. My friend over the summer, one of my friends in the fandom came up with that idea, like that it's some kind of a dream realm. Sophiel, she was thinking that, and she had me convinced. And then Tony Teflon also came up with the idea that it's like a nightmare realm. So I love that concept. I think that it explains a lot of what could be going on, and why is there a constant theme of nightmares or dreams. I don't think it's just it's not a red herring, that's for sure, because it's omnipresent. And I don't think it's just you know, a figurative thing, like because it's like they're living a nightmare due to the trauma that's happening. I think it could be a nightmare realm where certain things are manifested from people's dreams or fears, like, you know, like Nathan said, he was always afraid of locusts, or not locusts, the cicadas.
Yep,
And,
the cicadas.
and then the cicadas manifested. I think that could be an explanation for how a lot of the impossible things exist there. It's some type of nightmare realm. It's like a pocket dimension that has different laws of physics. That's the way I make sense of it in my head. But yeah, not to get too far down that rabbit hole, but so like the other thing too, the way he was circling back to what I was saying about the man in the yellow suit. He told that story on a couple different interviews recently, and it's interesting. He said that he was passing a fountain in LA. He was driving past. He said, "I saw this man in a canary yellow suit. He had a matching fedora, and he was just dancing and moving with such joy, but it wasn't normal. It looked like an angel trying out his body for the first time. It felt magical to the point where I couldn't take my eyes off of him as I drove by." And then later, you know, he said it felt unreal, unnatural. And then 4 or 5 years later, he was driving through Hollywood, and he sees the same man, the same yellow suit, only now it's tattered and worn, and his posture was weak and defeated. and all the joy had been washed out of him, and it felt like I had somehow drifted onto the margins of something magical, like where in between where I had seen him first and saw him again years later, he had gone on this quest and he had somehow failed, he had lost, and I was seeing the aftermath of this magical figure that had been defeated. So I like that. Like that's so at first glance, that story might make you think, oh, well, the man in the yellow suit, like, oh, it's nothing. It's just an idea he got from some random guy on the sidewalk, and it's not that deep. But if you look at the words, if you listen to the words that he used to describe it, it seemed like he was on a magical quest that he failed. He'd been defeated, and before it was like he was a magical figure, something unreal or unnatural. To me, that tells me that this character in the show, that's going to be his story. Like he didn't start out the way he is now, and maybe he was not. He started out some type of positive figure, but he went on a type of magical quest. There is magic going on in the show. And I do believe there is like a magical element to it. He was on a quest, and obviously quests are constantly brought up by Ethan in the show. That's a theme. And so he looked at this guy and he imagined he had been on a quest and he failed. And so I think that gives us a lot of insight into what this character could actually be. A once good figure or a good person in the past who was corrupted and defeated on a quest, and then ultimately turned evil because people are not.
It seems like a tragic character.
Yeah, not just a cartoonish villain. It sounds to me like it's going to be somebody who started out like good, or definitely not evil, and then was corrupted eventually. Like something turned him into this creature, just like the monsters used to be human and they were transformed into what they are now. They weren't born that way. So I don't know. I loved that quote. I loved that story that he told. That was really interesting. And he said he wrote short stories about it, which I would love to read. I wish they were available somewhere. He wrote short stories about that figure, and then when it came time to introduce this character, this villain to the show, he thought, oh, I can use this. I can use this as inspiration. And then that's what he did. I think it fits very well. I mean, it may seem random right now, but honestly, with the color symbolism that they've been using in the show from the start, I don't think it's that strange. Actually, I think it can fit really well. Ultimately, we just have a lot more to learn about what his role is. What do you think about that, Doc?
No, I agree. I was also thinking about some of the changes that they've made to the show from the original planning.
Yeah.
Because like how he was talking about how it's like they take a little side trips along the way, and they change things as they come up with better ideas. Like the show has changed a lot from his original like thoughts of the show, but in a lot of ways it's also the same. Like it's got the same DNA in a sense. It's going to the same places, but it's very different. Like originally Jade was going to be a woman. She was going to be a college girl, right? But he thought that she'd be a little bit too much like Julie, or they thought that she'd be a little bit too much like Julie, so they decided to change that up.
Yes.
And one of the other things too was that they moved things along with Tabitha getting out of Fromville and coming back.
Yep. That was supposed to happen, he said, at the end of the penultimate season. So like the season before the final one, that's when that was going to happen. They moved up the timetable, which is interesting. And at first I was worried when I heard that means they think the show is not going to go as long, but hopefully that's not the case. I did hear one thing that kind of worried me on that, just while I'm thinking of it. While I was listening to these interviews, it was the podcast that you posted. In that podcast, he said that this was back in 2022 now, so this could have changed. However, he did say that originally his plan, his vision for the show was 4 seasons. just 4. I hope that that's changed at this point. He said that he doesn't think that it's smart to just go into a show with like a lot of the people that make these shows, like they make one season and they don't really think that far ahead, and they just make one and see if they get picked up, and then they decide what to do next. It's important with a mystery box show like this that's constantly unraveling and unfurling more layers, that you have a plan for the start and the finish. And his idea was for 4 seasons. Now, since then, they're not saying. The most recent interview where they've been asked this, they said they do have an idea in mind, but they're reticent to say what it is. So I personally hope that it's going to be 5. I don't want the next one to be the last. That would suck.
I feel like they're going to be more. I feel like they're going to try to stretch it out to 5, because I think MGM's going to want it.
I hope so. Because I mean, I think they could do it, and just the fact that they moved up the timetable of Tabitha exiting, to me, actually, that tells me that, I mean, they were planning on that being the penultimate season. Well, I mean, I guess that could mean that she was going to maybe leave at the end of season 3 and come back in season 4. So, I mean, yeah, technically, yeah, it could mean there are only going to be 4 seasons. But he also said in that podcast that his concept has evolved. It's evolved with time, and that could also mean that the length of it has evolved. When he added the other 2 J's to the team, like I think that that could have absolutely changed as they get more ideas. And he talks about how he's like, they like to peek around different corners and see where it's going to lead them. It's not as fun for them if they know everything that's going to happen and they've already planned literally everything out in advance. They explore the world that they've created. So I'm hoping for 5. I'm still hoping for 5 seasons. Yeah.
They could definitely stretch it out, take more detours, go further into depth about things. I mean, they could just flesh things out more, do a little bit more world building, character building, go into backstories a little bit more flashbacks. I'd love to see more of what happened in the past. I find that stuff exciting.
Oh God, yeah. There's so much more now that they've opened that up. The past cycles and the time travel angle. There's so much more that they could do with this. And so I hope that they do keep exploring like the world they've created, because they've built something with so many layers now that I really do think it wouldn't be like other shows, that they're reaching when they stretch it past what they've originally planned, and something is successful, so they're going to just order more. That usually doesn't work out well. That's when shows jump the shark, as they used to say. It turns out to be, they're just milking it for all it's worth, and then the quality goes down. I don't think that would be the case. I think there's a lot more they can explore now, for sure.
Oh yeah. Especially with everything that they've revealed so far, there's so much more they can do with that. And they only do 10 episodes per season. It's not like these seasons are really long. So yeah, there's definitely a lot that they could do. And actually, they could probably tell a better story if it's a little bit longer. I know that some fans of the show might get aggravated because they want all the answers now and so on. But I don't think that I don't feel like I need to get there yet. There was an interesting quote in a Deadline article, interview, that talks about where things are going. Where John says, with the culmination of season 3, we have in many ways reached the end of the beginning. In season 4, a new journey begins. The question is whether it will lead our characters home or deeper into this unrelenting nightmare. And I feel like in other interviews too, he said similar things, that
right.
This is the end of the beginning. Now things are really going to get exciting. I think one of them might have even said issue's going to hit the fan.
Yes, they did. So it's exciting hearing that, the end of the beginning, and so okay, wow, like so they're just getting warmed up. That and actually, yeah, that quote makes me think that they've got to be planning at least 2 more seasons, because if this is just the end of the beginning, then their vision for the duration of the show has definitely changed. David here said, I think they moved up the timetable because without it, season 2 would have been lacking a cliffhanger. Yeah. It makes sense to me for sure. David also said From is their version of the land of samsara, a tangent universe, a pocket dimension, a state of mind, fantasy versus reality, memories. Yeah, interesting stuff. Well, William Waddy says here, possible antonyms to nightmare, bad dream, fantasy or daydream. Yep, absolutely. David says here, From leads to mythology, to Campbell's journey, to young archetypes and processes of finding the self, to Tibetan Buddhism and the liberation of the Bardo being, self versus no self, to 7 laws hermeticism. Yeah, all of that stuff. I see all of those influences in this show. Absolutely. I mean, John Griffin, he's clearly a brilliant mind behind this show. I say all the time that this show is genius, and I really feel that it is. And it's the brainchild. Ultimately, yes, it's a team. It's the 3 J's, of course, and they work as a team and collaborate. But it originally, the concept, that was from John Griffin's mind.
Right. I think they're amazing dynamic. Like they seem to have this really amazing dynamic. All the writers. He was talking about how their writing rooms nowadays are mostly online. They're basically doing what we're doing right now. And that when they get together in a physical room, sometimes at first it feels a little bit awkward because they're used to doing like all the video chatting, but they'll like text message each other in the middle of the night, like they'll wake up, have an idea, and like send a text message to the other one. The other one will respond all excited and stuff. I thought that was really cute when he was talking about that.
It's awesome. I love that. Yeah. It's never good when one person's ego just takes over, and the fact that they work so well together like that it's difficult to find that kind of a dynamic where there's just nobody's ego is trying to take over, and they gel like just the perfect team. And even though he didn't work on Lost and they did, like he fit in right with them. And so I think a lot of times people make too many comparisons to Lost, and they're not realizing, like, if you actually dig into it, like we're doing, and I'm glad we're doing it. It's, you realize that no, like this is a very different show. There are parallels, sure, but it's not literally from all the creators of Lost. Like this is Lost 2.0. Like John Griffin is completely separate. This is his original brainchild, and it took him a long time. He worked on this for 5 years before it finally got picked up, and then he joined with the other 2 J's. So, it really.
Yeah, I think he said something. He said something along the lines of it has the same trappings with different DNA. Like it's like a mystery. It's got the same trappings as in there are all these mysteries, and people have to figure out where they are, why they're there, why they're trapped there. But other than that, it's a completely different story.
It is, right? Yeah, it's completely different. Yeah, like I'm looking at my notes here. He said that he said he originally, this is what I was looking for before, he had a timeline of 4 seasons in mind. A finite timeline was always in mind for the story it's telling, but clearly that's changed because that's what he said in 2022, but now he's saying season 3 is the end of the beginning. So I mean, I think we've got a good 5-season arc. And it's good that they do have an idea in mind, though. Like I think at this point, by season 3, they know how many seasons they're shooting for, and it's important with the mystery box to have that idea in mind. So like it's a delicate balance. Like, okay, how much do you reveal? How much do you hold back? Are you going to get like green light for another season so you can continue the story? It's tricky. It's not like writing a book where you have complete control of how long it's going to be. It's different. The mystery box genre. It's not easy. There's a quote that I loved about the way he described it. I'm trying to find it. Like where is it? Where did it go? Yeah, there's the roadside trip, but there was a part of it that okay, yeah, he said they have nope, that was yeah, okay, this is it. He said one of the things that was baked into the design of the show was to create this ever-expanding canvas, like creating a show that has a mythology and kind of creating a modern-day fable, or at least striving to create a modern-day fable. And with that tapestry, there are a lot of threads to explore. So maybe there's a graphic novel someday, or maybe a spin-off. We're learning now that there are other settlements that lived in this place before. So what excites us in exploring this story is sort of the little corners that we get to peek around, and some of them we know are there, and we're leading the audience forward. And sometimes we're like, oh, I didn't expect that corner to be there, so let's peek around and see what's there. So I like that. I really like that, describing it as an ever-expanding canvas, and he's said that in more than one interview. That was in an interview with E-Man. He said the same thing in 2022 on that podcast, that it's like an ever-expanding canvas and something that, it's a mystery that's unraveling bit by bit, and there are and that I love that. It was so eloquent the way he described it as a tapestry with threads to explore, and not all of it is done in the beginning. He's adding to it, it's evolving, but he had this design in mind from the start. It gives me more confidence as a viewer and somebody who's putting all this time and effort into making theories that they know what they're doing.
I also really like how he takes how they'll make changes to the stories based on like the actors and what they bring out of the characters, because he was talking about how like they'll write the script and stuff, but then the actors will bring things out of the characters that they didn't originally see, like for example with Victor crying on his father's shoulder when he said he couldn't find his way home, or he didn't know how to get home, and how like that made, I think, grown men cry.
Yes, it did.
Well, and that was something that he didn't see coming. And was it you who mentioned, because I haven't seen this in any of the interviews or anything, but I think it was you that mentioned that Victor wasn't supposed to survive the first season?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, he was not supposed to survive the first season. He was supposed to be killed off. And I think originally it was that was on Tony Teflon's show, I believe, in season 1. That I think Scott McCord said it in an interview then. Yeah, he was not supposed to survive, but they changed their minds and they kept him on. I think they must have realized that this guy is too amazing to
Yeah,
lose.
he's my favorite.
You just can't. And I can totally see where this could have gone. He probably, I could imagine he was going to die in the Colony House massacre, save Julie, get her into the tree, and then he would die. That's what I would imagine would happen. But
That makes sense.
But then if you think about it, it makes total sense then that, okay, they probably sat down in the writer's room and said, like, okay, well, now what do we do? Like, we have this amazing character. What more can we do with him? And they use him as, he's kind of like a key to the history of the place. They use him to kind of unlock memories of the past, give us like a window into the past, and they definitely, there's no way in the world that I think that they planned on Eloise in season 1. That
All
forgot
right.
thing. You could tell Victor wasn't supposed to survive season 1. When you look at that, it's like, okay, they had to give him a big like a plot point for him for season 2. There's just no way. There's no way that Eloise was planned from the start. But I like how they did it. Yes, it's a little bit of a stretch of the imagination, but what isn't with this show? He forgot a whole sister. But I love how they did it.
I think it's amazing he's become so central to the show, and he wasn't supposed to actually survive past season 1.
Right. It's incredible. And now I can't imagine the show without him. I really hope
Right?
that they keep him around as long as possible. Yeah. Yeah, please, like, keep Scott McCord on the show. He deserves an Emmy for every single season. He's incredible. And now he's so central to it all. Yeah. I could see it, like, they could have gotten rid of him and have Ethan passing the torch to Ethan. Ethan is now filling his role, but no, I think he's too integral to the show at this point to get rid of anytime soon. So I'm hoping they keep him at least till the final season.
I agree. I hope he like lasts to the end, or like maybe he'll like, yeah, I don't know. I hope he lasts as long as he possibly can in the show because he's awesome.
Oh, hey, James West. Hope you're doing well too. Greetings. Nice to see you. Hey, Cromanuncle Fletch. What's up? Nice to see you, my friend. Hey, Jay's Reviews. I'm so glad they didn't get rid of Victor, he says. Yes, me too. That would have been a terrible, terrible mistake. I mean, it was rough losing Father Khatri, but at least we get Ghost Khatri. So, I mean,
Yeah,
we kind of didn't lose him, really, if you think about it. Like, it's not like he was in that many scenes in season 1. I mean, in season 3, we almost got as much of him as we did in season 1, just as a ghost. They kept him around even more, I think, in season 3. So than in season 2, I mean. So yeah, I was glad they did that, and that may have been something they weren't planning. That maybe that was one of their happy accidents, as John and Jeff call it in interviews. They talk about like how certain things, yes, they planned from the start. Other things are just happy accidents. I'd be willing to bet Ghost Khatri was a happy accident. They probably thought, we got to keep this guy. He's too amazing. Let's find a way to put him in scenes with Boyd, the worst fucking priest ever. We need more Boyd and Khatri, so let's do this. But I don't think it feels contrived at all. If that's a happy accident that they decided after the fact, then I think they're nailing it. I love that whole conceit of the Ghost Khatri and Ghost Tom and whatnot.
and then we don't really know if they're really ghosts or if they're the town or
Right.
whatever.
I think it fits right in. I don't think it
Yep.
feels contrived or anything. Like I think they did it perfectly. Yeah. Dieter said, love Victor too, but all the stuff with his memories are a bit too much. Sometimes it can get a bit frustrating. Like, how much can we trust about anything he remembers at this point? You know? Like, first it's the forgotten sister, and then it's the bait and switch where we thought it was the freaking puppet talking to Christopher, but it turns out it was the boy in white. Bait and switch. Like, really? Are we gonna switch it again? And it's not the boy in white. Now it's somebody else who's talking to Christopher. Nah, I don't think they would do that. But yeah, the unreliable narrator trope. Yeah, it can be frustrating sometimes, but that's okay. I love Victor. You know, it keeps us guessing. Though, if he remembers something, you do have to question it now every time.
Yeah.
Every time he has
Oh,
a
yeah.
flashback, we're gonna have to question it. Like, don't believe it the first time. There's gonna be a revised version later.
So I love that they let what the actors bring out shape the show, but or at least they say that they don't let like the fans affect the show too much. They said they don't really go into the forums and read theories, but they do like to go and read fan reactions to payoffs and things. So like when there are big reveals in the show, they do like to go and see how fans are reacting to things. And they do probably take some cues from that because like they mentioned that they are aware of how popular Smiley is, and I don't think they originally planned on Smiley being as prominent as he is now. And they definitely didn't plan on Smiley, or at least initially, you know, Smiley being reborn from Fatima.
Right.
So I do find so yeah, they do seem to take a little bit of inspiration from the fans, but only just like as a cue to as like, all right, is this working? What is working? What isn't? But I don't think they're really going to change the course too much, at least not anything significantly based on the fans.
Right. I think that's a good thing. You know, they knew that the fans wanted to know who threw the rope. They were aware of that, but
Yep.
I think they were always planning on revealing that, though. I don't think they did it just because fans wanted to know. And they, I know John said they try to stay off what he called the message boards, which was funny. It's like, it's not really message boards anymore. It's message boards are kind of a thing of the past. It's not really that. It's, it's different social media groups and YouTube, Discord. That's where the fans congregate now, but they kind of try to avoid it. They are aware of theories, and there are certain things that they know people theorize about that they won't confirm or deny because they want to. I guess they think they want to keep the discussion going. It's good for the show. Like they were asked about the painting of the man in yellow. Is that a scar on his face? Like Randall has a scar on his face, and they would not confirm or deny, which makes sense to me. Like this is a huge source of discussion. Who's the man in yellow? So it makes complete sense. Don't give too much away. I'm glad that they don't. I prefer to keep the mystery going. As much as possible. I don't want them to sit in an interview and just, debunk a bunch of stuff, and it would ruin the fun for me. That's how I feel about it. Fletch here says, and this is what I worry about.
I hope not.
I've been saying this too. Once Victor tells the full story of what happened to Eloise, they kill him off. I guess. I think that I'm afraid that once he remembers everything, that will be it. Like his purpose will be fulfilled. People tend to go off the show once their purpose is fulfilled. If you look at characters like
it's true.
Father Khatri, the moment Father Khatri convinced Boyd to keep Sarah alive because she is an asset, he gets his throat slit immediately. The moments after Jim, was standing there listening to the music that he helped figure out, he decoded that, he cracked the code that those bottle numbers are notes, music notes. And what happens? He immediately gets killed off. So I do think that once Victor remembers everything, that'll be it. And they might have been foreshadowing it. Remember that monster down in the cave said, if you keep coming down here, one of these times we might make you stay. I feel like that was ominous, so I have a bad feeling he might not make it out of season 4. They could be going for a gut punch, and that would be devastating. But I can totally see it happening. They
also like to take credit for connections that fans make that were unintended. They call them happy accidents.
Yes, I love that. Yeah.
And so when people were asking them about different theories and debunking theories, I wonder how many of those were like actually like just like happy accidents. They're like, okay, maybe we'll take credit for that. We'll see.
Right. I know, right? Like, yeah, it's funny. Certain things just fall into place, and they didn't even intend for it to be that way. But they're like, hey, yeah, that works. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, David agrees too. Yes, thinking about Victor, his story arc has basically come full circle, so he might be eliminated next season. I have a bad feeling. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Jay's review says, "Oh no, don't kill off Victor, or maybe they'll go after Henry." I feel like if anything, we're gonna lose Victor before Henry. Imagine, I think the gut punch that would give us. We lose Victor. And then his father is left to grieve there. He finally gets reunited with his son, and then his son is gone. I could see it happening. Yeah. Anyway, but
I do think. What do we have here?
The dead body in the cellar is Christopher. I still want to know what happened to Christopher. Yeah, Victor trapped him in the room behind the wardrobe because he thought he killed everyone. He's just too traumatized to realize we never saw his body. It could very well be. I mean, we have no idea what happened to Christopher yet. But, what were you going to say, Doc?
Or Victor knew about that room. He had to have known about that room. I mean, they showed him like hiding in that cellar before. Anyway, I'm digressing there.
Yeah.
But I kind of wanted to go to at least before we go explore more and stuff. I wanted to get to just at least one of the like main points, because you had expressed a concern that in the end, I think actually it was Simon, is that his name? The kid who plays Ethan?
Yeah, Simon Webster.
Simon Webster. I think he had this theory that Ethan would be standing alone at the end of it, repeating the cycle like Victor did, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to go that way, because I don't think it's going to be quite so bleak, because John in the E-Man interview says that the show is about hope, and he wants to tell a story that gives hope. So I don't think that that ending would quite fit in with that. And they've also mentioned, when asked about spin-offs, that they've thought about making spin-offs about characters after the events of the show. So that suggests to me that multiple characters do survive.
Yes. Yeah, I liked that too, that they did leave open the possibility of spin-offs, and that they said they know what will happen they know what will happen to the town after the show ends, and what will happen to certain characters after the show ends. So that is a possibility, since they have that idea in their head. They said that they don't know if that'll ever turn into anything, whether it's a spin-off or a graphic novel, or they said just little journal entries amongst
Or
themselves,
fan fiction, I think they said too.
or fan fiction. Yeah. I like that. So that's a great point. That does imply that it's not going to be a bleak ending where there's a lone survivor. And honestly, that would just feel so pointless. Why would we sit through season after season of this journey only to find it's just come full circle, and it's the same thing repeating again? Everyone is massacred. I don't know. We just feel like there was no point to any of it if the cycle never breaks and this is never going to end. So I agree. I don't think that's going to happen.
In the Comic-Con interview, he made some more comments that kind of tied into that. Like he says about how the characters won't accept the trauma they're living with until it's time, which also suggests to me that some characters survive the show, and that when you live inside a nightmare, you hold on to each other.
Mm-hmm.
And also, under the worst
Mm-hmm.
circumstances, we find ways to live and find ways to thrive. And one of the challenges for him is to find ways to convey that in the show.
See, I love that. I love that
I think that's
theme.
beautiful too, actually.
It is beautiful, and it's inspiring. I think it's a big reason why the show attracts a lot of people who are struggling with something huge in their lives. People like me, there are a lot of people out there that are drawn to the show, and it resonates because of that. Learning how to live in nightmarish circumstances, and somehow find a way to thrive, or at least to make the best out of the situation that you can. Like, okay, this is the life I've been given. Let me see how I can make the best of it. And you see characters doing that in the show, and it's inspiring to see. In the first season, looking back at it, seeing Fatima's outlook, the way that they live at Colony House, managing to find beauty and joy even in such a dark place. It's inspiring as a viewer. So I love that about his vision for the show, and it's powerful. It really is. It's powerful, and it's inspiring, and I guess that's what drew me to it. It wasn't just the mystery. It was the real life resonance of like the message behind it that you can kind of take with you is like a life lesson kind of a thing. I love that.
And I think we should talk too a bit about the mystery aspect of the show. There, a lot of people I think are concerned about whether or not there's going to be a payoff. A lot of that whether or not the big questions are going to be answered, loose ends tied, and things like that. And I feel like there's been a major I think one of the streamers misinterpreted the Sci-Fi Vision interview, and then other streamers kind of got a little worried from there. But I think it was a misinterpretation, because they talk about how the point of the show isn't the mystery, and that it's the characters and the character stories, and some people were made nervous by that, but I feel like they missed some of the other things that they said after that, and in the same interview where they say that uh, what was it, that all the questions they imagine people asking will be answered, but might not be answered directly. Like that they don't want and it seemed to me that they don't, or what they were saying, from what I gathered, was that they don't want the point of the show to be the mystery. That they want it to be the story that they're telling, and then the characters and the character stories, their struggles, but that they will answer the questions to the mysteries. It's just not the point of the story. That it's more like the frosting on the cake.
Right.
So I'm not worried that they're not going to tell us that they're not going to give us the answers, because they gave us a lot of answers this season. I feel like, yeah, they gave us a few more questions, but they're leading us somewhere. It feels like I feel like we are being led to like a conclusion, or at least like some real answers as to what's going on. Do you get that sense too, or?
Oh, definitely. I was one of the people that got nervous when I heard they also had said something similar in an interview over the summer. I think it was I don't know if it was at the Comic-Con or something, but I remember hearing an interview over the summer where they said it's not about the mystery. There isn't going to be a big reveal at the end. And I didn't listen to the whole interview, so I took that out of context, and I thought, oh no, this is terrible. Like, it's like we're investing all this time into the mystery, and that's what keeps us talking. And but he said it's more about making you care about the characters, but then you really listen to it, what he has to say, again, the full context of it. And no, it's just, you have to care about the characters for the mystery to matter. The mystery matters. They're building, the more I've listened to interviews, the more I understand now what they're doing. He talks a lot about, he uses the word mythology. They created their own mythology of the show, which I love. It's not just it's not a soap opera. It's not just about character drama. There is a mythology to it. And they're building that bit by bit. He had that in mind from the beginning. It's just it's not their only focus. And at the end of the day, if you don't care about the characters, then none of the rest of it really matters. You got to be invested. So I'm much more now in the show. Yeah,
I'm glad you brought up the mythology point, that they're creating their own mythology for the show. And I think that's why sometimes Taran Matharu gets frustrated with his predictions, because I feel like he's making his predictions on the mythology that they're basing their mythology on, which is why he'll hit like some of the points and he'll get really close, but he's not quite hitting it quite right, because I feel like they have their own mythology. And yeah, I think that some of the reasons why I really like his streams and some of his theories is because I feel like he is kind of delving into the mythology that they're basing theirs on, or getting inspiration from, because I do still see a lot of connections in his research.
Oh, absolutely. I think that they definitely incorporate mythologies from around the world into the show, influences of various mythologies, but there isn't ever going to be one that you can point to that's going to explain all of it. They created their own mythology, their own mythos to the show that's unique to them, and then they incorporate influences of other things. You can see like influences of like Greek mythology, for example, the labyrinth of the cave, and I think it's the Minotaur myth.
Theseus.
Theseus, yeah, goes into it with the red thread. Jade went into the cave at the end of season what was this, season 2, with the red thread, and he's literally going into a labyrinth like a maze, and goes what appears to be the center of it, which is just like the labyrinth in the story, and at the center of it is like a circular area where the sacrificial stones are. So they're using influences from different mythologies. There's that. People have seen Norse mythology.
There's a lot of Norse mythology in there.
Oh,
especially those
absolutely.
runes.
The runes, absolutely. And now all of a sudden you see a Japanese woman as the kimono lady. So you've got, and then Scarlett found some interesting connections to Japanese mythology. We looked at a few of those one night, and one of them, there was literally a picture that had a kimono on. It looked so much like hers, and it fit. It had, I forget, it had something to do with motherhood too. Like she lost her baby, and she was like trying to, I forget, she was like trying to take someone else's baby or something like that. And so yeah, you could see how they weave different mythologies into the fabric of the show, but it's not going to explain everything. It's just an influence on the show.
Mhm.
It's a melting pot of influences, but at the end of the day, this is their own mythology they came up with. I mean, this whole concept that they just revealed to us, which is that the town was created because people sacrificed their children to some entity that we don't know what it is at the moment, but and in return they became these creatures that are immortal, that cannot die, that rip people apart. I mean, that's not something you could explain with any one mythology at all. That's like, this is creating their own, really, their own worlds. The faraway trees, like that, they could borrow from certain influences, maybe the magical faraway tree, that children's book. But
And I
yeah, go ahead.
I also wonder too, how much of this is like how much because I this like his mythology is like really fun. It like pulls from like cultures all over the world, and it brings me back to his college, because Marymount Manhattan College is known for its arts and culture. It's really known for its diversity programs and multicultural um, type stuff, and its location there in Manhattan. So it's a little bit of a melting pot. So I feel like it's a small liberal arts college that offers basically focuses in arts and culture, diversity, and yeah, those are its main focuses. And I feel like we do see that in From. Like it's very culturally rich, and
Oh yeah.
especially you see that with the diversity in the cast too. And I love that about this show.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it has an extremely diverse cast. That's true. You have Kenny and his family. His parents are immigrants, or were from China, and Fatima from Iran, and Ellis, mixed race, with a Caucasian mother and a black father, and so just a melting pot of various ethnicities. I really love that about the show, and yeah, and you could see the influences of the various cultures, and it fits because I mean, it makes sense that the show is anchored in America, and not to be cliche, but America is a melting pot. I mean, I know there's some new
Yeah.
term that's being used now instead of melting pot. I forget what it is, but it's America. It doesn't have that long of a history. America is a very young country. It's made up of. It's a nation of immigrants. It's many cultures that have come together and blended together over the short time that we've been in existence compared to all of these other countries of the world. So it fits to me that this show is based in America, and it has all these influences. People can get so confused. I think in season 1, everyone was convinced it was Norse mythology. Like, oh, not everyone, but it was,
Yeah, I noticed that from the videos.
right. But then, oh wait, no, it's more like Greek mythology. Oh no, here's some Japanese mythology. Like, here's this, here's that. But remember where the show is based. It's based in America. America has these influences from different cultures. I think it makes sense when you look at it that way. David
I
said
think.
Hopi mythology too. Oh, and Native
Mhm.
American mythology is in the show.
Yep.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, do we have more comments to read?
Oh, Scarlett is back.
Hi, Scarlett. Welcome back.
Hey, Scarlett.
Hello.
Hey. Oh, and another influence too, Tibetan Buddhism. This is a good point too, David. Tibetan Buddhism is about karma creating intermediate states of mind. Enough karma can create a personal hell, intermediate state of mind, tangent universe for all the people who commit crime. Wow, David.
I feel like that can really play a role in how the theories of how the subconscious affects the reality there in Fromville.
Yeah, and it makes complete sense in the context of this reincarnation curse and the curse of the monsters and their immortality. So that's fascinating. Yeah, very interesting stuff. So Scarlett, any thoughts you want to share? Welcome back.
I don't know what you've been talking about.
We've been talking about well just now we were talking about all the different influences, various cultures, and how the show has created its own mythology. Like John Griffin has said in interviews that he's created his own mythology for the show. Like it's not so we can't just explain it all with one mythology and point to, okay, that solves the show. That's basically what we were talking about.
Yeah, he was he the one that talked about 9/11?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And how he was stuck in Nova Scotia?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because that explains a lot of the Cabot stuff, like the 1506 dates and stuff like that. In the lighthouse.
Right. Like what do you mean? How does
Nova Scotia, Newfoundland history?
Oh, yeah. Connected.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Because some of the stuff around there, there's actually like Boyd's Cove that's there, and Cabot's ship was called the Matthew. You can see where a lot of the names are taken. If he was just kind of landlocked for a while in a room, just trying to write stuff out, and he read a bunch of the history, he would come up with all those names.
Right. Yeah, that's right. So he was he in Nova Scotia? I remember hearing something about that when that happened.
Newfoundland. One of those.
Right.
Okay, that makes so much more sense
grouping
now
all
then.
Canada.
Yeah.
And that grouping of Canada into one thing, Canadians.
Yeah, I can completely see that Boyd's Cove thing and the Cabot ship being called the Matthew. Yeah, that's kind of too much of a coincidence to be a coincidence. I think that's probably an influence on the show. Yeah.
But
I think Karen might have picked up on a lot of the influences.
Like the Inuit mythology could come from him studying when he couldn't go anywhere, like Canadian history.
Yes, that's another one. Inuit mythology too. I can see that in the show as well. Michael. I can't pronounce his last name, but he comes on a lot in this chat, and he talks about like how there's a shamanic ritual going on here. Victor passing the torch to Ethan with the quest stick. It's like a shamanic ritual, and he talks about what was the other thing I'm trying to remember now. The Inuksuk's. Those how that seems to summon the children, and they're looking to Tabitha as like kind of like a shaman. And telling her to remember. So I see those, like, you can't deny that's an influence from a mythology right there. Like the Inuksuk. I never know how to say that properly, but
Anakuk or something like that.
It's the rock structure that Tabitha runs into that when she's in. Well, it's also on the patio, right? There's one on the patio. It's a structure of rocks.
Yes. Yeah, there's one on the patio too. Ethan has his own randomly. He happens to have one. They set it up, and then the children just show up. And then she sets it up in front of the cave, and the children show up again. So Michael, I wish I could pronounce his name. It begins with a G, I think. He's onto something there. That's definitely part of mythology. Like the fact that it seems to summon the children, and when Tabitha finally does that on her own. So like the first time she sees the first child, it's set up down in the cave. The child rolls a rock and knocks it over. And then the next time Ethan is setting it up, Tabitha goes over to him, 2 children appear. And then finally, when Tabitha sets it up on her own and it calls the children to her, and after that, she doesn't need to do that anymore. Like they've recognized her, like kind of like a shaman type of figure. And so I really liked how he explained that. He explained it in a little more detail, but yeah, it's fascinating. And it's another example of the mythology that's woven into the show. Yeah. The more I study the show, the more I am just blown away by the genius of it. And listening to John Griffin, it's just, oh my God, the way his mind works is so interesting. I really enjoyed, I'm so glad, Doc, that you shared that podcast because I hadn't listened to that before. Really fascinating stuff.
Yeah, I hadn't heard any references to it before, so when I found it, I was like, "Oh, wow, this is something."
Right. That's
And
great.
thank you, Dieter.
Thank you, Dieter. Appreciate you. Dieter said, "I feel stupid again." The things David knows. It's amazing. Yeah. Don't feel stupid, Dieter. Not at all. No.
I think they did debunk. He debunked. That I can't talk. John debunked a couple of other things too, and made a couple of other comments, like that Sarah did not have worms under her skin,
Yes.
and that Tabitha is not Victor's sister. That we should stay tuned as to whether or not the monsters eat people's organs, but they seemed to hint as to why wouldn't they.
Right. Right.
We already mentioned that the monsters could
Might as
always
well.
run.
Yep. That's
I don't know if there were any other things that they debunked, but those were the ones that I caught.
Yeah, those were the major things. Yeah, not a dream, not purgatory. Sarah didn't have worms under her skin. And yeah, they wouldn't say whether the monsters eat the organs. Honestly, I feel like they should have just revealed that by now because, Boyd actually witnessed the monsters ripping someone apart all night. So shouldn't he have noticed what they did with the organs? But, I'm glad they didn't give too much away or debunk too much. I get nervous when I do interviews with them. I'm like, oh no, please don't give too much away. I'd rather them not. I know a lot of people might feel the opposite. They want to know all the answers right now. To me, that's no fun. I enjoy speculating and theorizing. I like doing that.
Me too. It makes the show so much fun.
Was he the one that talked about the number 11?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
I didn't know if he was the one that came up with it on Kui.
Oh,
he did come up with the word on Kui. He said he made it up.
Yeah, but he said it had 11 letters because he liked the word, liked the number 11. So I'm trying to find that spelling of 11 letters.
Oh, okay.
I was wondering if there's any interviews or anything.
I don't know which one he said that in. I haven't watched all of them yet, but I do. Mm-hmm. So and hey,
was that the one where Jeff was counting in the background the numbers of letters and different characters' names and was like, "Oh, these 3 characters have the same number of letters in their names, and it's this number." I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the same one. He just said, "Oh, I came up with the word Ankui because I like words with 11 letters in them," and I'm like, "But on the closed captioning, it does have 11 letters." Unless you put extra couple of O's in there or extra Y's at the end.
Yeah, that doesn't add up. The math's not mathing there. I don't know.
Yeah, so I want to know how he spelled it, because if he's spelling it with 11 letters, then maybe we're not even looking at the same word.
Yeah. I don't know about that. It's weird. Hey, the noob gamer, welcome. If the monsters are immortal, they don't need to eat. When they opened up Smiley, his organs were dry. That's true. They don't.
Good point.
It's just the problem is where are the organs? That's the thing that doesn't make sense. The organs are always missing. So where are they? I just want an answer on that. I've heard theories that the organs are being harvested for some reason, but this is some kind of a magical realm. Why would that implies that there's some kind of human controlling it all? Like they're they're taking people's organs and using them for something. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. It would make more sense to me if the monsters eat them, but and the only thing left in their body that we saw in Smiley's body was bile, which is used for digestion. So, I mean, who knows?
Yeah,
But
maybe.
I don't know. But I mean, they literally don't have a pulse. We found that out in season 3. The EMT felt the pulse of a creature and said, "There's no pulse here." So they don't have a pulse. They don't have blood running through their veins. How would they even eat? So I don't know. Maybe they're just trolling us with this thing with the organs. Honestly, I don't know at this point. I feel like I know they said they don't listen to fan theories that much or look at them, but nobody
I
can
think they do a little.
Yeah, we saw season 3. Nobody can tell me they weren't trolling us a bit with our own theories. Come on,
Well, they technically said they don't really, which means that they do a little.
uh-huh. Like the catching a monster theory that they just threw in there as a little fan shout out and then dropped. That was trolling, but I didn't mind. I thought it was fun, like that they shouted that theory out. Tony had that theory. Tony Teflon had that theory from season 1. It's like a shout out to him. They had the tarot cards, was like a shout out to Taron Matharu, I think.
Yep.
You know, they had, what was the other thing? Well, for one thing, like the crow crashing through the window. I mean, some people have thought the crows are evil or whatever. Maybe that was a shout out. So things like that. I definitely think that they're shouting out fan theories, and I don't mind that. I think it's fun, but at the end of the day, like they have the story they want to tell, and they're not going to change it just because of whatever, like what the fans are saying or whatever.
Right. I hope not.
I hope not. No.
One of them told a story about it was either Jack or Jeff that they wrote an episode of some show, was it Alias or something, and they like incorporated like everything that the fans wanted into that one episode, and it became like the most hated episode of the series or something like that by the fans. And it was a lesson of be careful what you wish for. And
Yeah.
I'm glad they brought that up because I really don't want him to make changes based on what the fans want, because I've seen fans asking for all kinds of crazy things. And I want it to be their show, their story. I don't want it to be the fans' story.
Yeah, that makes total sense to me. Like, yeah, be careful what you wish for. In some cases, I know on Lost, I think they had these 2 characters that were just randos, and like they started giving them lines because I think fans were kind of talking about how, well, what are all these background people doing who don't get any lines? Why are there all these people who are just there and they never get to say anything? So the writer said, okay, let's give these 2 randos some lines, and fans hated it. They hated them, people. So then they ended up just killing them off, and because this was back in the day when there were 20 something episode seasons, they devoted an entire filler episode just to these 2, Nikki and Paolo, killing them off. And
Oh, I think I remember that and being like, wait, what the heck is going on here?
right, I thought it was hilarious. I didn't mind the filler. I thought it was funny. Nowadays you couldn't get away with that because of the short seasons, but yeah, I mean, spoiler alert, it's not really, they're not important to the show, but they end up, like, the show is actually, the whole episode is dark comedy essentially, and at the end they get buried alive, both of them. It's pretty dark, but
I need
it's
to
like
rewatch Lost.
I'm watching it for the first time and I'm very much enjoying it. But yeah, I don't mind the filler episodes, and like, but apparently the fans hated that too. They were like, wait, we waited all week to see this whole episode is completely unnecessary to the whole story. But I don't know, with the benefit of being able to watch them at my own pace now, I don't mind. I'm like, oh, this is a fun episode. I can enjoy this for what it is. But yeah, be careful what you wish for. Sometimes, you know, the fans want certain things, and then they actually put it into practice. It's like, it might not work so well. So yeah, it's a good point. You know, I liked that story too from that interview. It was good. hearing their thought
Maybe
process.
they throw the organs into the faraway trees. Oh my god. Yeah, that's what the nightmare creatures use as like a garbage disposal. They just chuck all the garbage in the faraway trees and then laugh because it's going to be random as to where it comes out. That's what I
Yeah,
would do if I was a nightmare creature.
yeah, yeah, right. I mean, hey, they're stuck here for all eternity, immortal, forced to do this. But I mean, they could at least have some fun with it, and why not throw them into the faraway trees? And Dieter, yeah, maybe the organs are just a dead end, and they want it to look horrific. Who knows? It might not mean anything that the organs are gone. We're
Could
just
just be the nightmare creatures terrorizing people more.
yeah, yeah. Dieter, yeah, they definitely know our theories and troll us with it. That 100%. Nobody
I
can tell
like that.
like nobody can tell me that they weren't trolling us with Fanny Pack Granny being more sus than ever in season 3.
Yeah.
They knew what they were doing. They knew what we were saying about Fanny Pack Granny is sus. So they made her even more sus. And then they killed her off like, haha, you idiots. Haha. Like, it's just,
Oh,
she's
and they
not,
gave us those lines too that she when Ellis goes up to her and is like acting all suspicious. Why do you want to help us? And she's like, maybe I just like a good love story or something like that. Is that good
right.
enough for you? He's like, yeah, sure, fine.
Yeah. How about Fatima being the voice of the audience when she basically said Tilly wanted to read her fortune with the tarot cards, and Fatima basically said, what's going on? Like, why do you care? What is this? This kooky baddie Tilly shtick might be fine on an average day, but this is too much right now. Those weren't the exact words, but she definitely said kooky baddie Tilly shtick. And that's exactly what we say about her. She might as well have been speaking for us. And so they know what we're saying, and they made her even more kooky and batty on purpose, just to troll us for fun. They must have been laughing the whole time, but I enjoyed it personally. I didn't mind. There was another thing too. What's the other thing they trolled us with? Oh, there were multiple things. I mean, for one thing, they probably know that we're suspicious of Clara, the eye patch, formerly eye patch lady.
Are we? I didn't know that.
She's always popping up in random places now, like suspiciously. I think they probably are playing into that. I'm sure they know about Donna with their hands in her pockets.
Oh
Donna,
yeah, I don't know if there's actually something there, if they're just like stringing this along because they think it's amusing.
probably, honestly, and Randall in season 2 became kind of a mouthpiece for the fan conspiracy theories. He showed up his
Yeah.
all of his conspiracy theories, the mole thing, and like how do we know all of this isn't just a setup, and how do we know these bodies are even real? Like, have you even gotten close enough to look? Like, it, it was cool. It was like, they put that in there to incorporate conspiracy theories that the audience might have, that because Randall, another thing I learned from an interview is that Randall actually, he wasn't supposed to be much of a character at all. They changed
Hmm.
course and gave him more of a part. So yeah, certain things they tweak. Like John Griffin
Yep.
was saying, they in these interviews he says how they do have a plan initially, but then they don't stick to it too rigidly. Like they evolve their ideas, and as they get new ones. So they never want to be bored with it. They always want to be able to surprise even themselves. And then
Yeah.
I liked that how he explained that.
He expressed that he was grateful too that it took the extra 5 years after that original green light and then not going forward, because it allowed him to make the connections with Jeff and Jack and develop the story more with them.
Yes. Yeah. So I mean, ultimately, yeah, it must have been extremely frustrating, but in the end, it was worth it, because look at the end result. He found the dream team that it was just. It's hard to find, just a dream team of showrunners and a dream team of cast that just happened to come together at the right moment, and it worked out beautifully. So
Yeah, he refers to it as like a baby that they're raising together.
Yes. Oh my God, I love that. I actually have the quote here. I wrote it in my notes. It was he said so he said, like, even the things he knew at the beginning have evolved. Like, when brilliant people join with their own ideas, the worst thing you can do is stay in your vacuum and say, no, I know where this is going to go. The process needs to be organic. It's our show together, not just my show. And he said, I gave birth to the show, but we're raising the baby together, and that determines the person's going to be and that determines what the show is. I love that analogy. He gave birth to it, but they're raising it together. And when you're raising a baby together, like, yeah, you all have that influence and shape that child. That's their child, is the series of From, the three of them.
So they had a smiley baby together.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, Dieter, I'm here. I just got a bunch of crises I gotta deal with, typical Friday night.
Sorry to hear that, Scarlett.
It's fine. I'm just kidding.
Okay, you're just kidding. You're not having crises? Yeah. Okay.
No, I just meant crisis. Like when you have a bunch of stuff to do, you just call them crises because it's funny.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Good.
Let's see. I saw something I wanted to highlight here. Well, Zulinator said maybe the fact that Eloise has the same capability as Julie. Oh wait, no, I
wondered about that too.
Yeah, so I thought that's possible. So I missed the first part. Zulinator said, I'm going to put on my Marvel tin hat. What if everything was a causality effect caused by Julie's story walking? The boy monster, Boyd in the well, Jim dying, the noise and knocking in the cabins. And then what's the last part? Or maybe the fact that Eloise has the same capability as Julie. That's entirely possible, we may not be viewing this show in the order, the exact order in which it's happening. I mean, it's non-linear now that there's time travel. Honestly, like, anything goes, really. Like, it's possible. Yes. Sorry, but go ahead.
So if there's like, there's like a Jade and there's like a Tabby, and there are the ones that's supposed to save the kids. Couldn't there be a reincarnated Storywalker each cycle too?
That could be.
Could
be.
Like if there's this one that just happens to be Julie this time, but it could have been somebody the last cycle.
Yeah, if that's true, I mean, then they, it's possible that they could still be alive too, just traveling around through time. Mm-hmm. So like literally all one day have a whole Storywalker convention and they all are together at the same time. I mean, it's non-linear. Like, imagine if there's one in every cycle. Or
it could be Eloise, it could be Martin, because Martin talked to Julie. Maybe he's also a Storywalker, so it's a little Storywalker convention.
Yeah, it's possible. This opens up a whole world of possibilities now. Yeah. And this is what John Griffin was. It makes total sense with the way he describes it. John Griffin has said in more than one interview that he looks at the show as an ever-expanding canvas, and this is what we're seeing now as they introduce like these game-changing things like story walking. It's expanding the canvas of the world of the show and taking it down new avenues. Like, I love that. That's a great mystery box. It keeps expanding. That's what the series Dark does. That's what other mystery box series have done. Lost did it too. It starts just with season 1. They're just, mostly just the drama of them being stuck on the island and some supernatural stuff. But then season 2, it expands out to something more. And season 3, it expands even more. Yeah, I totally see that happening here. Yeah.
What's happening here? No.
Oh, what is this?
Performance art.
Performance art here.
As a captive. Or else it's how you flavor your water. I'm not 100%.
It didn't multiply, it failed.
Oh, the ruined experiment.
Yeah. I didn't even see last time. I was so fixated on the comments. I missed the prompts that you had last time. I watched it back and I was like, oh, this is hilarious.
I'm surprised you didn't see the Gremlin since you just watched Gremlins.
Yeah, I completely missed it because I had my eyes on the chat the whole time. I wasn't looking. I missed the show. It was very entertaining, I gotta say.
She had her eyes on chat.
Yeah. Nice. I love it. Yeah, and I felt like an idiot watching it back. Like, I'm just reading from the chat and completely missing the funny.
No, it's cool.
I'm like, what the hell's wrong with me? I have tunnel vision sometimes. I can only focus on one thing at a time. Hey Amy, nice to see you. I'm sorry to hear you're not feeling well. Hope you feel better. Having a toothache and an earache. That sucks. Feel better, Amy. Let's see. Yeah, I want to know about Randall's past too, Jay's reviews. Yeah, I think that something must have happened to give him this nasty attitude because I don't think he's
I wondered too.
Like he's at heart, he seems like a good person because like when there's a crisis, an emergency, he's like the first to like jump to try to help and put himself on the line, risk his own life. From the start, he's done that. He tried to help dig Tabitha out of the hole when Jim needed help. So I think that's really the measure of his character. In those moments when it actually counts, he's there. He's trying to help. He's running out of the ambulance at night to help even strangers. Like Henry was a stranger to him. Tabitha, he has no personal stake in that, but he ran to help. So I think that he just has some attitude because whatever happened in his past. And actually, John Griffin said in one of the interviews I was just listening to that they have an idea, like they know a lot about the characters' histories, but like they know about the characters' histories and what's going to happen to them. Now, I wonder how much of that they're actually going to be able to reveal. I think unfortunately they're constrained by the fact that there are 10 episode seasons and a large cast. There's only so much they can do. So I really hope that they do some supplemental material and tell us more. If they have all these ideas in their heads and they can't tell us all of it, like let us know. I'd want to, put out some graphic novels. Like they even left the door open to that possibility. Give us some more backstory on the characters. Tell us more about what's going to happen to them in the future when the series ends, because they know that too. They said they have that in their heads.
He said they have a whole Bible for the show.
Yeah, this is amazing. I want to. They need to publish it.
I want to copy that. Maybe they will after the fact.
Absolutely, yeah, that would be amazing. If they're smart, they'll do that because people would buy it. The From fandom, yeah, we would be signing up. We would that would be like, oh my god, a golden marketing opportunity. Although they've missed other ones, like Scarlett and I talk about, they should be selling all kinds of merch that fans would be just lining up. Like,
John talked about that in one of the interviews I read.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like he said, if it was up to him, they'd have tons of merch. But it's something that it was the E-Man interview. That they want to do it, but yeah, it's up to MGM or something like that. And MGM wants to do it, but they just haven't done it, or I don't know. But yeah,
they're missing a golden opportunity. I mean, for one thing, I mean, the most obvious, of course, is talismans. Hello, I mean, I don't know.
He said that's the number one request.
Right. I don't know a single From fan who wouldn't want a talisman.
I thought you were going to say number one is Jade Chia Pet.
Well, that would be my number two. I was going to say Jade Chia Pet because it would be perfect. You could
Smiley Funko Pop.
You could slowly watch Jade transform from season 1 Jade into Sasquatch Jade with this Chia Pet. It would be perfect. Like we need that. We need talismans. Like, Smiley Funko Pop. There's so many things they could do with that. But I don't know. I don't know why they don't. Maybe they don't want to put that in the budget. What is this? Well, I can't see. What is that? What is that?
He's got a slight problem.
Oh.
All right, we're gonna have to do some surgery here.
Oh my god.
All right. You're all good now.
Oh my god. You look like you're almost about to deep dive yourself there. Like that almost reminds me of a diving suit. What you have on. All you're missing is the scuba gear face mask. It's perfect actually. Oh, Sarah Psycho doll. Oh my god, Jasper. Yeah, we need Jasper dolls. Like hello, yeah, David.
I forgot Jasper.
Right? Scarlett, you of all people, how'd you forget that one?
I would like to see Sarah Myers.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I interrupted. No, I interrupted. I'm sorry.
No, I think I've been hurt by Jasper. I wanted more Jasper. I'm hoping next season there's Jasper.
Yeah.
I want to see Sarah Myers go more Michael Myers.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be amazing. It is interesting they named her that of all things.
Sarah doll with a screwdriver as an accessory.
Yes.
Oh no!
You could have a little switch in her arm that flips up, kill a boy, up into her arm.
I buy it. Take my money.
Just take my money. Yeah, exactly. That's how I would feel. That's how I would feel about a Jasper doll, like a Jasper puppet. Yeah, sign me up. I know someone who wouldn't want one though. Is Susie Greenberg. Susie was here earlier. She hates creepy dolls, creepy puppets. For some reason, I don't know why, but I hear all these horror fans who watch these blood and gore, like all this blood and gore, and they have no problem with it. But you see a creepy haunted doll, and like they're out, they're done. Nope, nope. It's
it could have a little chip in it that screams.
It could have a chip in it.
That does that scream.
Oh my god, yes.
You can scare the crap out of people. Let's come up with that has that scream noise.
Oh, that would be amazing. Yes. You could totally scare the crap out of people with that blood curdling scream. Oh my god. MGM, are you listening? Come on now. You can make boatloads of money off of this stuff. Hey there, KP. Nice to see you. This is my No, I was just gonna say this is my co-host Scarlett as usual. You should know Scarlett by now. And this is Doc Kaiju, who's going to be joining us on Friday nights to dive into specific topics, a different theme every week, so we can keep engaged as fans in the off season. So that is your answer to that. And Scarlett, what were you gonna say?
Copies of Boyd's boat keychain.
Oh, that's another one.
Oh yeah,
the boat key. Yep, that's another one too. Yeah. Obviously anything with the symbol on it, the blood symbol.
Faraway tree playset.
Hey, they could make a game out of that.
You never know whether if you have it could come with little figures and you put them in the tree and you don't know where they went. You might have to have a friend that has a set, so their dolls might show up in your faraway tree or what.
Yeah,
I really want to play a From mod of Pac-Man, where Pac-Man's just like modded to be like From themed, where like you got the faraway trees instead that you go through, and you're being chased by nightmare creatures instead of ghosts.
Yeah. Oh, that would be great. That would be great. Actually, yeah. Now that we mentioned games, a video game. Can you imagine a video game From of any kind, even if it's just a simple game online or something?
If they made it like what was that survival game that had all the actors in it? Until Dawn, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
Was that the game? It's like you pick you kind of like the story changes depending on your decisions in the game and stuff and how you but Yeah, they could do something like that. I feel like one of those story type games, and it would come out really excellent. Or maybe a survival horror.
Yeah. No, that would be great.
They could make a video game based on another loop. So his original story.
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah.
Maybe like the 50s or the 30s, like the 30s of the Zoot Suit.
Yeah.
Kind of
Oh, the fan fiction that people are gonna be able to make too after the show's done.
Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah. I think they're not going to be able to answer everything that everyone would want to know. They're just not. So there's going to need to be a lot of fan fiction. I would love to see more supplemental material too, like graphic
Yes.
novels. I was glad to hear that they're open to that idea, and a spin-off. They didn't shoot it down. They'd be open to the idea. So I mean, the fact that they already have ideas in their heads where they could go with that, that's fantastic news. I really like that, and it could work.
I think the only comment from my notes left is that he said that they'll never that he doesn't want to ever tell us his original meaning for the name From, because it's such a loaded word that fans keep coming up with their own meanings, and a lot of them are really good, and he likes them, and he doesn't want to kill that. So he likes the idea of never giving an official reason for the name From, an official meaning.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised that they couldn't definitively say it on that one, but I like that they decided not to. I was just surprised because to me it's so obvious now that, like, to me, after finding out the origin of the town and the origin of Tabitha and Jade, I mean, how can it not be what the reason? How can it not be the reason for the title From? It's not. It's about where the town, so it has multiple meanings. It's where the town came from, the origin of the town, which was the people who sacrificed their children and were turned into monsters, and somehow I think it must have created this place where they're trapped in an endless loop. We don't know how that happened exactly, but I don't think that they were trapped already. Otherwise, they wouldn't be wishing for immortality. They would be wishing to get out of there. So it's about the origin of this place, figuring out how it was created and why. We've already gotten part of that. We've gotten the why, just not the how. And also the origin of the monsters, the origin of the, Tabitha and Jada at the center of it all, the reincarnated selves. So it's all about that, really. It's trying to remember, like, and Kui, it means in the show, remember your origins, remember where you came from, and that's going to be the key to starting to unlock the mystery and try to end the cycle. So I don't know. To me, it's like I don't need any other explanation at this point. I know what it means in my. That's the way I see it. But they played coy in that interview. They said, we're not going to say. We're going to let it stay open to interpretation. So.
Yeah. The meaning that I kind of have taken from it is the word is like from and origins, and then that points me to the word roots. And we see that a lot with the trees, with the tree roots. They poured their hope into the roots of the trees. I think there have been pictures of a tree root monster that was drawn that I think we're supposed to take as like symbolic. And then I think there was a root map of the faraway, like a root system map of the faraway trees or something like that. I think one of them had drawn too. I
Right.
think Victor had that, but I feel like that particular drawing was one that Victor acquired, not one that he drew. I think that he drew the picture that's over it of the nightmare creature or whatever was on that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So that's my own take, and I like having my own take on it.
No, yeah, no, I love that. Absolutely. Yeah, and I love that's the thing about this these lives I love hearing everybody's unique ideas that they bring to the table and bring to the discussion. And that's what makes this so enjoyable. It's I don't like live streams where someone just is showing up to preach their own theories and tell you they solved the show. I think this is what it's all about. I like to hear everyone's takes. So I enjoy that a lot. That's what makes it so much fun. And yeah, it's otherwise it's just it just becomes like you're listening to a lecture, and it's not a collaborative conversation. A lot of times I'll hear things that make me rethink some of my theories or tweak them, and then there's collaborative theory crafting that happens too. Sometimes right in the middle of a live, it'll happen. Sometimes it's so much fun, just organically like that. Just trying to make sense of this crazy story and share our different theories. And let's see, Zulinator said this. I think since this reincarnation theories have gone wild. I don't think it is madness. Ethan is Man in Yellow. I really don't. I mean, when I first heard it, I thought, yeah, no. But I mean, like, I always keep an open mind. I'm not going to just say, okay, this is it, end of story. I'm not gonna keep an open mind to other clues. If other clues point me in a different direction, then I'll change my mind. Like I've done on other things. I had a theory that I thought like Fatima was. I mean, this is a smaller theory, but I thought Fatima was going to be having an accelerated pregnancy. The monsters were going to rip the baby out in the barn and run off with it. And I dropped that theory because I didn't see evidence anymore in the promotional material for season 3. So I dropped it. I had the theory that the ambulance was going to come back without Tabitha, but the cop on the ambulance would tell everyone about her, that she met her and she escaped. And I dropped that theory because I looked at evidence I was seeing and clues, and I decided, no, I agree with Tony that she's coming back in the ambulance. And so, yeah, like, I'll just always go based on what I see. And right now, I see clues potentially foreshadowing that Ethan could be the Man in Yellow. And if I see clues to the contrary, then I'll change my mind. But it's a theory, it's a valid theory. I just, I wouldn't be so quick to shoot it down until you actually see like the clues people point to. Because when I first heard it,
I see the clues.
Yeah, right. This is
I think either it is or it could be an intentional red herring.
Right. Yeah. Like they're doing something with that. I think that it's either a red herring or really it could actually be the truth. And Scarlett and I found some details in the first few episodes that really seem like foreshadowing. So it's just something we're going to be watching and keeping our eye on as we continue the rewatch. And that's the thing. Like, we're guided by what we see in the show, and what we see is foreshadowing, because that's one of the brilliant things about the show is that they employ literary devices like foreshadowing, symbolism, metaphor. It's so rich with material for analysis, like a great piece of literature. And that appeals to me. I was an English major in college until I switched to writing instead. Writing and rhetoric, which is the crafting of arguments, persuasive arguments. And so, yeah, now I'm actually now finally getting to apply that to something with the videos that I make. And it's satisfying to get to do that. And, but yeah, the point is, the show does an amazing job using literary devices. And looking back, you can see that there was foreshadowing. And if you listen to John Griffin's interviews, you'll know that some of this had to be intentional, because he said in his interviews that they came up with the beginning, the end, and major milestones in between, major plot points. And they confirmed that, yes, they planned on Tabitha and Jade being reincarnated. Yes, they planned on the monsters being immortal beings, certain things like that. And so you look back at the beginning and you see they clearly foreshadowed things like that. They foreshadowed Jade and Tabitha, that they had died and come back many times over, because when they first got to town, each of them gets knocked unconscious, and you see them laying there looking like they're dead. It's clear foreshadowing that they died before, like the revelation that they died before. So now that we know this, we know that they employ foreshadowing and we have concrete proof that they do it. I think it's reasonable to look at other things and say, maybe Ethan wearing yellow, sitting there with Sarah looking on, looks down at her arm and it says, kill the boy. Maybe that's foreshadowing. Maybe Sarah sitting on the merry-go-round and Ethan in yellow standing and pushing her around and around in a circle, or AKA an endless cycle. Maybe it's foreshadowing. Maybe he's powering this thing. Maybe it's the man in yellow keeping this cycle going, and she's representing the people who are stuck on that ride, stuck on that cycle. So I'm not saying, oh yeah, this is proof. I'm just saying, hey, this is where the clues are leading me, and it's fun to go down these roads. Even if we turn out to be wrong, I don't care. I enjoy it. It's fun. It's enjoyable to theory craft, and I'm not somebody that feels like I'm going to be angry if I'm wrong. Or, in fact, I would rather be wrong on this because I love Ethan as a character. Right. Who wants him to turn out to be evil and kill his own dad? Right? I don't want to see it.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, yeah, I was just going to say, no. I'm sure you're kidding. Yeah. Nobody wants to see it. But like you've seen Lost. They did something on Lost where there was a villain, Ben, who he was so evil, and yet when you look at him as a child, they show him in a flashback. You never would have guessed that one day he would grow up to be more evil. He was a sweet, innocent little boy. And incidentally, he grew up and actually killed his own father. And so this is something that's happened before. I mean, yeah, people say, why would Ethan kill his own father? But, well, we haven't seen that piece of the story yet. Who knows? It could happen. We just haven't seen enough to know. And we'll have to see where the story takes us. But yeah, it's just a theory. And I am afraid now, though, when I put out the video, I'm going to get attacked because I think a lot of people hate the theory. But it's all right.
I'm going to go off cam. I got to let the dog out.
Okay, Doc.
Actually, I can leave it here. I'll take it with me.
Okay. Let's see. David here says it could be possible the 12 that sacrifice the children are the monsters and also the ones reincarnated in the real world, and they are separated like innie/outies. Kind of like in Severance. Let's see.
I did wonder something like that at one point. I forgot about that.
Yeah, that's possible. That's possible. That's an interesting thought, like I've heard, I don't know if it was David that also said this before, that maybe people who are coming to the town and getting trapped there are the living reincarnated people of the ones who killed their kids, and the monsters are just kind of like shells of themselves. Like they're like the living versions of them are the people who are coming to town reincarnated. Of course, there are many others who come to town, but they might just get unlucky. Certain people just wind up stuck there. Anyway, let me see. And thank you, Dieter. Love your theories, Julie, the way you handled them. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Dieter. MoFi. Hey, MoFi. Thanks for stopping by. Let's see here. Let me see. Scrolling down here. David said Abby also had a dream about From as a child, like Tabitha. Yes, she did. Yes. And it might mean something. It might mean, we don't know if it was about From. She just said, I was just remembering I had a dream I had when I was a little girl. So it could be about From, or it could be just a dream where she had to die to wake up. So she thought she had to murder everybody to wake them up. So you could take it either way. That's the way I understood it at the time, but it could be that she dreamed about this place. So it might be that she was fated to come there. And I think Boyd was too. I think he was handpicked to come there. 100%. Hey, Johnny Utah. Did your major require you to read textbooks or novels, Julie B? Yes, absolutely. I started out as an English major, but I wound up switching. So I took a lot of English classes. So I read a lot of novels, and I had to learn how to do deep analysis, deep diving, if you will. So it was called close reading, they called it, and it was just you really had to dissect the text that you're analyzing for the essays in my English classes. And on a level that I never had before. I always loved English. I always took I was in honors English for junior high and high school, and I just loved it. It was my favorite subject. I took English AP, which was an advanced placement, so I got some college credits for that in high school, but then, oh my God, college English just takes it to a whole other level. College English classes, just really deep analysis of novels. And I read some of the some really interesting ones, like Gothic novels, Gothic horror, I mean. And yeah, I really loved it. But then I discovered a program which was unique to the University of Rhode Island, which was the Writing and Rhetoric program. And writing was such a passion of mine that I switched to that. And so it was a lot about learning how to craft a persuasive argument. So in those classes, we would read textbooks on writing, all different types of writing, and including crafting an effective argument. And a lot of it was about anticipating opposing views. You always have to, try to poke holes in your own argument. And that's what I do when I make theories and I make videos. If I'm trying to make something persuasive, I try to test it myself first, see if it holds up to scrutiny. I poke holes in my own theory and anticipate those opposing views. Because you always have to consider that and be impartial like that. Don't get so biased with what you're arguing that you can't see it from other perspectives. Anticipate opposing views, and then consider your audience. Who are you writing for? Like, who is your target audience? You always have to consider that. So now I apply those things to my videos that I make for my channel, and it's so satisfying to finally be able to really use what I learned to try to make persuasive arguments and really do deep analysis of thought-provoking shows like From and now Severance, and get to share that with people and actually have an audience, which I've never had a chance to experience before for my writing. So it's just an absolute dream come true to actually just have an opportunity to put my thoughts out there and make persuasive arguments the way that I was taught, and be able to apply what I learned and use it, because I worked really hard, but I couldn't really find a way to make a good living doing, applying what I learned as a career. It's extremely difficult to do, and print media was dying out by the time I was in college. I couldn't find a way to get my foot in the door in terms of writing for a blog. It's very difficult to get work like that, and the pay isn't very good. But I get to do this, and yeah, it's a passion project. It's just it's not something I'm trying to make a living off of. It's just I'm just doing it for the love of it, and it's a lot of fun. So, David,
Julie, I think
Jim always. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Doc.
I think you and I are having similar experiences, because I have a bachelor's degree in English and literature,
Mm-hmm.
and so you made me realize, yeah, I guess I am kind of using my degree now.
Isn't that amazing? Yeah, that it's I know from experience that while those programs are just so enjoyable and like I don't regret it at all, what I chose to study in school, and I have a passion for it, but it's so frustrating trying to find a way to use it in the real world and you know, make a living off of it. And but if I can't make a living off of it, then at least having a way to turn it into a passion project and use what I learned is so satisfying. So I mean, it's awesome that you started a channel also, and you are using what you learned in doing this. It's just in a different format. It's just a different format than what we were doing in school. You know, it's, and I didn't even realize it at first. Like, this is what I was doing, but I thought about it one day. Like, the way that I make my videos, I'm basically just I'm applying what I learned in school. It's like a video essay. I'm trying to make an argument, and I'm using what I learned without even realizing it. So, yeah, it's great. Yeah. I always knew I was going to be an English major in college, and then I got to URI and I discovered, oh wait, they have a program that it's pretty unique. No, I don't know of any other school that has a program called Writing and Rhetoric, the Art of Persuasion. So I had to go for it. I couldn't help myself. I could have double majored, but I wanted to also have time for other things. I did a political science minor too, and I kind of, I loved the English classes, but I could only have time for so much. But yeah.
I started as biology for my major, and I was terrible at chemistry. And for the undergrad, you had to take almost as much chemistry as biology, so I ended up switching to English, which was my strongest subject in high school. And I'm kind of glad I did.
Good. Honestly, I could never, like, science was a subject I had to struggle. Like, I could get A's in school in science, but I had to really like struggle to do it. English was my strongest subject, my best subject. And when I got to college, forget it. I mean, I took for the English or the writing program, either or, you only had to take one science class and 2 math classes. And I took the bare minimum. I only took 1 science course in college. Science was not my forte. It just wasn't. I could get an A, but I had to work really hard and struggle to get the A, if I was lucky. So I just didn't enjoy it. It wasn't my thing. But anyway, it's neither here nor there. But yeah, it's great to have an outlet. You know, you work that hard in school, and you want to actually have a way to use it somehow. So it's not just about oh, you're doing this to get a certain job or to make money. Like, it's an institution of higher learning. It's also to enrich yourself in your own mind.
And I always wanted to be when I was a kid, I wanted to be a mad scientist when I grew up. So now I play one on the internet.
Nice. I love it. That's terrific. Yeah, that's so cool. I love the persona that you've created. It's unique, it's fun, and it's engaging. So yeah.
Oh, shucks, thank you.
I like it. You're welcome. Decipher said Plato, Socrates, Aristotle is the timeline. Well, there are definite connections to those thinkers in the show. I mean, Plato's cave. You know, I mean, Jade even referenced Aristotle in season 3 when he said that maybe Aristotle was wrong and there is no free will, because Tabitha was always fated to come here. And within the context of this show, Aristotle was wrong, because in the show anyway, because yeah, Tabitha and Jade were always fated to come there. They had no free will because of the reincarnation curse on them. So yeah,
I think it should go Socrates, Plato, Aristotle.
Yeah, Socrates came first.
We learned spa. That was the way that you learned it, the word spa.
Yeah, because didn't Plato study under Socrates?
Yeah.
If I remember.
That's what a minor in philosophy gets you.
Yeah. I learned about them in political science, because they also cover cover that kind of stuff and political science too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I always found that stuff interesting.
Yeah, I took way too much in school because I told you I like double minored and double majored just because I got like a lot of scholarships because I kind of just worked my ass off to get a bunch of scholarships.
Yeah, I should have.
I went to community college first, so I had all this scholarship stuff, and you could get like back in the day, not now, but back in the day, you could get a lot bang for your buck at community college.
Yeah.
I don't know what kids are doing now. It's way too expensive to go to school. I was paying like $30 an hour, and then when I crossed over from my bachelor's to my master's, it was only $80 per credit hour.
Wow.
So I don't know what kids are doing now. What are you doing now?
I don't know.
They're still chasing me for my loans.
What?
They're still chasing me for my loan money, my student loan money.
Oh.
But they offered me a really cheap payout. I owe like I think it's 3,000 left, and they said they'll settle because I haven't paid them anything in like a decade. They'll settle for $800. So I just need to save up a little bit of money for my next 2 paychecks, and I can pay that off.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, student loan debt is a crushing thing. It's just I don't understand why it has to be like this. Like in the past, you could work your way through college, and now it's impossible to do that. You're saddled with massive debt for like decades and decades. I'm not, because I had a full scholarship to URI, thankfully. I didn't use that scholarship to actually major in something that was going to make me money, so I was probably being an idiot, but
yeah, I mean, I had an art scholarship, so I had to take art. I had journalism, so I had to take some journalism classes. All the scholarships negated like what I was taking.
Yeah, I mean, I had
I shouldn't say negated. I shouldn't say negated. It should say force myself in that direction.
I could have taken anything.
Writing and art and philosophy.
Yeah, I could have taken anything at all from mine. It was just,
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was an academic scholarship in general. I could
got one of those too, like later on.
Take anything, yeah. Like just based on my grades in high school and stuff. But yeah, and then I picked something that I could never get a job in. Like that. How smart am I? But it's okay.
You'd be surprised. You just need to move to a large metropolitan area like San Diego, and you can find freelance. Well, you could find freelance work. I would say at least like 15 years ago, that was a good thing. And then it got, everybody thinks they can write now for some reason.
I know. It makes me really mad. I mean, we're on a tangent now, of course, but it makes
fine.
It makes me mad that writing is so undervalued in society when not just anybody can write well. I mean, yeah, AI can write now, but it's not. I'm sorry, but you can't substitute that for an actual human being's mind.
Well, it's the same thing that's the arts. Like my ex was a graphic designer. Like maybe in 2000, there were all these jobs for graphic designers, and then pretty soon people wanted to hire high school kids to do the same job as a college educated person. But now everybody thinks they can be a graphic designer because there's templates and things, without taking into the effect the years that people study art to make something unique for your website. But you're just going to use a template because it's easier. And now with the economy tanking, people are going to do that because it's just easier.
Yeah,
I feel like AI can be an excellent tool to help with writing, though. Not so much to write for you.
Yeah, but I think a lot of people use it the other direction.
Oh yeah, I've seen like I've done like I'll do like AI written stuff, but I always have to like edit it and do like a lot of shaping. And so like if you just take like that first like generation after the prompt, like and like that's just it's gonna give you like garbage.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah. it can be a tool when, in certain cases, but it's a blessing and a curse, because it does replace human creativity in a lot of ways, but it can be, sometimes in my case, it can be
I feel like
helpful.
that's
Certain things I can't do, and I can't pay someone to do. So, sorry, what, Doc?
I feel like that's the problem we're running into with AI. Like it can be such a great tool for augmenting human creativity, but with how society is structured around profit, it's going to be used to replace instead of augment mainly.
Yeah.
And there are going to be people who are using it for augmentation, like to like help with their creativity and stuff like I do. But yeah, I see like a lot of just robotic stuff being posted online now. I think we all get it on our Facebook feeds.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. It's
Well, it's
everywhere.
also the way it's going that people want things fast and easy too, because the internet's fast.
Right.
Yep.
Why are you going to take your time with somebody who knows art and somebody can conceive, conceptualize different philosophies and stuff when you can just whip out something really fast and see if it goes viral,
Well,
It's
I think
easier.
for a lot of creators, it's easy and cheap because a lot of creators can't afford to pay for artists and
Mm-hmm.
to try to find artists to do the work for them. So
Mm-hmm.
I see some of that.
Right. Yeah, Johnny Utah, I liked this too. He said I liked learning about fallacies and impediments. I forgot most of them though. That's so important too, especially if you're trying to make an effective argument or a theory, to avoid certain things that you don't even realize what you're doing. That certain flaws in arguments, you know, fallacies. They're easy traps to fall into, like the straw man argument, and like I can't remember even more off the top of my head, but I remember Robert.
What's the straw man argument?
Straw man. How do I describe it? It's like it's basically like someone. It's like when you misrepresent your opponent's argument just to make it easier to attack. So, it's like it's like the idea that like a scarecrow is like a weak, inanimate thing that can easily be destroyed. So, you're deliberately like misrepresenting someone else's argument just to make it easier to go after. That's basically what a straw man argument is. And it's very common too. It's common in politics. So like learning about the different fallacies can really help, with theory crafting. I was talking about this with Robert Saunders a couple of months ago too, and yeah, like that's something like a lot of people should educate themselves on, because it would just help too with understanding, like just trying to digest all the information online and recognize, like another example of a fallacy too, like an ad hominem attack, like that's a personal attack on someone that has nothing to do with the argument you're trying to make. That's an ad hominem attack. There's circular reasoning, you're just going around and around in circles, like I just googled an example, like circular reasoning, like this book is well written because it has great writing, like something stupid like that. It makes no sense.
Well, the other thing you were talking about almost reminded me of the thing on Severance where they were like nitpicking words instead of actually talking about the issue at hand.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, these are all kinds of things that you want to avoid, when you're trying to, make a point, make your case for something. And if you don't educate yourself on it, then you don't even realize you're doing it a lot of the time, or you can't recognize when other people are doing it. So yeah, great point, Johnny. Yeah, critical thinking. William Waddy. It's something that a lot of people don't really practice enough of, and need to learn how to do. Critical thinking. There's a ton of free writing and critical thinking books on the Internet Archive. Oh, cool, Johnny. Nice. Yeah, more people should do that before they start. Like everyone has an opinion, but like not everybody actually has, enough to back it up. Like you're not educated in the way to make the case for that opinion. So William said icing is good on a cake, but not as a cake. AI assistance. Okay, yeah. Yeah, lessen your opponent's defense. Oh, Scarlet fell off. She probably was Googling something. Whenever she Googles something on her tablet, it kicks her off of StreamYard. Yeah. Back to Socrates. Yeah, Socrates. Yeah, I really loved learning about all of those thinkers in school. I very much enjoyed that. Appealing to authority is also very common. Yes, David, that's another fallacy. An appeal to authority. So like, you know, like oh, this new diet must be effective because this famous person endorsed it. So, oh, it must be good. That's a fallacy. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be good. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Let's see. Did we cover everything that we wanted to cover on the topic tonight, Doc? Let me see. I'm looking at
I feel like we did. Do we have like any comments, or do folks have more to contribute, stuff that we missed, or do you have any comments or things that you think that we missed?
See, I'm looking at my notes here. Let's see. So I did write a bunch of notes, but it's like a lot of text. I should have made like short bullet points. I liked how this quote, like John Griffin was saying in, I think it was that podcast that you posted. He said the two worst traps you can fall into is having too rigid a plan and having no plan at all. The sweet spot is somewhere in between. So that's the thing, you know, if you plan out the show and it's too rigid in advance, then yeah, you're kind of writing yourself into a box and not opening yourself up to possibilities that could come up. And then having no plan at all, just throwing whatever at the wall and seeing what sticks. And just hoping, oh, maybe if we get picked up for the next season, then we'll figure out what we're going to do. Like that's a problem too. And I think they have found that sweet spot in between. Like if he had just stuck to his rigid plan, like, because remember, I'm sure you heard his story about how Jade was originally supposed to. I don't know if did we touch on this earlier. Jade was.
Yeah, we touched on that.
Yeah, we did. Sometimes I forget all this stuff.
You might have more info about it though.
Yeah, sometimes I forget all the stuff we talk about in all these live streams and they start to blur together. But Scarlett told me this before too, and I was like, what? Jade was originally supposed to be a teenage girl showing up to town in a bikini on spring break or something. Like,
yeah, I think she was a young college girl, like a college freshman. I think he said something like that.
Yeah, and it's so crazy to think of that now. How do you? Jesus, what is wrong with you, Boo? She's I think she's meowing to get out. Anyway,
she craves attention.
Yeah, she had her own idea to chime in.
I lucked out. I thought mine was going to come in and and start messing with things on me, but nope. She just laid down in the background where you couldn't really see her. It was very nice.
Yeah. Yeah, my cat and Scarlett's cat sometimes they make guest appearances on these lives. They make their voices heard, literally. Anyway, how do you go from Bikini Girl Jade to what we have today? I mean, it could not be any further from what they originally conceived.
Do you think that maybe that's where that cross-dressing comment came from?
That could be. It could be a little nod, a wink and a nod to their original idea. Yeah. Because it's so, that little story that Fatima told seems so random about Charlie from Duluth who cross-dressed. So I could totally see that, a little wink.
Well, when Jade was asked to help with making Kenny's mom's body presentable, he said that he cross-dressed once or twice or something like that when he was younger.
He said something. That's right. He said that he used to play dress up. as a kid.
That was it. Not cross-dress. He played dress up.
Right, which seemed like unexpected coming from him. Like, it doesn't really seem like something he would do. But yeah, I bet you that was a wink to what his original character was supposed to be, and it's pretty wild when you think about it. How do you go from that to the character that we came to know? It couldn't be any more different. So I don't know if they originally I don't know if you heard in any of the interviews if they had originally planned on having. I mean, clearly they hadn't. The plan was not to have Jade be a reincarnated person originally, because John said that he decided, well, she was too similar to Julie and didn't really have a purpose in the show. So
Well, I'm not completely sold that he didn't plan on Jade still having been a man or whatever in a past life. I'm not completely sold on that because he didn't.
okay.
I don't, because I listened and I rewound and I was like, well, he didn't say that, he isn't, or that yeah, I don't know. I think it still could have been a possibility, and maybe they just convinced him to not have a gender change in the reincarnation.
Right. That's absolutely a great point, because with reincarnation, it doesn't matter. You can be reincarnated as a different gender or a different species, even. So, yeah, it could be. It could be that that was going to be part of it eventually, but I think that it made a whole lot more sense going the way that they did. I think it's perfect. They couldn't have made a better choice choosing this, to have a man and a woman reincarnated many times over. They originally had a child together who was sacrificed. So I'm sure they originally had that concept of they said that the monsters were going to be immortal creatures. And I'm sure the idea was that they sacrificed their children. I would be willing to bet that was part of the original plan. I didn't hear that in the interview, but I'm pretty sure it must have been. And
Makes sense.
right, they just didn't plan on having, necessarily. Maybe it wasn't the case that it was like two parents back then who had a child. I don't know. Or it could have been, and they just were reincarnated as different genders over the years in their original plan. But I think this. I like this formula so much better. And look what the end result was. Like, this is perfect example of what John was talking about why it's best not to be rigid in your original plan, and be willing to let your ideas evolve. And just he described it as like the texture changed in the middle. Like, he has the start and the finish planned, but the texture changed, it evolved. And look what we got. We got this incredible character who is, so many people who are fans of the show say Jade is their favorite character, with good reason. And this, if he had been too rigid in his thinking, if he hadn't been smart enough and open-minded enough to evolve his original concept, then we would have some, like, shallow girl without any purpose, like he was saying, she didn't really have a purpose. She was redundant. Showing up in a bikini on her way to spring break, that just sounds too shallow for what we needed from that role. Instead, we got this incredible, well-rounded, hilarious, brilliant, genius character, and a genius in the way he was crafted in his own mind is genius too. And
Right. I wonder how much of that character was actually brought out by the actor, and
yep,
then like written to kind of work with how the actor brought out the character.
Yeah, you just read my mind, because I was gonna say, when you listen to David Alpay speak off the show, you just get that Jade vibe. I definitely think he imbues a lot of himself into that character, and they let him do it. And that happens a lot on shows, where they'll hire an actor who has just got their own unique spin on the part, and it's so good that they just start writing that into the show. Like, they shape their own character. Like, they put a lot of themselves into that character, and he clearly does. Clearly. it's amazing. And Simon, when I interviewed Simon, and he was talking too about how Jade, David is so funny. He said he's just like Jade, but he swears less, pretty much.
Oh my God! And Simon and Ethan seem like they are the same person almost.
They do, yeah. Simon and Ethan, they're both extremely intelligent young kids, and yeah, so very much the same person too. They couldn't have picked a better kid actor for that role. And yeah, but yeah, David completely owns that role. Like that, he made a cameo for me, and it was just like Jade. And he said in it, he was yelling at first, and he realized he was yelling too loud because he was in public. He's like, I shouldn't be yelling in public. I have to remind myself sometimes that I'm not really Jade. But that's the thing, he is very much like him, because that's just who he is. So I love it. So
I love that he did that in character too. That's so much fun.
Yeah, but he did Scarlett's in character as Jade, yeah, and then he turned back into David, and he did mine as David, but he sounded like Jade. So there's no question in my mind that he's put a lot of himself into that role. William Waddy here says that Jade did start out off obnoxious. I can see it. Oh yeah, like that he could have been a teenage girl to start out. Scarlett, were you looking something up and it kicked you off again?
Yeah, pretty much. I was looking up something that I had to do for tomorrow, and it kicked me out.
Yeah, figured. I see. I've started. What I do is I have another device. If I'm going to do something on it, I'll be on my phone, because if I open up too many tabs on here, it won't kick me off, but it'll start to slow down, and so I just have to use my phone.
Yeah.
Johnny said Jim pulled the straw man argument on Tabitha a few times. Yeah, he definitely did. Johnny said I could see Molly Dunsworth as female Jade.
Yeah, I could see it.
Yeah, I could see that. Zulinator said he 30 minutes behind. Oh, no worries. Out of context comments. I'm often behind the chat myself, so I'm highlighting old comments. So no worries at all. Zulinator here said, here is a theory for you, Julie and Doc. Please get Scarlett to open up a channel. Just like the both of you, I think she has a story to tell that will impact many. I will continue to say so till I don't know why it says till, but ... But
I agree. Scarlett should make a channel.
The world's not ready yet.
You should.
I'm gonna do it on YouTube, because it seems like you need 15 different channels. You're gonna do 15 different things.
Right. Yeah. Because if you make a lot of shorts, then you get pigeonholed. So yeah, you should make a channel. You really should. I know
I was gonna make a channel. I was gonna make a Yellow Jackets channel, and then use finger puppets for all the characters. And so
I love
do
that
a
idea.
recap that way. Do a recap that way, and then theorize.
That would be awesome.
I'm trying to get my fiance to do some puppeteering in the background, but
that'd be cool.
He's a little he thinks it's a little silly for him to be doing.
Oh, that would be amazing though. Yeah, you should.
I want him to dress all in black and pretend to not be there, and then control the puppets and stuff and do their voices.
That would be awesome. Yeah. No, we appreciate whimsy here. A little bit of whimsy. That would be fun. Why not? Let me see if there's anything else. There's anything else in my notes.
I did have Oh, okay.
No, I'm still looking.
Oh, okay. So hold on, I got a cough. So there was something else I noticed too that I thought was kind of cute. When when John talks, when John goes on interviews, at least when he's interviewed by himself, and also when he's interviewed with the other two J's, but not so much when he's like with the full cast. He has like this like nervous excitement about the show, and the other two J's, Jeff and Jack, don't have it, but he has it, and I don't know. I think it's kind of cute, but I also see too, and I'm like a little bit of like the anxiety that people might say something that they're not supposed to, or that he might say something that he's not supposed to too. And I do wonder a little bit if this nervousness ties into his mysteriousness, or if it's just because he's kind of new to film. I am leaning that he's new to film, and he's not intentionally trying to create this like meta mystery character to himself. But I would love to interview him, and I wouldn't really ask him so much about the characters from or theories or anything like that. I would ask him, the questions that we all want to know, like his birth date, mother's maiden name, social security number. No, I'm kidding. I'd like to know how he made the connections that he's made, what his journey has been like in the film industry. He talks a lot about plays and stuff, but I'm curious about his film inspirations, especially with science fiction and things like that.
Yeah, I'm really interested to know more about that. Like what has he been up to before? Like what was he doing with himself before he managed to really finally make it big? I guess this is where he hit the big time with From, and I'm curious to know like all the other things he was doing in between. Like I know in 2009 is when he won that fellowship for the play he wrote, Dream Upon Waking or something like that. But after that, like what was he doing in the meantime? How was he making his money? I know he told an entertaining story about when he was living in youth hostels and he really had nothing. Yeah, he was just like one night walking down the street in the 2 a.m. in LA with all of his possessions in a shopping cart, looking for a motel to spend the night in. He saw one that said no guns, no prostitution, and no drugs. So he thought, all right, that works. And he checked into the motel and watched the crappy TV. And he said it felt like an adventure though, and he lived off of blind, stupid, stubborn faith. And that's so cool. Like, yeah, that. Don't you love that? Oh, I love it. It's such a cool story, and how he never gave up. He had to scratch and claw his way up. He finally had that aha moment where he had to realize that his path was not in acting. His path forward was in writing, and not using sock puppets on a Burger King commercial, and so yeah, he moved on to what his real calling was, which was writing, and took a lot of work and time, but I would love it if he would release those short stories he wrote. I mean, he wrote plays when he was in college. He wrote short stories, including The Man in the Yellow Suit. I know fans of the show would be interested to read those. He should just self-publish them online. I mean, he could at this point. That would be so interesting.
He might be waiting or hoping for the possibility to further develop them like he did with From. I don't know. I've got plenty of things on the back burner.
Right. And if he released those stories now before From ends, then people might get the wrong idea and think, oh, like this is the key to understanding the Man in the Yellow Suit. This is the answer. And in reality, no, he wrote those stories just with that concept in mind, but it's not the same as the character on From. So I hope when the show is over, he puts those stories out, because I would be interested to read them. Like just the way his mind works, I'd be curious to read it. And just the way he communicates in interviews, it's so so eloquent, the analogies he uses, the metaphors, and it becomes now it's clear to me why From is what I think is just the work of genius that it is. Just now getting this insight into the creator of the show and the head writer, and hearing his own words, his story, the way that he sees the world, and the themes that he likes to explore about human trauma and the way we respond to it, the way that we respond to adversity. It gives you like an insight into just why From is such a masterpiece. It makes complete sense now when you actually see where it originated, the origin of From. Like the origin of From is
the origin of origins.
Yes, the origin of origins. And I still think they probably should have called it Origins in the US. It would have been a little bit better, but it's still a great mysterious title. I think it would have made
it more of a game to try to research the show. Actually, it was kind of fun.
Yeah. I mean, it's a nightmare for content creators trying to get their content out with that obscure title. I know as a fan, it was hard for me to find the content because of that title. Find content about it. Origins.
I had to learn to search for the tag Fromely.
Yeah, that's it. Fromely. Yeah. So I tag all my videos with that. I learned early on, I got all the right hashtags in order and I put them on every single video so people can find it. And it worked. People were able to find my video through the algorithm that had never heard of me through the channels that were helping me get my start. So it does work. The hashtags work.
Oh yeah, I noticed like when I put out a From related video and I put on that tag, that gets way more views than like my Godzilla videos.
Yep. See, I'm not surprised. Like the hashtags actually do work. And I learned that from Jeremy Ice and Fire. I took all the same hashtags that he uses. He told me like, you got to do this. This will help them find your videos. And I did it and it worked. I put out my first video and I only had a little over 100 subscribers at the time, but I was amazed. I mean, with a little over 100 subscribers putting out my first video, I thought, okay, well, if I'm lucky, maybe those 100 something people will actually watch the video. And then I released it, and it's my videos are very basic because I don't know all the bells and whistles yet about editing and clips and graphics. And I couldn't believe what I was seeing. People I had never heard of before. I mean, I was in many From live chats and in the Discord talking about From for months. So I was pretty well known among the diehard fans, but I only had 100 something subs and I put the video out and people I never heard of found it. I was like, how is this happening? And Jeremy was saying, well, it's the algorithm. See, it works. You put in the hashtags and it works. And I got like 3,000 views on that video, which blew my mind. I was in shock. And then I was like freaked out, like afraid to look at the comments because I thought it was just going to be the friends that I already knew watching the thing, not a bunch of strangers who might come attack me. But fortunately, I didn't really get attacked by most people. Almost everybody was polite. You're always going to get some, you're going to get some nastiness no matter where you are, what fandom it is. But the vast majority is. That's all I can ask for. But hey, Mickey B, nice to see you. David said John looks petrified every time Jack talks. Yeah, because Jack Bender, like sometimes he lets some things slip that John and Jeff do not, and so
that's why he's my favorite.
Yeah,
he's my favorite of the triad. I mean, plus he looks like a crazy hippie, and he does artwork, and it's cool.
Oh yeah, he's so interesting and quirky.
Oh yeah, he reminds me of a guy I went to college with that is like super awesome.
Right. Yeah.
And he worked on Fame when Harold was a dancer.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yep.
I tried to show you that clip where like Carol walks past, like it's like some crazy fame dance number. Like that show had 6 seasons. It's crazy.
Wow. I
But
gotta,
but,
oh, yeah.
but he like at about the 15-second mark, he walks right past the camera. You can tell it's him, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. I found him already.
That's awesome. Yeah,
I thought I
he
was
would,
gonna have to look way back in the back of a dance scene and find him, and he just walked right past the camera.
yeah, it wouldn't be too hard to pick him out. He would stand out to me. Definitely. Yeah. Yeah, like Jack Bender is a character. There was some aerial view of him on the street directing a scene when they were shooting season 2, and everybody could tell immediately it was Jack just from the hair way off in the distance taking the picture. Just the hair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm actually realizing a particular theme with the show that is a little bit unexpected, and that's of community and lifting each other up and helping people that are new to this particular to chasing their dreams. And it's not built into the show, but it's built into the community and what MGM seems to be doing. Like I've noticed the From community is just amazing, really helps each other, really lifts each other up and builds each other up, helps each other with the things that they're working on, build up their streams, promote them. And MGM also seems to help by encouraging the cast members to do interviews and go on the shows. And this is John Griffin's maiden voyage too. Like this is a new endeavor for him. He's being lifted up by Jack and Jeff and I think his name is Mike at MGM. And there was a really nice sounding woman too that he talked about that helps as well from MGM. And so there does seem to be a theme beyond the show of lifting each other up.
Yes. Yeah, I love that. I love that. And earlier you said something, I don't remember the exact quote that you said, but it was something that something about like holding on to each other for hope or something like that. And they wrote that into the show. When they have nothing else, when all hope is gone, they hold on to each other instead. That was a quote from season 3, and just about uplifting each other and holding each other up. That's what the show is about too. That's what.
So see, it does tie into the show.
It does. It does. It ties beautifully into the show. You know, they're holding each other up. They're like they don't have much but each other in this place. Like so they do what they can to support each other, and yeah, it's beautiful in that way. And yeah, that was part of Henry's monologue when he was talking about the people in this town. And yeah, they're like, you find your way there. Once you're there, you can't get out. Like it's all around us, but but you can't get there if you try. But the line when he said, when all hope is gone, they're holding onto each other instead, while he was talking, the voiceover was there, but it was showing the funeral scene where they're sitting there supporting each other after the loss of Tan Shen. And that was a perfect way of editing that together, just to show that. And yeah, that's what they're doing. You know, like they're like a family on the show, and then the fandom feels like a family. It's amazing in that way. It's it's like it's unique, really, in that way. It's kind of like we're experiencing the same things that the people in the town are. We're all asking the same questions and trying to figure out the mystery together. And also, I think a lot of us have bonded over our own personal struggles too. And we've been drawn into the show, and it resonates with us because of the struggles that each of us goes through in our lives. And so, you know, we're a support system for each other. Fromily is the perfect word to describe it, and sounds corny, but it is the perfect word to describe it, because it feels a lot like a family supporting each other. And that's what it's like on the show. That's what the cast, that's what they all describe. But that's the dynamic. They feel like a family too. So it's a beautiful community to be a part of. It's like we're all under that same umbrella. The cast, they're amazingly interactive with the fans, and you know, we're just all part of the same community. That's why I was so relieved and thrilled that this show got picked up for another season, and you know, we can all stick together, and hopefully at least 5 seasons. I would love to see more, but I realistically, I don't expect it. I think we'll be lucky to get 5, and I can be satisfied with it. 6 would be great.
I'd be satisfied with 5. I don't want them to drag it out too long where it starts ruining the show.
That's the thing that you don't want to see. Too much of a good thing. Like you start to push your luck when you get too far with the show, and you just try to drag it out just for the sake of dragging it out past its shelf life. So I get that. Yeah. And
going back, but yeah, the From community definitely feels like a family, or like it's becoming one. I spend most of my evenings now, because I work second shift, so I get home at midnight. I'm hanging out basically in your live streams and some other live streams that are running late, and I'll listen to them while I'm at work. And if I'm on lunch or on break, I can go and chime in and stuff. And I spent New Year's Eve at home listening in on a From chat, on a From stream. I think Scarlett was on it, and I think that was like the perfect way to spend my New Year's Eve and start my New Year's.
Nice. That's awesome, Doc. I love that. Yeah. See, that's the kind of space I wanted to create here. Just a warm and welcoming kind of community where everyone feels accepted, everyone is welcome, and no one is theory shamed. Like, you know, no one's shamed for any reason. I haven't had issues yet, but if there ever were an issue, I wouldn't tolerate any kind of attacks on any group of people, or bullying. But so far, it's been nothing but cool, awesome people. Really, I haven't really had any problems at all. Just an amazing community of kind people. Yeah, thank you so much, Zulinator. That's so amazing to hear. Said you have no idea what your channel has opened up to me, coupled with your story. It is immense. Not only you, but also the amazing Scarlett. That's so sweet.
It makes me want to get more ideas out there, because you know, I've written books and done some film stuff, and it makes me want to do that on my channel as well.
You should. You absolutely should. That's so cool to say. And Sulinator says, shout out to Doc. Oh, I feel like you were the coolest kid in school. Right. I do too. Yeah.
No.
No, you weren't. I know I wasn't.
Yeah.
But I was popular with the unpopular kids.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that like outside, like people I knew in college were like, you must have been really cool in high school. I'm like, no.
Yeah, I was
definitely not in Catholic school. When you're not Catholic in a Catholic school, you're kind of at the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, I was the opposite of popular. I was like the kid eating alone at lunch all the time. And so it's very weird for me now to actually have a channel where people want to hear what I have to say.
I had a small but mighty clique that consisted of me being a goth kid, my friend who was a punk rocker, another guy who was a metalhead, and a girl that was a hippie. Wow. I mean, that writes itself as a book right there. I should write that. I
feel like a lot of the popular kids from my high school took their popularity and everything that was given to them for granted and didn't pursue really anything after high school. And seeing them after the fact, I feel like us nerds who got picked on, we went to college and we at least tried a little bit harder.
Yeah, I've never gone to a high school reunion because the people I knew that I was friends with, like the punk girl, the metal guy, and the girl hippie, we all kept in touch. So there really was a reason to go to a high school reunion.
I've never been to one either.
Yeah.
I just see people out and about.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. My high school didn't even have a reunion, and I honestly wouldn't want to go. I didn't have a good time in high school. I didn't have many friends, and so honestly, like, I wouldn't have any interest in it. So it's like it's a very new experience for me to actually have a community here that like wants to hang out in this space with me. Like, I'm still shocked that people actually do want to come hang out, and I feel like it's a community of friends / family, which is amazing, completely unexpected, and been it's just made a huge difference in my life. So stuff like, what Zulinator said here, that means.
Oh yeah, and thank you, Zulinator.
Yeah, that means so much to me. Just to hear that. Thank you so much for saying that. Because it's been therapy for me at really came at the lowest point in my life, this channel, and so it's been a lifeline to me and a source of real therapy and community that I needed. So I'm just so glad to know that it can do that for other people, because I don't want to feel like it's just me. Oh, it's my therapy session, and I need this. I need to rely on this community for support. But I wanted to create something that was offering support and escape and a source of kindness and community for everybody. Not just for myself, not just to make myself feel better or have company. I always wanted to do something that could make a difference in people's lives, even in just some small way, just even if it's just distracting you from a lousy day that you had or whatever garbage you have going on at some point in your life. And we all have our struggles, and we all need kindness and a sense of community and like empathy, and just a place to just have fun and relax, feel accepted. Like, you're not going to be shamed or attacked. You don't have to feel anxious in this space. The kind of space that I always wanted for myself, but had trouble finding till I found the From fandom.
And that's why I joke all the time, because I feel if I can make people laugh, then I've changed things for somebody.
Yeah.
Laughter is the best medicine and all.
It is. It's a gift. I can tell you that from personal experience, because I literally spent a couple of years really hardly laughing or smiling at anything.
Yeah, that's crazy, Julie.
I'm serious. Like, I'm not even. I mean,
if I didn't have my laughter or imagination, I wouldn't be alive today, man. You need those things. You need those things to keep going.
I know. It's therapeutic. It's so important. Laughter is so important, and I couldn't even remember the last time I laughed, like a real laugh, until I joined the From fandom. I didn't smile anymore, and then I met all these awesome people and found myself smiling and laughing, making connections and friends left and right, and so it's been a life changer. So, and so what you're doing when you make people laugh, it's absolutely, it's a gift. It's a gift because it is a therapeutic thing that's backed by science. It is. So, yeah.
And Julia, I wanna also give you a personal thank you too, because you've encouraged me with your family building here in the From community to work on building family instead of fighting and just being a better person. So thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I mean, I'm so glad now that could help, with anything that, anybody can find something positive from my channel, or if it affects your life in a positive way. And, if you feel comfortable in this community, and, like you can come out of your shell more, then mission accomplished for me. Like that's the goal. That's how I want people to feel. Like you're part of a family here. Everyone's welcome. And so I'm really glad that you're on board with us and bringing your awesome contributions now on Friday nights. I'm excited to see what we've got going forward, what subjects we're going to dive into next. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to it, Doc.
Is there a
Thank you.
topic
Oh
for
yeah,
next
so
Friday?
right. That's it.
Okay.
Should we do Jack or Jeff next, maybe?
Oh, we're gonna go through the big three first, huh?
I was thinking, what do you guys think?
That's fine.
Sure, works for me. I like that idea. Yeah, I don't know enough about the other two either. So
I think let's do Jack Bender next, because I feel like Jeff is more prolific, and we'll work our way to Jeff because he's going to be in interviews with Jack as well.
Yeah, I like that. Jack is a character, so I'm like, this will give me an excuse to finally. I've been meaning to check out more of their interviews and dig into their their past work and stuff like that. But it always kind of gets pushed to the back burner behind other things. And so doing this week, it gave me an excuse. It gave me a motivator to finally, dig more into this. Look into John Griffin, his creative mind, and his background, and it was really illuminating. So I'm looking forward to more of this, like exploring like the kooky creative Jack Bender. That should be a really interesting subject.
Yeah, this is gonna be fun.
Yes.
Too bad we couldn't show clips. You could show the clip from Fame with Harold as a backup dancer.
I can't imagine that.
It's just crazy, because I even read on Wikipedia, they had 6 seasons of the show, and even one of the showrunners was like, everything got so surreal, we could do whatever we wanted. So there's this surreal, like the clip that Harold's in, it's a girl dressed up like a prisoner, like the striped like stereotypical prisoner outfit with the ball and chain.
Right.
She's just walking around the high school, and then all of a sudden everybody starts dancing around them and singing freedom and all this stuff, and it's just crazy. I used to watch it when I was a kid. I was like, this shit's amazeballs. It's just like, they couldn't do it nowadays. People would be like, this is too weird. But the 80s were on a hell of a drug, so it happens. This happened.
I think too for. Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say, wasn't it a musical, like a theater program, a theater show too? But
yeah, it was a movie, and it was popular enough to be a TV show that lasted forever, apparently. And I even remember some of them. They had like a song about Desdemona, and that was crazy too. That was like them dancing around, and like Othello was gonna strangle Desdemona with like the scarf that he thought that a lover gave her, and it was just kind of crazy to have that on primetime TV.
That is crazy.
They used to record. I used to record them off of like a tape player off of the television, and get some of my favorites.
Nice. No, I feel like I should check that out now. I've never seen it, but it sounds good.
Yeah, I like that like somebody asked, Jenny Utah asked, what's the other funny thing Tabitha says besides no, 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 no? She has funnier things. She has like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
Right.
I can't.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure there's any other ones.
Yeah, I think that
sometimes a combination of all three.
Yeah. Sometimes it's all three at once.
I mean, her standard
yep.
MO
Nope.
Yeah, I mean, her standard MO is to be like, any situation causes her the least amount of stress. She's like, I can't.
I know, right?
I don't know what living with her on a day-to-day would be like. She'd be like, can you make coffee today, Tabitha? No. Jim, I can't. Oh my God, right? Oh my God, no.
I know.
He's like, I just asked you to make coffee.
Oh,
You do a skit like that. Does everything with Tabitha is always like intense. She's
there
always
should
like,
be a montage. Someone needs to create a montage of all the I can't, no, oh my gods through all 3 seasons.
yeah.
That would be comical, actually. And I didn't really notice it until season 3, how much she does that. Now that I'm rewatching, I'm noticing she was doing it then too, just maybe not quite as constantly. But she did.
Mhm.
She was still doing it. She was already doing it.
After someone makes a montage, they should someone else should make an auto-tune version.
Mm. Yes.
A dance bit.
For the next show, I think we're gonna have a lot more material to work with as far as photos, because John doesn't really take many photos, but Jack takes enough of them, and he's a character. He is fun. I think that we could probably find some good photos to bring up.
Definitely. Yeah. And we could take a look at some of his art that he's done.
Yeah.
That would be interesting. Yeah, because he's quite the artist too. You know, he's got a very quirky style.
Yeah, every time I see him in interviews, he has a lot of interesting stuff behind him that I almost wish people to ask about.
Yeah, I'm surprised people don't actually ask more. I would.
Yeah.
You know, and he's done artwork for other shows he's worked on, and you can always pick out that it's his style. Like he did the there's a mural in Lost that is down in I don't know if you'll ever watch Lost, but there's a mural in
Probably
Lost.
not.
There's a mural in Lost, and you can totally see the his style. There's like there's a big like I think there's a stick figure guy. Reminds me of like the white stick figure thing that's painted on Victor's like card.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, there's something like that. It's very similar style. And then in Under the Dome, he did the Pink Stars Are Falling artwork. He did that too, and that's a similar style to what he does in From.
Yeah, I had a friend that worked on Under the Dome. Maybe I should ask him if he has any experience with Jack Bender.
Oh, yeah, you should.
I mean, he was a production assistant, but
yeah, you should totally. Yeah, you might have a little. I've had some contact with him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I loved his interview he did with E-Man recently. I mean, it was interesting, like his he makes he's a character. He makes funny faces. He's sitting there. I think he was smoking a cigar or something. Yeah, smoking a cigar and had his kooky, his trademark Jack Bender hair and his artwork behind him. It's always an entertaining watch. One of his interviews, you don't see that many of them, but always enjoyable, worth a watch. So I'll rewatch that before next time, and we can dive into that. I'll see what else I can dig up and research before then too. It'll be fun. Yeah. But man, though, did he ever torpedo a popular fan theory in that interview? Surprise! The man in white, who we thought was the man in white painting this whole time, is just the boy in white because he doesn't know how to draw children. He makes them look like adults. It's just his style. He said he just draws them that way, paints them that way. So.
See, and I draw it kind of similar. So I kind of always was saying it's the boy in white, and people are like, "No, it isn't. No, it isn't." And I'm like, "Okay, well, from my background, my feelings, this is what I think."
Yeah,
which is it's like some people can't draw adults. I also can't really, and I have kind of done some stuff in a style similar to Jack Bender's style like that. So,
yeah,
I gotta leave and come back to fix my headphone.
Okay. No worries. Yeah, we'll probably wrap up soon anyway.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go soon.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't really been on. Sorry, I've been just doing a bunch of stuff.
No.
I had to do really practical stuff like my laundry and some cleaning and some other things.
Yeah, no worries at all.
So I was glad Doc could keep you company, and that worked out really well.
Yeah, that's why I thought, this will be a perfect fit. The Doc happens to be free on Fridays, and Friday is a night you really need some time.
Yeah, I have to catch up on everything on the week because we do stuff so much during the week. I gotta catch up sometime.
Exactly.
Or
Yeah.
else then it's Sunday and I'm like, okay, now it's time for Jamie's live and for everything to start anew.
Exactly. Yeah. No, you got to have some time off of this channel, just like once in a while. Yeah. So I think it works out great that Doc is on board here for Fridays. And well, let's see. I'm gonna.
Thank you.
Doc,
I am so excited about this. This was so much fun.
Oh, it was so much fun for me too. I'm so glad you're on board, and I'm excited to see where we're gonna go from here. And yeah, I think it's gonna be a blast, really. And let me see. Let me check in with the chat here. And then we'll start to wrap up, I think. Well, this was a really old one. I scrolled up a little too far, but David said, what if Boyd and Abby were two of the original parents and Ellis was sacrificed in the original cycle because one of the children has a wound that is similar to the girl impaled on the tree? That's I mean, you never know. That's a possibility. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the kids seem to have marks on their heads, I think, though. But hey, yeah, anything's possible with this show at this point.
You know what's interesting is that happens in Yellow Jackets too.
Oh, really?
Huh. Yeah, people get head wounds. Like, well, I don't know if you saw the clip that I showed you of the seance thing, which you probably didn't watch, but
no, I did. I did. That looked really
hits her
interesting.
head against the window, and she has that. And then another girl, when she's younger, she hits her head on the bottom of the pool and has that same. It's almost like a third eye thing on that show. Is that when like people get like when you hit yourself there, you get like second sight, or supposedly second sight. So I think it's interesting.
It is, yeah, I like that. Oh, and this is one I wanted to highlight from earlier that I didn't get a chance to. I'll just highlight a few more, and then we can wrap up.
Okay.
David said,
well, make sure you get to the one that says good things about me.
I thought I did, but was there another one that I missed? I'll get there.
No, it's like that. I like that about your character. You always find a positive and a negative. Your laughter and energy is contagious.
Oh, I didn't see that one yet. Okay, I'll get there. I'll get there. David said, where do we come from? What are our origins? Where does anything come from? And the idea where we come from doesn't matter. It's the journey. Yeah, I've thought about that a lot. Like the people in the show, what all the questions they're asking, a lot of it is like a microcosm of actual existence and all the questions humanity asks, and it's more about the journey. So very, very, very interesting stuff, David. Yeah, I've thought the same kind of thing. Hold on. There were other things I wanted to just quickly go through before we.
Can I say something really quick about AAM's comment? To not spoil Yellow Jackets for you. I'm not trying to spoil it. I'm trying to get you interested in watching beyond the episode 3.
Right. Yeah.
Because
no, she wouldn't.
Oh, I'm gonna watch more.
It doesn't start until like 5 and 6. It's a slow burn.
Yeah.
Okay. I love the second episode.
Don't watch it for a while. They got to watch all of it. You got to watch.
Okay, yeah, I found my spot. I lost my spot before.
Yeah.
I would like 6 seasons too, William. I really would. And David here says 2 more seasons. That will be another 4 years. That's long enough. I mean, yeah, I can be satisfied with 5 seasons, but I just wish they had more episodes. Like,
well, they might not have. Oh, sorry. They might not have that much of a gap in other seasons. This might just be a special gap.
Yeah, I mean, there was an extra 6-month gap because of the writer's strike, but
yeah, I mean, the first 2 seasons weren't that far apart from each other.
Yeah,
I think that's a good point. I think if there's less of a gap, then it runs less of a risk of the show, like kind of going off on tirades and tangents and going random places. If it gets extended, I feel like the risk is in like the meantime that like maybe writers will change or there'll be some sort of shakeup or some other chaos. 'Cause I've seen that too often with great shows where everything will be great and then there'll be some sort of shakeup with like the writers or the producers or the directors, and then things just kind of go.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's a good point. Yeah, like can be shakeups and then things go downhill. That happens a lot, actually.
I like this comment into the last line.
Oh, I hadn't read it yet. Dieter said,
last 6 words. Actually, the last 6 words. Dieter.
Dieter said, same here, Sulinator. There aren't enough words to describe what this channel has done for me. Julie and Scarlett together, magic. Listening is like therapy, and I like Julie's voice the most.
Boo.
I don't think he
Why'd
meant
you
that.
have to put that at the end?
I don't think he meant that as a slight against you. That
Your
or your
voice is beautiful, and your voice is like,
No, no. I don't think he meant it like that. But that's very sweet of you to say, Dieter. I'm so glad that this channel has done so much for you and made a difference in your life. That makes me so happy, and you've been amazing. I mean, you've made a huge difference in my life personally, and I'm just so glad we were able to meet. Thanks to me starting this channel. You're an incredible person, and you're like Dieter's like my superhero. The stuff that he does, like in the Discord for this channel, promoting my stuff everywhere, and just being there for me on a personal level too. It's not just channel stuff. It's not just the stuff he does for me for the channel. It's the fact that he cares enough to do it. That's what it really comes down to. That means so much. That like I haven't had a lot of people in my life that actually have cared enough to want to go out of their way to do things like this that are so thoughtful and supportive. I mean, I have a lot of blood relatives who live a stone's throw away, who have nothing to do with me, who have no interest in my life, who have completely like left me like adrift here by myself with my mom, and left us struggling alone. And then, I meet someone like Dieter, who I've never even been able to meet in person because he's in Belgium, and yet he's moving mountains to, to things to support me. And it's not like, oh, he does all this stuff for me. It's that he cares that much to do these things that means so much. So thank you.
You have a crappy family, so you're going to build your own family from the people that are worth being your family members.
Yeah, exactly.
Because my family's the same way. What a bunch of crap.
Blood doesn't always equal family.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
You kind of have to build your own.
Yep.
You kind of have to build your own, and I'm doing that now. It just sucks that we're all so far away. Like I wish we could teleport ourselves.
A faraway tree, perhaps.
To a faraway tree.
Ooh, risky.
I mean, Doc here is local. I met one person who's local. He's close by, but
how far away?
Fall River is like I don't know, like maybe half an hour away from me, or something like that. Yeah. Maybe 40 minutes tops.
That's cool.
Yeah,
I'm like 20 minutes from Providence.
Okay, yeah, it's probably no more than half an hour. Then it's close, but most of these awesome people I meet online are scattered all over the world and all over the country, and it would be amazing if we could all get together and hang out. I mean, it's awesome that we can come together here, but I mean, imagine how amazing it would be if we could also meet in person. And we should try to do a meetup though, like as many people as we could. I definitely want to do a meetup at the convention, at Tony's convention.
Yeah, my fiance and I want to go. We think it'll be a great opportunity.
Yeah. Oh, that'll be a lot of fun. Yeah, and maybe sometime like you were saying once in the chat, Doc, we could try to set something up where if Real and Taryn do come to Providence, maybe we could try to organize something. Maybe we could get Jeremy to join and whoever else, any other Fromly around who might want to join. That would be
I
fun
need to
too.
check. I need to check back in on that. I think Real said he was just going to be in and out of Providence really quick and might not have time. But then I think he sent me dates in January. I got to double check. For all I know, it's now. I hope
Yeah.
not.
It was
I lose
tonight.
track of things too easy.
I do too. No, you and me
But-
both.
But I
lose
do
track.
also.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No. Go ahead.
I did also want to thank Dieter too, because he's just really awesome and supportive. And he's gone and started following my channels too now, and I appreciate him.
Oh, see, he's the best. He's amazing. Yeah. No, Dieter is the goat for a reason. We call him the goat around here. Yeah, he's the best. He supports everybody. You know, if you treat people well and you know you're a kind person, then he's going to come support you. Anyone that's been kind to me, he'll go and be, you know, he'll go and support them in return. Like, you know, as long as they've proven themselves to be a, you know, really kind human being, and like now he's going over and supporting other channels that, you know, have proven themselves to be you know, warm and welcoming and supportive of other channels and other human beings, and so then he'll be there to support them. Like that's just terrific. So yeah, thanks Dieter, we appreciate that. And yeah, you know, it's too bad we can't all meet up in person, but you know, at least we can come together here in this space, and we can try to arrange some kind of local meetup sometime. Jeremy is not far from Boston. No, he's not far. That would be cool if we could meet sometime. We could try to arrange something, arrange a From meetup. I know there's somebody in Connecticut. That would be cool, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. And yeah, I know there's somebody in Connecticut who comes into my chat a lot. You know, and he lives in Connecticut. I'm sure there must be others too. Like I wouldn't be surprised if there were others who might want to join, who might be like a couple hours away, New England or the Northeast or something. We could organize.
Like I have friends who would come that aren't streamers or anything, but they're just fans of like From.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not talking just streamers. I mean like Jeremy happens to be a streamer that I know of who's local, but I mean anybody, and you know, you had mentioned Real and Taryn might be coming here anyway, but I mean any Fromly who happen to be local would be that would be an awesome meetup. I just don't know of any others other than Rick in Connecticut and you. That's it.
Yeah, I mean you could do your own meetup if you wanted. You know, if you found more people.
Totally. See that, I think that would be a blast. I would love to do that, to actually have somewhere to go and something to do. I never go anywhere. I don't have any plans.
That's why you
No.
gotta make your own. You gotta make your own events.
Yeah, and my pain limits me from doing a lot of things, but you
Yeah.
know, I could certainly do some kind of meetup. Like nothing crazy. It's not like I'd be going on a mountain hike or something. I could do something. You know.
Well, I've tried
Or
to mention some stuff to you.
Maybe we could arrange for a meetup at like an actual like con or something that's happening like in the future.
We should totally do that. Yeah. I mean, I definitely want to go to Tony's Con in June. Whenever that happens, I'm pretty sure he said June. He just doesn't know like exactly the date yet. And so I definitely want to go to Tony's Con, and we could arrange some kind of meetup here locally too, if we could find some, you know, some people who want to get together. But definitely the con for sure. And that's going to be tough for me. Traveling causes me a lot of pain. I haven't gone anywhere since my pain got out of control, but I want to make it happen somehow. I'll have to tough it out because I don't want to miss out on that experience. I just won't be able to join in all the festivities. I won't be able to like mingle with people as much as I would want, walk around. You know, I can't do a lot of things, but I'd love to sit on some panels. Tony wants to have some panels and have me join, and that would be such an honor. That would be absolutely amazing.
But as I was saying before, if you get a hotel room, you can in the same place the con is, then you can go up to your room and relax and come down for a couple hours. I mean, you don't, you know, you feel pain, you can go back to your room. I mean, I do that at steampunk cons all the time.
Right. Like that seems less intimidating since you said that. It helped me because
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to be on all the time. I tried to do that and I can't because I'm introverted. I need a recharge.
Right. It sucks because I can't help but think how much I would love to just join in on a lot more activities and walk around and mingle with people and meet as many of the fans as possible, but I just can't do that. I would have to take breaks and I'm extremely limited in what I can do. I can't stand for long. If I stand up, my pain starts escalating within like seconds. Immediately, I'm standing like no time at all, and I'm suffering just trying to do the dishes. So that extremely limits what I can do. But I mean, something is better than nothing, and why deny myself at least some kind of fun experience, even if
these conventions too, they can give you a table and you can sit at a table and talk to people all day and they'll come up to you.
Yeah, there are a lot of little expos that pop up around here. I've been wanting to go to a lot more of them. I go to the Halloween Weed Expo in Seekonk every Halloween season now. Me and my fiance, we go by there.
Oh, nice. That sounds like fun.
Yeah, it's like a horror themed expo that's also a weed themed expo. It's different, but if you could go if you're a fan of either or and still have a good time.
Nice. Yeah, I like that, and I can't. Yeah, I can't sit for hours either, so I'd have to sit for a certain amount of time, then get up and walk around, then sit, then get up and walk around. But I could. Even that is better than nothing. At least I would get to meet some of these awesome fans and meet some creators down there. So
maybe we could we could try to get them to have someone from there next year because they have celebrities go there and sign autographs and stuff. You have to pay for the autographs and pictures that you get taken and stuff, obviously. But yeah, they have people from the horror industry there. So I don't know.
They used to have one. I don't know. They still
beg them.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you were finished. I'm so sorry.
I'm done.
I mean, they used to have cons for like Twin Peaks. They used to have one up in the kind of around the Sukhumi Falls area, and they used to have a bunch of actors from Twin Peaks go there.
Right.
So
yeah.
I don't know if there's any other shows that do there. There's got to be other shows that do it other than Twin Peaks, but.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Like they've had conventions before for shows like this where actors show up, and I know Tony is trying to get some people from the show. He's not sure.
I'm sure he could get Jamie McGuire.
Jamie McGuire would be on the next plane.
Yeah, he was so excited to be at the Texas one. He would jump on a plane and go.
Absolutely.
Where do you want me to be?
I'll let Tony know that, you should really ask Jamie because
Hughes, I'm sure Doug Hughes might be interested.
Doug Hughes would totally be on board if he's available, and Jamie McGuire would too.
I mean, any of those people. Beth Rogers, the Swing Coat Monster, I'm sure if he had connections with her, she'd show up.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, like he's trying to get some people. He's not sure who he can get right now. And the ticket sales will help pay for the cost of getting these celebrities there, whoever he can manage to get. So that's exciting. I wonder who he might be able to snag. And I would love to meet Jamie McGuire. That would be awesome.
Yeah,
that would be great. I would love that. Even just getting to meet other creators in person after meeting online like this, and I would love it. Getting to meet Tony and Phil and LMR and Real's going to be there, and I'd love to meet all of these guys and Lady LMR.
Can I talk for a moment about how I got introduced to From and how I watched it? So my friend Critter asked me if I've heard of the show. New season starting up. I should watch it.
Did you say Critter?
Yeah, that's what he goes by, Critter.
Okay.
That's not his birth name, but that's what he goes by.
That's too bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I watched the first season straight through, and then I was like, okay, this is really good, but there's like this whole mystery thing. So now I'm going to deep dive on it, and so I found all these From streams, and the main one that I was watching well, I was watching like E-Man movie blog. I think there was like Fromville or From Something one. I can't remember. And but yeah. Anyway, I started watching season 2. I'd watch an episode, and then I'd go and I'd watch Tony Teflon's stream on the episode, and then I'd go and watch the next one, and then go back and watch Teflon's, and sometimes if I had the time, and like not wanting to rush it, I'd go and watch E-Man's and movie blogs and whatever other ones too I could find, and yeah, so it's been a filled past few months lately.
Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, see that I did the same thing when I found the show. I found it so late. I found it this year, and after each episode of From, I would go watch Tony's videos and live, and then I'd watch E-Man's video, and I'd watch Jeremy's breakdown, and then I'd go back and watch the next From. I did the same thing. Yeah.
Oh, and the new Watchers on the Wall. They're like one of my top favorites too.
Nice. Yeah.
See, I caught it when it actually started, like when season 1, and I also watched Tony Teflon because only him and what is Fromcast were the only 2 podcasts, because I was doing podcasts and not video stuff on YouTube. I was listening to podcasts. Those were the only 2 I found. And I was like, I hope this gets a season 2.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't sure, because I was like, I wonder if anybody's watching this. Nobody I know is listening. So, I mean, watching the show. So, but I loved like the Escaping From, which was Tony's, and then, what is Fromcast.
Yeah, hardly anybody was covering it in the beginning, I know, and by the time I found it, there was a lot more content on YouTube that I could watch after each episode, so I was doing that, and it really enhanced my experience of it too, but I was wishing that I could get in on these lives and enjoy it, but I had to wait till I finished both seasons and to avoid spoilers, and then as soon as I did, the timing was perfect. 2 days later, after I finished seasons 1 and 2, the trailer or the teaser for season 3 dropped. The who's in the cart, like Footgate and all that, and
Footgate.
and it was perfect timing. And that night Tony had a live, and I called in. The very first live I caught, I called in. Like, that's how eager I was to talk to somebody about it. It was great timing for me. But I was wishing that I hadn't missed out on this all along. I would love to get in on it from the beginning and be one of like the first people watching. I would have been watching Tony's live streams from day one. I know it.
Yeah, I was kind of scared it wasn't going to get a season 2, quite honestly. Because it was on like Epix at the time, and it's like the only other thing on Epix was or Epix or whatever it's called. I call it Epix, or I don't know which one it is. Was Chapel Wait. That was the only other thing that was on there. And I don't know if that can survive with those 2 shows.
Yeah.
But then MGA, they ate them up, so that was fine. It was good for everyone.
Yeah. I would have been nervous too. But at least I didn't have to sweat it out. Like, oh God, is it going to get canceled? Is it going to get canceled?
Especially where it ended with the radio and all that. I was like, it better have a season 2.
Oh, I bet. Oh my God.
It better not end here.
The triple whammy cliffhanger that season 1 ended with.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Yeah. The Jim Matthews, your wife shouldn't be digging that hole, Jim, and Boyd in the well, and Tabitha down in the tunnel. Yeah, down in the cave. I mean, yeah. No, seriously, that would have been horrible. And there's so many amazing shows that you wonder what could have been that ended on a cliffhanger. These amazing mysteries, and From could have met that same fate. We're so lucky that it didn't. I feel like I'm a jinx because all my favorite mysteries get canceled after one season. So maybe it's better I didn't find From until later.
So you just need to jump into things in the 3rd season.
Pretty much, I think so. Like, maybe that's the key. I jinx it if I'm in on it in the beginning. I don't know, but yeah. I just want to check in with some people before we wrap up here. And I want to say Happy New Year to you, Westside Manolo 242. Yeah, Happy New Year to everybody. Hope everyone has a great year and is starting it off well and enjoyed their holidays. Yeah, I have something to look forward to for the first time in years, thanks to this community and this channel. So, like, I can't even describe what a gift that is, because I just had nothing left to look forward to. It. New Year's was so depressing for me, just just really bleak. And now I have things to be excited about, like what we're going to do with the channel this year, the shows we're going to cover in these lives, and the videos I can make on Severance, and more from videos all year long, more from Rewatch lives together here. Now we have our From Academy that we're going to be doing on Friday nights. We're going to be covering Severance later in the year. I mean, whenever Welcome to Derry comes out, definitely want to cover that. Stranger Things in the fall. And it's not just about the shows, though. It's just about this awesome community, getting to hang out with you guys. It's more than just about TV shows. Like, I look forward to this stuff, honestly, more than the show itself, to be honest. I know it sounds weird, but it's just this amazing community. It's just so much fun. We go off on all kinds of fun, random tangents where I can't stop laughing, and it's always a good time. So I'm looking forward to it. And yeah, and Tony's convention, that's another thing to look forward to. And yeah, who knows what else. This community, it's amazing what one TV show did for my life, like all the different avenues it's opened up, and just a whole bunch of new possibilities and connections and new friends. So yeah, I'm looking forward to 2025, what it's going to bring now that we're here. And let me quickly just check in with the chat one more time before we wrap up. Let's see. Yes, Tabitha does say, wait, no, I think that was supposed to say no. Yeah, she says no a lot. Yes. Oh yeah, this is what you were talking about, Scarlett. Zulinator said, I like that about your character, Scarlett. You always find a positive in a negative. Your
I
laughter
almost fell asleep there, but I heard my name. Cool.
your laughter and energy is contagious. That was lovely.
Yeah, sweet. Yeah, I mean, both me and Julie have been through the mill when it comes to negativity, so
Mm-hmm.
That's what we have in common. It's the bond that ties and gags.
Right. Yeah. So we have that in common. So I think that's why we fit so well. That's a big reason why we're such a good team. So yeah, that was lovely, and I agree, Zillinator, 100%. Golden Child said Tabitha caused the car accident. She gave up her cue. No, and Fromville knew to crash her. Yes. Oh yeah. Dieter said, love to you, Scarlett, and your voice is beautiful too. Don't see it negative. Oh my God. Dieter, I'm not going to read the rest of that. Jesus. Okay.
He wants to get a little
No.
Wow.
Okay, then. Well, that escalated quickly. Alrighty then. Well, there you go, Scarlett.
Well, it's in my logo. It's in my icon.
Yeah, the Alabaster Dragon. There you go.
You know what? Like whatever game this is, the cards from, if you die, you get reshuffled in the deck, and people are like thinking that maybe Jade was an Alabaster Dragon, and if he died, he could just get shuffled back in the deck.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting thought. Wow.
I mean, reincarnation.
Reincarnation, yeah, maybe. Anything goes. You can be reincarnated as anything.
That's the only thing I could find under Alabaster Dragon was this game with the Alabaster Dragon card.
It works. You always find the perfect avatar. I don't know how you do it. It's always fitting.
That Trudy was my favorite. You can't go wrong with Trudy line.
Yeah.
She had too much to give. Those shoulder runners should have just kept her alive.
I know. Yeah, they regretted that one too. I know they did. So, it's too bad. But I guess she wasn't a prominent enough figure in the show to make a ghost Trudy, unfortunately. So
It's gonna make me sad.
no ghost.
It's coming up, and it's gonna make me sad when it happens.
Yeah, it's coming up. It's coming
I
up. But
might weep. I might actually weep tears.
is that next week? Episode 6?
God, I hope not. Is that coming up so quickly? I can't get my emotions under control.
I don't know. I think it might be. I think
No.
it might be episode 6 that they have the massacre.
Oh no, no. No, 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 no.
No.
I can't. Oh my god.
It's gonna be triggering time.
I feel so bad for her because all she wanted to do was belong, and that's how the monsters got her. Because she just wanted to belong.
I can relate to that so much. So that
Yeah.
sucks. Like that hits home for me. I know how she was feeling. I remember her saying that she doesn't think that there'll be an anniversary party for her. And oh, by the way, there wasn't because she got murdered immediately.
Yeah.
Maybe she manifested that.
Yeah.
She said that, and I felt it because I know what it's like to be unpopular and not have friends, and I felt for her. And then not fitting in, and yeah, she was off by herself at a party, and then yeah, she said something that may have manifested her death, that she doesn't think she'll get her anniversary party. And boom, she gets it. But
Tracy thinks sometimes that they just manifested the positive stuff. Maybe From would be, less crazy.
Yeah, maybe they should all be like doing like positive affirmations all together,
Or like, oh, I wish there was a magical doorway I could just walk through, and then I'd be outside Fromville into the real world.
Seriously, try manifesting some positive things, positive affirmations, people. Like do some meditation, do something like that. Jeez, Fatima may have manifested something dark happening because from the moment she found out she was pregnant, she was like, I feel like this place is trying to torture me and full of dread.
Yeah, plus Ellis was like terrified, and I thought it was his manifestation that he was scared to death of what Fatima had inside her.
It might have been both of them that manifested it. And what he said about fangs and claws, Smiley has fangs and claws. So, yeah.
They should have manifested a beautiful baby and thought about that the whole time.
Yeah, maybe this is supposed to be a message to us on the power of positive thinking. It sounds cheesy, but, like if you think too negatively, you can kind of, drag yourself down. You can kind of shoot yourself in the foot and just living in that negative headspace. And, so it's all about perspective. Glass half full versus glass half empty. Fatima had the glass half full in the beginning, and she was able to see beauty and see even a nightmare can look like a dream. And then she let the place get into her head, and this darkness came over her. Look what happened. Maybe she manifested that. It's possible. Like obviously Smiley was gonna have to come back one way or another, but maybe it would have picked a different person than her.
And Smiley's all joy.
Yeah.
He manifests his own joy, which is killing humans.
Yeah. AA said, Julie, can you look at the picture of Elgin I just posted in the Discord before you get off? Oh, shoot, I didn't see this. Okay, I'll do it quick because I do need to. I want to quickly.
That wasn't the one where Elgin was making out with the kimono lady, was it?
I hope not.
Somebody posted a picture of Elgin making out with kimono lady. It's pretty funny.
Oh, no, that's hilarious though. Okay, looks like so AA is Pink Apple in the Discord. I did not know that.
Oh.
AA is Pink Apple. Because that's the only person who posted something of Elgin, so it's gotta be. So it's Elgin with his eye gouged out, and then the Civil War soldier has the same eye, like either missing or it's all white. I can't quite tell. But that's interesting. It says, has anyone seen this theory?
I actually talked about it when you were gone.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, because I was like, I think that Elgin is a Civil War guy.
Oh, okay.
Because we were talking about Jade coming back as different things and the skull guy, and some people think that's Jade sees all these people as reincarnated versions of him. And I was saying how I didn't think some of those were right, and I said I think there's a Civil War guy that's actually like could be Elgin.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible it could be Elgin reincarnated from Civil War guy. I still think Civil War guy was Jade, and Jade is seeing all his past lives. But I'm always open to other points of view, and it could be like, yeah, it's possible. It's a compelling thing. Like obviously this being reincarnated doesn't mean you're going to have the same exact experience every time, but it could be a clue that that's what's going on here. Absolutely. Hey, good morning, Javon Keys. Nice to see you. Dieter said if someone hits Julie like some people, wait, if someone hits Julie like some people before they get something else from me, oh, a cactus up their ass. Okay. Yeah, he's gonna. He's yeah, he'll go to bat for me. He will. I believe it. Dieter said I'm not coming, sorry, and me and airplanes, no. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Yeah, I know.
You can take a boat. Take a boat.
Take a boat over here. Take a boat. Take a cruise over here. I understand though. No, I get that. I get it. And plane tickets are expensive too. Happy New Year, Mackie Vals. Nice to see you. Always great to see you. Hope you're enjoying it. Hope you had good holidays. Dieter said, can someone push you in a wheelchair if that can help you go around places? I mean, I can, like, it's not that really the walking around that's the problem. It's this when I have to stop and mingle and stand still is absolute torture. And if I sit for too long, it's torture. So it's stuff like that. So yeah, I gotta do that. I checked it, AA. I checked it. That's fascinating.
But you know, Julie, at conventions, you'll be doing a whole bunch of those things all at once. So you could accommodate your body by sitting for a while, getting up, moving around, talking to some people, sitting down again. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised.
I could, yeah. I that since you've said that, I feel less intimidated by it because I want to do it so much, and yet I'm also like, oh God, you know, can I handle this and worrying about that? But I don't want to miss this opportunity for anything. I don't want to pass up on this opportunity. I would love to go and meet Tony and all the other creators and do panels and meet as many of the Frumily and the Frumilia, the Frumaholics as possible. So yeah, hopefully I can find a way to make it work. Golden Child says Dieter after dark. Yeah, yeah, you'd be surprised. Get ready, Diddy. Yeah. Yeah, Susie said, I hope Trudy comes back as a monster. I don't think anyone's coming back as monsters now because now we know like the monsters were the original townspeople. So if she's coming back, she'd have to come back as a ghost, but probably not. Okay, yes, you are Pink Apple, AA. Yeah, not good to know. I didn't know that was you. Uh-oh, Scarlett dropped off. I want to make sure she gets to say goodbye because I'm gonna need to sign off. It's been, I think it's been a reasonable enough amount of time. I wanted to get off.
Yeah, I'm falling asleep.
Yeah. Thank you so much for being here. It's been a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to continuing to collaborate. And next week we can dive into Jack Bender and his past work, his creative mind, and what a creative mind he has too.
Right. I'm really excited, and thank you so much for this. This is a blast, and it turned out to be so much better than I like. I was nervous. I was like, oh my god. I hope I did enough research and everything, and it was, yeah, this was awesome. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. And there's never anything. I understand it's easy for me to say nothing to be nervous about. You're always going to be nervous at first. I was nervous, but you're with family, you're with friends here, and you never have to worry. No, there's just nothing but love here, and you fit right in. So we're really glad you're here. And I speak for all of us, I'm sure.
And before I log out, I do want to say, because I mentioned some of my favorite channels, I forgot to give a shout out to Real Enigmas and Theories, because they were one of the ones that I also watched a lot, but they weren't one of the ones I was watching as much in the beginning. I didn't find them until a little bit later on.
Ah, nice. Nice. Yeah, great. Another great channel. Awesome
Oh,
content. Yeah.
and we had talked a little bit in the Severance one, but I'm wondering if maybe I will try to do a political Severance stream. I just need to try to find a co-host. Maybe I can find one in like the Enigmas, the Reels Discord, because I think there are other streamers in there.
There's a lot of political theme, there are a lot of political themes that you could pull from Severance for sure. I could totally see that. I get nervous. I love politics, but I get nervous about venturing into it publicly because of how
People fight. People are
yeah,
mean.
the climate is just so cutthroat right now, so it's scary. But yeah, I think that would be awesome. Like, I don't
I
see
think I'm
anybody.
in a better place where I could navigate that, but because I've been able to do it before, but during the presidential elections, those are always difficult. But now that the election's done, I think it'll be a bit easier.
I think so too. Yeah, that climate made it worse. But yeah, I think that's a terrific idea for sure. And yeah, I mean, I don't really see anybody doing that either, and I don't know why, because I watched the show and I immediately thought of the political angles to it, and like what it's saying about class warfare between the departments. Like, there's so many different angles like you could go with it. It's like a microcosm of society. You have religious dogma, you have class warfare, you have you know uh, critique of capitalism and corporate monopolies, and corporate culture and whatnot. So yeah, there's a
Right.
whole lot.
There's so much to comment on in that show, and there's so much commentary that show makes on society, and I think that's really rich to delve into. And so I kind of do want to do a stream that dives into that a bit. But yeah, I don't know.
Absolutely.
I'm thinking about it. We'll see.
I mean, honestly, like there's nothing really partisan in it. There's nothing in it
Exactly.
it doesn't correlate to like Democrats or Republicans or anything like that, or liberal or conservative issues. It's more like political theory and capitalism. I see like Marxist themes, so I don't think it would necessarily be as divisive to dive into that realm of political commentary on that type of thing.
Yeah, I'm thinking that it should be okay.
I
I
think it
hope.
should. Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah.
I'll give it a shot.
So, yeah. So yeah, maybe if I get up enough courage, I might want to join you sometime and talk
Okay.
yeah, if you'd like that, because I
Oh,
I find
definitely.
that fascinating. So yeah, that would be so cool. Yeah, and yeah, everybody subscribe to Doc's channel. The link to his channel, if you're listening on the replay, it's in the description of this video. So everybody, please definitely go subscribe and check out his content. Just tell everybody a little about your channel before we sign off one more time.
Sure. Right now, my channel is everything on it is ADHD experimentations with different forms of creating stuff. A lot of it's playing around with AI, different AI programs. I make a lot of music right now. That's one of the avenues I've been really focusing on. I make a lot of like soundtrack, EDM, rock type music. I'm working on stuff with lyrics too, but that's a bit more of a work in progress. And I have a second album coming out fairly soon, and I'm working on the third one right now.
That's
But
so
yeah,
cool.
I'm gonna be I'm I'm planning it now on doing some streaming, and I'm just trying to figure out what exactly I'm going to be covering, and yeah.
Oh, that is awesome. That is so cool. Like, I really look forward to seeing what you're going to do with your channel, with streaming, and I'll definitely be watching whatever you do decide to do with that, and I'll check out your videos. Check out Doc's From videos, guys, for sure. Like, yeah, I'm always happy to promote other channels covering the show, and yeah, I'm really going to be interested to see what you've got, because you have a lot of great insights and ideas.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, and thank you for joining. Thank you for coming on board. Had a lot of fun. Looking forward to next week, and yeah, so next week we're going to be covering, going to be diving into Jack Bender's work, and seeing what insight we can get from that. And Scarlett is back. We're just about to wrap up. Scarlett.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I thought that the 10% on my iPad would be enough till like we finished, but apparently it wasn't.
Yeah.
It was a little longer than I thought, because I thought, oh, we're wrapping up. I don't have to look at the percentage. And then I was like talking to you about, the con, and then it just dropped.
Yeah.
Oh.
Was there anything else you weren't done saying before we wrap up?
I'm well,
No,
good night, everyone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Either of you. Yeah. I should have just specified who, but either of you.
No, I'm pretty good.
Okay. Okay. And Doc, yeah, you good?
Good night, everyone. That was it. Thank you for coming.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, and Dieter dropped the link to your channel. Everybody make sure you subscribe to Doc's channel, check out his content, and yeah, excited to see what we're gonna go next with this. And let's see, I think I'll sign off. I'll sign off with one of the cameo compilations. It's always a good way to sign off. Oh, you know what? I didn't do this stream, Scarlett.
What?
I didn't put my banner
the
up.
whole stream? Are you kidding me?
The whole thing. I put it up in the last minute.
Join Julie's Discord. She has a Cash App.
Yeah, yeah. Yes.
I didn't even notice. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's on me to notice these things. It's on me, and yes, join the Discord. I'll promote a few things really quick before I sign off. We are doing Severance watch parties still. We have one more to go for season 1, and that'll be next Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern in my Discord. The link to my Discord, I might as well not even bother dropping it in the chat now, because hardly anybody's still in the chat anyway. But the link to my Discord is in the description of this video if you're listening on the replay. Yeah, so next Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern, we're going to watch the finale of Severance, and if we can manage it, if we can find a way, I would like to watch the first 8 minutes of the preview of episode 1 of season 2. If we can find it, we're going to try. Then we'll do a live on YouTube and break down the finale, the trailer, the 8-minute preview if people want to do that, and we'll talk about the Lexington letter. So if you haven't read it, that's not available online for free. The Lexington letter is a little very short supplemental reading material that gives you a little bit more information related to the world of Severance. So yeah, we're gonna do that next Thursday night, and if I can manage it, I'm really hoping I can find a way to do midnight watch parties in my Discord for Severance season 2 when the episodes drops. Hopefully I'm going to be able to do it. So if you're not in my Discord already, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be able to find a way. I'll let you know if that changes, but for now that's the plan. And so definitely join the Discord. We also have channels to discuss Severance in the Discord. We're going to get some conversations going with the new season, and obviously we talk a lot of From in the Discord too. So there, I just threw the link in the chat, but it's also in the description of the video. And Sunday night Scarlett and I will be, as usual, on Sci-Fi Vision's channel, doing talking more about the From Rewatch at 10:30 Eastern, and then our next live will be next Wednesday night, breaking down season 1, episode 6 of From, like digging up all the hidden meaning and clues we can find as usual.
I'll be sobbing.
Yeah, yeah, maybe, yeah,
openly sobbing,
dabbing away tears. I think that's the episode where we lose Trudy.
Yeah,
and Porn Stash, so that'll be a memorable one.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it's either episode 6 or 7. I can't remember which.
Yeah,
but so yeah, definitely you're not gonna want to miss that one. Either way, it's always a good time. We'll get our magnifying glasses out. We'll be deep diving, scrutinizing every frame of it with my 1,000 screenshots, and it's always a good time.
It's like a flip book.
It's pretty much like a flip book. Yeah. So yeah, that'll be next Wednesday at 10:30 Eastern. No, 10 p.m. We're gonna really try to be on at 10 p.m. I'm just so used to saying 10:30.
We're trying something new for 2025.
Yes, call it our New Year's resolution. We're starting a little late, but we're starting in the second week of the year. First full.
Fridays are a little bit more loose.
Yeah. So yeah, that's gonna be the goal. 10 p.m. lives. Fridays can be later, but Wednesdays will be 10 p.m. Eastern. The Severance lives, when the new season starts, that'll be 10 p.m. Eastern on Mondays after that begins, which is the 17th of January. And also, if you haven't checked out my interview with Simon Webster yet, there's a link in the description of this video to that interview. It's a whopping 42 minutes long. Accidentally went longer than I meant to, but he was gracious enough to stay, and it was fascinating. So check it out if you haven't already. Keep an eye out for these videos that I keep teasing for weeks. I swear they are coming. My theory video on the Man in Yellow is already done, so I'll release that this weekend for sure. I can promise that. And then my next one will be on the Boy in White, and then tying it together with the Man in Yellow, how I think they're the two opposing forces in the show, kind of battling each other, using the characters like pieces on a chessboard. And then after that, I'm going to be diving into a theory video on who the Man in Yellow could actually be. And another one on where I think Eloise is, what happened to Eloise more specifically. So anyway, that's my long spiel on that. And that's pretty much it. So yeah, thank you again, Doc, for being here. Thanks, as always, Scarlett, co-host with the most. And
except when I run away on Fridays.
Thank you.
Nice. So yeah, so I guess I will see you guys next week, and until next time, keep on deep diving, and let's see what we can uncover together. Have a good day or good night, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Julie, hi. It's me. Why am I screaming? It's me, David Alpay.
Hey Julie, it is also Julie here, name twin.
Hi Julie B Deep Dives, it is Avery who plays Sarah on From. I just want to say thank you so much for watching and supporting the show, and I also want to give a shout out to your co-host, Scarlett of Many Names.
Hey Julie.
Hi Julie B. Julie B, Scotty McCord here, how are you? Hi. Finally, I get to connect with Julie B Deep Dives.
Julie, you're awesome. You work so hard. I wish we were friends in high school. You could have helped me with my, literature essays, my critical essays, because you are so deep and thorough. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll see you around.
Thank you for what you're doing, and keep at it, and I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.
Congratulations to you guys on all your success of your YouTube channel, and I'm wishing you all the best in 2025.
Anyway, Julie, I just want to say, keep going, keep on keeping on. You got this.
Holding Julie B, protecting Julie B. with big muscle car hugs. There's a bottle tree. Keeping you protected. That's for you. That's for you and for all your brilliance and for everything that you've given from and helped make it what it is. So, Julie B, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for season 4. We'll see you in season 4. It's coming. Hold tight. Maybe binge the show until we get there. Dive deeper. Julie B's Deeper Dive. You're doing great. It's amazing. Bless you. And we'll see you in season 4. Don't stream and drive.